Chapter 1 of Ralph the Heir. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. Sir Thomas. There are men who cannot communicate themselves to others, as there are also men who not only can do so, but cannot do otherwise. And it is hard to say which is the better man of the two. We do not specially respect him who wears his heart upon his sleeve for daws to peck at, who carries a crystal window to his bosom so that all can see the work that is going on within it, who cannot keep any affair of his own private, who gushes out in love and friendship to every chance acquaintance. But then again, there is but little love given to him who is always wary, always silent as to his own belongings, who buttons himself in a suit of close reserve which he never loosens. Respect such a one may gain, but hardly love. It is natural to us to like to know the affairs of our friends, and natural also, I think, to like to talk of our own to those whom we trust. Perhaps, after all that may be said of the weakness of the gushing and indiscreet babbler, it is pleasanter to live with such a one than with the self-constrained, reticent man of iron, whose conversation among his most intimate friends is solely of politics, of science, of literature, or of some other subject equally outside the privacies of our inner life. Sir Thomas Underwood, whom I, and I hope my readers also, will have to know very intimately, was one of those who are not able to make themselves known intimately to any. I am speaking now of a man of 60, and I am speaking also of one who had never yet made a close friend, who had never, by unconscious and slow degrees of affection, fallen into that kind of intimacy with another man which justifies and renders necessary mutual freedom of intercourse in all the affairs of life. And yet he was possessed of warm affections, was by no means misanthropic in his nature, and would, in truth, have given much to be free and jocund as are other men. He lacked the power that way rather than the will. To himself it seemed to be a weakness in him rather than a strength that he should always be silent, always guarded, always secret and dark. He had lamented it as an acknowledged infirmity, as a man grieves that he should be short-sighted or dull of hearing. But at the age of 60 he had taken no efficient steps towards curing himself of the evil, and had now abandoned all idea of any such cure. Whether he had been, upon the whole, fortunate or unfortunate in life shall be left to the reader's judgment, but he certainly had not been happy. He had suffered cruel disappointments, and a disappointment will crush the spirit worse than a realized calamity. There is no actual misfortune in not being Lord Mayor of London. But when a man has set his heart upon the place, has worked himself into a position within a few feet of the Mansion House, has become alderman with the mayoralty before him in immediate rotation, he will suffer more at being passed over by the liverymen than if he had lost half his fortune. Now Sir Thomas Underwood had become Solicitor General in his profession, but had never risen to the higher rank or more assured emoluments of other legal offices. We will not quite trace our Meleager back to his egg, but we will explain that he was the only son of a barrister of moderate means, who put himself to the bar, and who died leaving little or nothing behind him. The young barrister had an only sister, who married an officer in the army, and who had passed all her latter life in distant countries, to which her husband had been called, by the necessity of living on the income which his profession gave him. As a Chancery barrister, Mr. Underwood, our Sir Thomas, had done well, living on the income he made, marrying at 35, going into Parliament at 45, becoming Solicitor General at 50, and ceasing to hold that much desired office 4 months after his appointment. Such cessation, however, arising from political causes, is no disappointment to a man. It will doubtless be the case that a man so placed will regret the weakness of his party, which has been unable to keep the good things of government in its hands, but he will recognize without remorse or sorrow the fact that the ministry to which he has attached himself must cease to be a ministry, and there will be nothing in his displacement to gall his pride, or to create that inner feeling of almost insupportable mortification which comes from the conviction of personal failure. Sir Thomas Underwood had been Solicitor General for a few months under a Conservative Prime Minister, and when the Conservative Minister went out of office, Sir Thomas Underwood followed him with no feeling of regret that caused him unhappiness. But when afterwards the same party came back to power, and he, having lost his election at the borough which he had represented, was passed over without a word of sympathy or even of assumed regret from the minister, then he was wounded. It was true, he knew, that a man, to be Solicitor General, should have a seat in Parliament. The highest legal offices in the country are not to be attained by any amount of professional excellence, unless the candidate shall have added to such excellence the power of supporting a ministry and a party in the House of Commons. Sir Thomas Underwood thoroughly understood this, but he knew also that there are various ways in which a lame dog may be helped over a stile, if only the lame dog be popular among dogs. For another ex-Solicitor General a seat would have been found, or some delay would have been granted, or at least there would have been a consultation, with the suggestion that something should be tried. But in this case a man 4 years his junior in age, whom he despised, and who, as he was informed, had obtained his place in Parliament by gross bribery, was put into the office without a word of apology to him. Then he was unhappy, and acknowledged to himself that his spirit was crushed. But he acknowledged to himself at the same time that he was one doomed by his nature to such crushing of the spirit if he came out of the hole of his solitude, and endeavoured to carry on the open fight of life among his fellow men. He knew that he was one doomed to that disappointment, the bitterest of all, which comes from failure when the prize has been all but reached. It is much to have become Solicitor General, and that he had achieved, but it is worse than nothing to have been Solicitor General for 4 months, and then to find that all the world around one regards one as having failed, and being, therefore, fit for the shelf. Such were Sir Thomas Underwood's feelings as he sat alone in his chambers during those days in which the new administration was formed, in which days he was neither consulted nor visited, nor communicated with either by message or by letter. But all this formation of a ministry, to which the late Solicitor General was not invited to take a part, occurred 7 years before the commencement of our story. During those years in which our lawyer sat in Parliament as Mr. Underwood, at which time he was working hard also as a Chancery barrister, and was perhaps nearer to his fellow men than he had ever been before, or was ever destined to be afterwards, he resided, as regarded himself almost nominally, at a small but pretty villa, which he had taken for his wife's sake at Fulham. It was close upon the river, and had well arranged, though not extensive, shrubbery walks, and a little lawn, and a tiny conservatory, and a charming opening down to the Thames. Mrs. Underwood had found herself unable to live in Half Moon Street, and Mr. Underwood, not unwillingly, had removed his household gods to this retreat. At that time his household gods consisted of a wife and 2 daughters. But the wife had died before the time came at which she could have taken on herself the name of Lady Underwood. The villa at Fulham was still kept, and there lived the 2 girls, and there also Sir Thomas, had he been interrogated on the subject, would have declared that he also was domiciled. But if a man lives at the place in which he most often sleeps, Sir Thomas in truth lived at his chambers at Southampton Buildings. When he moved those household gods of his to the villa, it was necessary, because of his duties in Parliament, that he should have some place in town wherein he might lay his head, and therefore, I fear not unwillingly, he took to laying his head very frequently in the little bedroom which was attached to his chambers. It is not necessary that we should go back to any feelings which might have operated upon him during his wife's lifetime, or during the period of his parliamentary career. His wife was now dead, and he no longer held a seat in Parliament. He had, indeed, all but abandoned his practice at the bar, never putting himself forward for the ordinary business of a Chancery barrister. But nevertheless he spent the largest half of his life in his chambers, breakfasting there, reading there, writing there, and sleeping there. He did not altogether desert the lodge at Fulham, and the 2 girls who lived there. He would not even admit to them, or allow them to assert that he had not his home with them. Sometimes for 2 nights together, and sometimes for 3, he would be at the villa, never remaining there, however, during the day. But on Sundays it may almost be said that he was never at home. And hence arose the feeling that of all, this went the nearest to create discord between the father and the daughters. Sir Thomas was always in Southampton Buildings on Sundays. Did Sir Thomas go to church? The Miss Underwoods did go to church very regularly, and thought much of the propriety and necessity of such Sunday exercises. They could remember that in their younger days their father always had been there with them. They could remember, indeed, that he, with something of sternness, would require from them punctuality and exactness of this duty. Now and again, perhaps 4 times in the year, he would go to the Rolls Chapel. So much they could learn, but they believed that beyond that his Sundays were kept wholly by no attendance at divine service. And it may be said at once that they believed aright. Sir Thomas's chambers in Southampton Buildings, though they were dull and dingy of aspect from the outside, and were reached by a staircase which may be designated as lugubrious, so much did its dark and dismantled condition tend to melancholy, were in themselves large and commodious. His bedroom was small, but he had 2 spacious sitting rooms, one of which was fitted up as a library, and the other as a dining room. Over and beyond these there was a clerk's room, for Sir Thomas, though he had given up the greater part of his business, had not given up his clerk. And here the old man, the clerk, passed his entire time, from 8:30 in the morning till 10 at night, waiting upon his employer in various capacities with a sedulous personal attention to which he had probably not intended to devote himself when he first took upon himself the duties of clerk to a practising Chancery barrister. But Joseph Stemm and Sir Thomas were not unlike in character, and had grown old together, with too equal a step to admit of separation and of new alliance. Stemm had but one friend in the world, and Sir Thomas was that friend. I have already said that Sir Thomas had no friend, but perhaps he felt more of that true intimacy which friendship produces with Stemm than with any other human being. Sir Thomas was a tall, thin man, who stooped considerably, though not for many effective years, with a face which would perhaps have been almost mean, had it not been rescued from that evil condition by the assurance of intelligence and strength which is always conveyed by a certain class of ugliness. He had a nose something like the great Lord Brougham's, thin, long, and projecting at the point. He had quick grey eyes and a good forehead, but the component parts of his countenance were irregular and roughly put together. His chin was long, as was also his upper lip, so that it may be taken as a fact that he was an ugly man. He was hale, however, and strong, and was still so good a walker that he thought nothing of making his way down to the villa on foot of an evening after dinner at his club. It was his custom to dine at his club, that highly respectable and most comfortable club situated at the corner of Suffolk Street, Pall Mall, the senior of the two which are devoted to the well-being of scions of our great universities. There Sir Thomas dined, perhaps 4 nights in the week, for 10 months in the year. And it was said of him in the club that he had never been known to dine in company with another member of the club. His very manner as he sat at his solitary meal, always with a pint of port on the table, was as well known as the figure of the old king on horseback outside in the street, and was as unlike the ordinary manner of men as is that unlike the ordinary figure of kings. He had always a book in his hand, not a club book, not a novel from Mudie's, nor a magazine, but some ancient and hard-bound volume from his own library, which he had brought in his pocket, and to which his undivided attention would be given. The eating of his dinner, which always consisted of the joint of the day and of nothing else, did not take him more than 5 minutes, but he would sip his port wine slowly, would have a cup of tea, which he would also drink very slowly, and would then pocket his book, pay his bill, and would go. It was rarely the case that he spoke to any one in the club. He would bow to a man here and there, and if addressed would answer, but of conversation at his club he knew nothing, and hardly ever went into any room but that in which his dinner was served to him. In conversing about him, men would express a wonder how such a one had ever risen to high office, how indeed he could have thriven at his profession. But in such matters we are, all of us, too apt to form confident opinions on apparent causes which are near the surface, but which, as guides to character, are fallacious. Perhaps in all London there was no better lawyer, in his branch of law, than Sir Thomas Underwood. He had worked with great diligence, and though he was shy to a degree quite unintelligible to men in general in the ordinary intercourse of life, he had no feeling of diffidence when upon his legs in court, or in the House of Commons. With a Lord Chancellor's wife or daughters he could not exchange 5 words with comfort to himself, nor with his lordship himself in a drawing-room. But in court the Lord Chancellor was no more to him than another lawyer whom he believed to be not so good a lawyer as himself. No man had ever succeeded in browbeating him when panoplied in his wig and gown, nor had words ever been wanting to him when so arrayed. It had been suggested to him by an attorney who knew him in that way in which attorneys ought to know barristers, that he should stand for a certain borough, and he had stood, and had been returned. Thrice he had been returned for the same town. But at last, when it was discovered that he would never dine with the leading townsmen, or call on their wives in London, or assist them in their little private views, the strength of his extreme respectability was broken down, and he was rejected. In the meantime he was found to be of value by the party to which he had attached himself. It was discovered that he was not only a sound lawyer, but a man of great erudition, who had studied the experience of history as well as the wants of the present age. He was one who would disgrace no government, and he was invited to accept the office of Solicitor General by a minister who had never seen him out of the House of Commons. "He is as good a lawyer as there is in England," said the Lord Chancellor. "He always speaks with uncommon clearness," said the Chancellor of the Exchequer. "I never saw him talking with a human being," said the Secretary to the Treasury, deprecating the appointment. "He will soon get over that complaint with your assistance," said the Minister, laughing. So Mr. Underwood became Solicitor General, and Sir Thomas. And he so did his work that, no doubt, he would have returned to his office had he been in Parliament when his party returned to power. But he had made no friend. He had not learned to talk even to the Secretary of the Treasury, and when the party came back to power he was passed over without remorse and almost without regret. He never resumed the active bustle of his profession after that disappointment. His wife was then dead, and for nearly a twelvemonth he went about declaring to attorneys and others that his professional life was done. He did take again to a certain class of work when he came back to the old chambers in Southampton Buildings, but he was seen in court only rarely, and it was understood that he wished it to be supposed that he had retired. He had ever been a moderate man in his mode of living, and had put together a sum of money sufficient for moderate wants. He possessed some £1,200 or £1,400 a year, independent of anything that he might now earn, and as he had never been a man greedy of money, so was he now more indifferent to it than in his earlier days. It is a mistake, I think, to suppose that men become greedy as they grow old. The avaricious man will show his avarice as he gets into years, because avarice is a passion compatible with old age, and will become more avaricious as his other passions fall off from him. And so will it be with the man that is open-handed. Mr. Underwood, when struggling at the bar, had fought as hard as any of his compeers for comfort and independence. But money as money had never been dear to him, and now he was so trained a philosopher that he disregarded it altogether, except so far as it enabled him to maintain his independence. On a certain Friday evening in June, as he sat at dinner at his club, instead of applying himself to his book, which according to his custom he had taken from his pocket, he there read a letter, which as soon as read he would restore to the envelope, and would take it out again after a few moments of thought. At last, when the cup of tea was done and the bill was paid, he put away the letter and book together, and walked to the door of his club. When there, he stood and considered what next should he do that evening. It was now past 8 o'clock, and how should he use the 4, 5, or perhaps 6 hours which remained to him before he should go to bed? The temptation to which he was liable prompted him to return to his solitude in Southampton Buildings. Should he do so, he would sleep till 10 in his chair, then he would read and drink more tea, or perhaps write, till 1, and after that he would prowl about the purlieus of Chancery Lane, the Temple, and Lincoln's Inn, till 2 or even 3 o'clock in the morning, looking up at the old dingy windows, and holding, by aid of those powers which imagination gave him, long intercourse with men among whom a certain weakness in his physical organization did not enable him to live in the flesh. Well, the policemen knew him as he roamed about, and much they speculated as to his roamings. But in these night wanderings he addressed no word to any one, nor did any one ever address a word to him. Yet the world, perhaps, was more alive to him then than at any other period in the 24 hours. But on the present occasion the temptation was resisted. He had not been at home during the whole week, and knew well that he ought to give his daughters the countenance of his presence. Whether that feeling alone would have been sufficient to withdraw him from the charms of Chancery Lane and send him down to the villa may be doubted. But there was that in the letter which he had perused so carefully, which he knew must be communicated to his girls. His niece, Mary Bonner, was now an orphan, and would arrive in England from Jamaica in about a fortnight. Her mother had been Sir Thomas's sister, and had been at this time dead about 3 years. General Bonner, the father, had now died, and the girl was left an orphan, almost penniless, and with no near friend, unless the Underwoods would befriend her. News of the General's death had reached Sir Thomas before, and he had already made an inquiry as to the fate of his niece through her late father's agents. Of the General's means he had known absolutely nothing, believing, however, that they were confined to his pay as an officer. Now he was told that the girl would be at Southampton in a fortnight, and that she was utterly destitute. He declared to himself, as he stood on the steps of the club, that he would go home and consult with his daughters. But his mind was in fact made up as to his niece's fate long before he got home. Before he turned out of Pall Mall into St. James's Park, he would sometimes talk to himself of consulting his daughters, but in truth he very rarely consulted any human being as to what he would do or leave undone. If he went straight, he went straight without other human light than such as was given to him by his own intellect, his own heart, and his own conscience. It took him about an hour and a half to reach his home, but of that time 4/5 were occupied, not in resolving what he would do in this emergency, but in deep grumblings and regrets that there should be such a thing to be done at all. All new cares were grievous to him. Nay, old cares were grievous, but new cares were terrible. Though he was bold in deciding, he was very timid in looking forward as to the results of that decision. Of course, the orphan girl must be taken into his house, and of course he must take upon himself the duty of a father in regard to her. End of Chapter 1. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 2 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Popham Villa. Popham Villa was the name of the house at Fulham, as was to be seen by all men passing by, for it was painted up conspicuously on the pillars through which the gate led into the garden. Mr. Underwood, when he had first taken the place, had wished to expunge the name, feeling it to be cockneyfied, pretentious, and unalluring. But Mrs. Underwood had rather liked it, and it remained. It was a subject of ridicule with the two girls, but they had never ventured to urge its withdrawal, and after his wife's death Sir Thomas never alluded to the subject. Popham Villa it was, therefore, and there the words remained. The house was unpretentious, containing only 2 sitting rooms besides a small side closet, for it could hardly be called more, which the girls, even in their mother's lifetime, had claimed as their own. But the drawing room was as pretty a room as could be, opening on to the lawn with folding windows, and giving a near view of the bright river as it flowed by, with just a glimpse of the bridge. That and the dining room and the little closet were all on the ground floor, and above were at any rate as many chambers as the family required. The girls desired no better house, if only their father could be with them. But he would urge that his books were all in London, and even were he willing to move them, there was no room for them in Popham Villa. It was sad enough for the 2 girls, this kind of life. The worst of it, perhaps, was this, that they never knew when to expect him. A word had been said once as to the impracticability of having dinner ready for a gentleman, when the gentleman would never say when he would want a dinner. It had been an unfortunate remark, for Sir Thomas had taken advantage of it by saying that when he came he would come after dinner, unless he had certified to the contrary beforehand. Then after dinner would come on him the temptation of returning to his chambers, and so it would go on with him from day to day. On this Friday evening the girls almost expected him, as he rarely let a week pass without visiting them, and still more rarely came to them on a Saturday. He found them out upon the lawn, or rather on the brink of the river, and with them was standing a young man whom he knew well. He kissed each of the girls, and then gave his hand to the young man. "I am glad to see you, Ralph," he said. "Have you been here long?" "As much as an hour or two, I fear. Patience will tell you. I meant to have got back by the 9:15 from Putney, but I have been smoking and dreaming and talking till now it is nearly 10. "There is a train at 10:30, said the eldest Miss Underwood. "And another at 11:15, said the young man. Sir Thomas was especially anxious to be alone with his daughters, but he could not tell the guest to go. Nor was he justified in feeling any anger at his presence there, though he did experience some prick of conscience in the matter. If it was wrong that his daughters should be visited by a young man in his absence, the fault lay in his absence rather than with the young man for coming, or with the girls for receiving him. The young man had been a ward of his own, and for a year or two in former times had been so intimate in his house as to live with his daughters almost as an elder brother might have done. But young Ralph Newton had early in life taken rooms for himself in London, had then ceased to be a ward, and had latterly, so Sir Thomas understood, lived such a life as to make him unfit to be the trusted companion of his two girls. And yet there had been nothing in his mode of living to make it necessary that he should be absolutely banished from the villa. He had spent more money than was fitting, and had got into debt, and Sir Thomas had had trouble about his affairs. He too was an orphan, and the nephew and the heir of an old country squire whom he never saw. What money he had received from his father he had nearly spent, and it was rumoured of him that he had raised funds by post obits on his uncle's life. Of all these things more will be told hereafter. But Sir Thomas, though he had given no instruction on the subject, and was averse even to allude to it, did not like to think that Ralph Newton was at the villas with the girls in his absence. His girls were as good as gold. He was sure of that. He told himself over and over again that, were it not so, he would not have left them so constantly without his own care. Patience, the elder, was a marvel among young women for prudence, conduct, and proper feeling, and Clarissa, whom he had certainly ever loved the better of the two, was, as far as he knew, faultless, a little more passionate, a little warmer, somewhat more fond of pleasure than her sister, but on that account only the more to be loved. Nothing that he could do would make them safer than they would be by their own virtue. But still he was not pleased to think that Ralph Newton was often at the villa. When a man such as Sir Thomas has been entrusted with the charge of a young man with great expectations, he hardly wishes his daughter to fall in love with his ward, whether his ward be prudent or imprudent in his manner of life. Sir Thomas was hot and tired after his walk, and there was some little fuss in getting him soda water and tea. And as it was plain to see that things were not quite comfortable, Ralph Newton at last took his departure, so as to catch the earlier of the two trains which had been mentioned. It was, nevertheless, past 10 when he went, and then Sir Thomas, sitting at the open window of the drawing-room, again took out the letter. "Patience," he said, addressing his elder daughter as he withdrew the enclosure from the envelope, "Mary Bonner will be in England in a fortnight. What shall we do for her?" As he spoke he held the letter in a manner which justified the girl in taking it from his hand. He allowed it to go to her, and she read it before she answered him. It was a very sad letter, cold in its language, but still full of pathos. Her friends in the West Indies, such friends as she had advised her to proceed to England. She was given to understand that when her father's affairs should be settled, there would be left to her not more than a few £100. Would her uncle provide for her some humble home for the present, and assist her in the future endeavours to obtain employment as a governess? She could, she thought, teach music and French, and would endeavour to fit herself for the work of tuition in other respects. "I know," she said, "how very slight is my claim upon one who has never seen me, and who is connected with me only by my poor mother. But perhaps you will allow me to trouble you so far in my great distress." "She must come here, of course, papa," said Patience, as she handed the letter to Clarissa. "Yes, she must come here," said Sir Thomas. "But I mean to stay for always." "Yes, to stay for always. I cannot say that the arrangement is one to which I look forward with satisfaction. A man does not undertake new duties without fears, and especially not such a duty as this, to which I can see no end, and which I may probably be quite unable to perform." "Papa, I am sure she will be nice," said Clarissa. "But why are you sure, my dear? We will not argue that, however. She must come, and we will hope that she will prove to be what Clarissa calls nice. I cannot allow my sister's child to go out into the world as a governess while I have a home to offer her. She must come here as one of our household. I only hope she will not interfere with your happiness." "I am sure she will not," said Clarissa. "We will determine that she shall add to it, and will do our best to make her happy," said Patience. "It is a great risk, but we must run it," said Sir Thomas. And so the matter was settled. Then he explained to them that he intended to go himself to Southampton to receive his niece, and that he would bring her direct from that port to her new home. Patience offered to accompany him on the journey, but this he declined as unnecessary. Everything was decided between them by 11 o'clock, even to the room which Mary Bonner should occupy. Then the girls left their father, knowing well that he would not go to bed for the next 4 hours. He would sleep in his chair for the next 2 hours, and would then wander about, or read, or perhaps sit and think of this added care till the night would be half over. Nor did the two sisters go to bed at once. This new arrangement, so important to their father, was certainly of more importance to them. He, no doubt, would still occupy his chambers, would still live practically alone in London, though he was in theory the presiding genius of the household at Fulham. But they must take to themselves a new sister, and they both knew, in spite of Clarissa's enthusiasm, that it might be that the new sister would be one whom they could not love. "I don't remember that I ever heard a word about her," said Clarissa. "I have been told that she is pretty. I do remember that," said Patience. "How old is she? Younger than we, I suppose." Now Clarissa Underwood at this time was 21, and Patience was nearly 2 years her senior. "Oh yes, about 19, I should say. I think I have been told that there were 4 or 5 older than Mary, who all died. Is it not strange and terrible to be left alone, the last of a large family, with not a relation whom one has ever seen? Poor dear girl!" "If she wrote the letter herself," continued Patience, "I think she must be clever." "I am sure I could not have written a letter at all in such a position," said Clarissa. And so they sat almost as late as their father, discussing the probable character and appearance of this new relation, and the chance of their being able to love her with all their hearts. There was the necessity for an immediate small sacrifice, but as to that there was no difficulty. Hitherto the two sisters had occupied separate bedrooms, but now, as one chamber must be given up to the stranger, It would be necessary that they should be together. But there are sacrifices which entail so little pain that the pleasant feeling of sacrificial devotion much more than atones for the consequences. Patience Underwood, the elder and the taller of the two girls, was certainly not pretty. Her figure was good, her hands and feet were small, and she was in all respects like a lady. But she possessed neither the feminine loveliness which comes so often simply from youth, nor that other rarer beauty which belongs to the face itself, and is produced by its own lines and its own expression. Her countenance was thin, and might perhaps have been called dry and hard. She was very like her father, without, however, her father's nose, and the redeeming feature of her face was to be found in that sense of intelligence which was conveyed by her bright grey eyes. There was the long chin, and there was the long upper lip, which, exaggerated in her father's countenance, made him so notoriously plain a man. And then her hair, though plentiful and long, did not possess that shining lustre which we love to see in girls, and which we all recognize as one of the sweetest graces of girlhood. Such, outwardly, was Patience Underwood, and of all those who knew her well, there was not one so perfectly satisfied that she did want personal attraction as was Patience Underwood herself. But she never spoke on the subject, even to her sister. She did not complain, neither, as is much more common, did she boast that she was no beauty. Her sister's loveliness was very dear to her, and of that she would sometimes break out into enthusiastic words. But of herself, externally, she said nothing. Her gifts, if she had any, were of another sort, and she was by no means willing to think of herself as one unendowed with gifts. She was clever, and knew herself to be clever. She could read and understand what she read. She saw the difference between right and wrong, and believed that she saw it clearly. She was not diffident of herself, and certainly was not unhappy. She had a strong religious faith, and knew how to supplement the sometimes failing happiness of this world by trusting in the happiness of the next. Were it not for her extreme anxiety in reference to her father, Patience Underwood would have been a happy woman. Clarissa, the younger, was a beauty. The fact that she was a beauty was acknowledged by all who knew her, and was well known to herself. It was a fact as to which there had never been a doubt since she was turned 15. She was somewhat shorter than her sister, and less slender. She was darker in complexion, and her hair, which was rich in colour, as brown hair can be, was lustrous, silky, and luxuriant. She wore it now, indeed, according to the fashion of the day, with a chignon on her head, but beneath that there were curls which escaped, and over her forehead it was clipped short, and was wavy and impertinent, as is also the fashion of the day. Such as it was, she so wore it that a man could hardly wish it to be otherwise. Her eyes, unlike those of her father and sister, were blue, and in the whole contour of her features there was nothing resembling theirs. The upper lip was short, and the chin was short and dimpled. There was a dimple on one cheek, too, a charm so much more maddening than when it is to be seen on both sides alike. Her nose was perfect, not Grecian, nor Roman, nor Egyptian, but simply English, only just not retroussé. There were those who said her mouth was a thought too wide, and her teeth too perfect, but they were of that class of critics to whom it is a necessity to cavil rather than to kiss. Added to all this, there was a childishness of manner about her, of which, though she herself was somewhat ashamed, all others were enamoured. It was not the childishness of very youthful years, for she had already reached the mature age of 21, but the half doubting, half pouting, half yielding, half obstinate, soft, loving, lovable childishness, which gives and exacts caresses, and which, when it is genuine, may exist to an age much beyond that which Clarissa Underwood had reached. But with all her charms, Clarissa was not so happy a girl as her sister. And for this lack of inward satisfaction there were at this time two causes. She believed herself to be a fool, and was in that respect jealous of her sister. And she believed herself to be in love, and in love almost without hope. As to her foolishness, it seemed to her to be a fact admitted by every one but by Patience herself. Not a human being came near her who did not seem to imply that any question as to wisdom or judgment or erudition between her and her sister would be a farce. Patience could talk Italian, could read German, knew, at least by name, every poet that had ever written, and was always able to say exactly what ought to be done. She could make the servants love her, and yet obey her, and could always dress on her allowance without owing a shilling. Whereas Clarissa was obeyed by no one, was in debt to her bootmaker and milliner, and, let her struggles in the cause be as gallant as they might, could not understand a word of Dante, and was aware that she read the Faery Queen exactly as a child performs the lesson. As to her love, there was a sharper sorrow. Need the reader be told that Ralph Newton was the hero to whom its late owner believed that her heart had been given? This was a sore subject which had never as yet been mentioned frankly even between the two sisters. In truth, though, Patience thought that there was a fancy. She did not think that there was much more than fancy, and as far as she could see, there was not even fancy on the young man's part. No word had been spoken that could be accepted as an expression of avowed love. So at least Patience believed, and she would have been very unhappy had it been otherwise, for Ralph Newton was not, in her opinion, a man to whose love her sister could be trusted with confidence. And yet, beyond her father and sister, there was no one whom Patience loved as she did Ralph Newton. There had, however, been a little episode in the life of Clarissa Underwood which had tended to make her sister uneasy, and which the reader may as well hear at once. There was a second Newton, a younger brother, but, though younger, not only in orders but in the possession of a living, Gregory Newton, the Reverend Gregory Newton, who, in the space of a few weeks' acquaintance, had fallen into a fury of love for Clarissa, and in the course of 3 months had made her as many offers, and had been as often refused. This had happened in the winter and spring previous to the opening of our story, and both Patience and Sir Thomas had been well disposed towards the young man's suit. He had not been committed to Sir Thomas's charge, as had Ralph, having been brought up under the care of the uncle whose heir Ralph was through the obligation of legal settlements. This uncle, having quarrelled with his own brother, since dead, and with his heir, had nevertheless taken his other nephew by the hand, and had bestowed upon the young clergyman the living of Newton. Gregory Newton had been brought to the villa by his brother, and had at once fallen on his knees before the beauty. But the beauty would have none of him, and he had gone back to his living in Hampshire a broken-hearted priest and swain. Now Patience, though she had never been directly so informed, feared that some partiality for the unworthy Ralph had induced her sister to refuse offers from the brother, who certainly was worthy. To the thinking of Patience Underwood, no lot in life could be happier for a woman than to be the wife of a zealous and praiseworthy parson of an English country parish. No lot in life, at least, could be happier for any woman who intended to become a wife. Such were the two girls at Popham Villa, who were told on that evening that a new sister was to be brought home to them. When the next morning came, they were, of course, still full of the subject. Sir Thomas was to go into London after breakfast, and he intended to walk over the bridge and catch an early train. He was as intent on being punctual to time as though he were bound to be all day in court, and fond as he might be of his daughters, had already enjoyed enough of the comforts of home to satisfy his taste. He did love his daughters, but even with them he was not at his ease. The only society he could enjoy was that of his books, or of his own thoughts, and the only human being whom he could endure to have long near him with equanimity was Joseph Stem. He had risen at 9, as was his custom, and before 10 he was bustling about with his hat and gloves. "Papa," said Clarissa, "when shall you be home again?" "I can't name a day, my dear." "Papa, do come soon." "No doubt I shall come soon." There was a slight tone of anger in his voice as he answered her last entreaty, and he was evidently in a hurry with his hat and gloves. "Papa," said Patience, "of course we shall see you again before you go to Southampton." The voice of the elder was quite different from that of the younger daughter, and Sir Thomas, though the tone and manner of the latter question was injurious to him, hardly dared to resent it. Yet they were not, as he thought, justified. It now wanted 12 days to the date of his intended journey, and not more than 3 or 4 times in his life had he been absent from home for 12 consecutive days. "Yes, my dear," he said, "I shall be home before that." "Because, papa, there are things to be thought of." "What things?" "Clarissa and I had better have a second bed in our room, unless you object." "You know I don't object. Have I ever objected to anything of the kind?" He now stood impatient with his hat in his hand. "I hardly like to order things without telling you, papa, and there are a few other articles of furniture needed." "You can get what you want. Run up to town and go to Barlow's. You can do that as well as I can." "But I should have liked to have settled something about our future way of living before Mary comes," said Patience in a very low voice. Sir Thomas frowned, and then he answered her very slowly. "There can be nothing new settled at all. Things will go on as they are at present. And I hope, Patience, you will do your best to make your cousin understand and receive favourably the future home which she will have to inhabit." "You may be sure, papa, I shall do my best," said Patience. And then Sir Thomas went. He did return to the villa before his journey to Southampton, but it was only on the eve of that journey. During the interval the two girls together had twice sought him at his chambers, a liberty on their part, which, as they well knew, he did not at all approve. "Sir Thomas is very busy," old Stem would say, shaking his head, even to his master's daughters. "And if you wouldn't mind," then he would make a feint as though to close the door, and would go through various manoeuvres of defence before he would allow the fort to be stormed. But Clarissa would ridicule old Stem to his face, and Patience would not allow herself to be beaten by him. On their second visit they did make their way into their father's sanctum, and they never knew whether in truth he had been there when they called before. "Old Stem doesn't in the least mind what lies he tells," Clarissa had said. To this Patience made no reply, feeling that the responsibility for those figments might not perhaps lie exclusively on old Stem's shoulders. "My dears, this is such an out of the way place for you," Sir Thomas said as soon as the girls had made good their entrance. But the girls had so often gone through all this before, that they now regarded but little what ejaculations of that nature were made to them. "I have come to show you this list, papa," said Patience. Sir Thomas took the list, and found that it contained various articles for bedroom and kitchen use, towels, sheets, pots and pans, knives and forks, and even a set of curtains and a carpet. "I shouldn't have thought that a girl of 18 would have wanted all these things. A new corkscrew, for instance. But if she does, as I told you before, you must get them." "Of course they are not all for Mary," said Patience. "The fact is, papa," said Clarissa, "you never do look to see how things are getting worn out." "Clarissa!" exclaimed the angry father. "Indeed, papa, if you were more at home, and saw those things," began Patience. "I have no doubt it is all right. Get what you want. Go to Barlow's, and to Green's, and to Block and Blowhard. Don't let there be any bills, that's all. I will give you cheques when you get the accounts. And now, my dears, I am in the middle of work which will not bear interruption." Then they left him, and when he did come to the villa on the evening before his journey, most of the new articles, including the corkscrew, were already in the house. End of chapter 2. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 3 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. What happened on the lawn at Popham Villa. Sir Thomas started for Southampton on a Friday, having understood that the steamer from St. Thomas would reach the harbour on Saturday morning. He would then immediately bring Mary Bonner up to London and down to Fulham, and there certainly had come to be a tacit understanding that he would stay at home on the following Sunday. On the Friday evening the girls were alone at the villa, but there was nothing in this, as it was the life to which they were accustomed. They habitually dined at 2, calling the meal lunch, then had a 5 or 6 o'clock tea, and omitted altogether the ceremony of dinner. They had local acquaintances with whom occasionally they would spend their evenings, and now and then an old maid or two, and now and then also a young maid or two would drop in on them. But it was their habit to be alone. During these days of which we are speaking, Clarissa would take her Fairy Queen, and would work hard perhaps for half an hour. Then the Fairy Queen would be changed for a novel, and she would look up from her book to see whether Patience had turned upon her any glance of reprobation. Patience in the meantime would sit with unsullied conscience at her work. And so the evenings would glide by, and in these soft summer days the girls would sit out upon the lawn, and would watch the boats of London watermen as they passed up and down below the bridge. On this very evening, the last on which they were to be together before the arrival of their cousin, Patience came out upon the lawn with her hat and gloves. "I am going across to Miss Spooner's," she said. "Will you come?" But Clarissa was idle, and making some little joke, not very much to the honour of Miss Spooner, declared that she was hot and tired, and had a headache, and would stay at home. "Don't be too long, Patty," she said. "It is such a bore to be alone." Patience promised a speedy return, and, making her way to the gate, crossed the road to Miss Spooner's abode. She was hardly out of sight when the nose of a wager boat was driven up against the bank, and there was Ralph Newton, sitting in a blue jersey shirt, with a straw hat, and the perspiration running from his handsome brow. Clarissa did not see him till he whistled to her, and then she started and laughed and ran down to the boat, and hardly remembered that she was quite alone till she had taken his hand. "I don't think I'll come out, but you must get me some soda water and brandy," said Ralph. "Where's Patience?" "Patience has gone out to see an old maid, and we haven't got any brandy." "I am so hot," said Ralph, carefully extricating himself from the boat. "You have got sherry?" "Yes, we've got sherry, and port wine, and Gladstone." And away she went to get him such refreshment as the villa possessed. He drank his sherry and soda water, and lit his pipe, and lay there on the lawn, as though he were quite at home, and Clarissa ministered to him, unconscious of any evil. He had been brought up with him on terms of such close intimacy that she was entitled to regard him as a brother, almost as a brother, if only she were able to so regard him. It was her practice to call him Ralph, and her own name was as common to him as though she were in truth his sister. "And what do you think of this new cousin?" he asked. "I can think nothing as yet, but I mean to like her." "I mean to hate her furiously," said Ralph. "That is nonsense. She will be nothing to you. You needn't even see her unless you please. But, Ralph, do put your jacket on. I'm sure you'll catch cold." And then she went down and hooked his jacket for him out of the boat, and put it over his shoulders. "I won't have you throw it off," she said. "If you come here, you must do as you're told." "You needn't have knocked the pipe out of my mouth all the same. What is she like, I wonder?" "Very, very beautiful, I'm told." "A kind of tropical Venus, all eyes and dark skin and fair hair and strong passions, and apt to murder people, but at the same time so lazy that she is never to do anything either for herself or anybody else. Wouldn't fetch a fellow's jacket for him, let him be catching cold ever so fast." "She wouldn't fetch yours, I dare say." "And why shouldn't she?" "Because she doesn't know you." "They soon get to know one, girls of that sort. I'm told that in the West Indies you become as thick as thieves in half a morning's flirtation, and are expected to propose at the second meeting." "That is not to be your way with our cousin, I can assure you." "But these proposals out there never mean much. You may be engaged to half a dozen girls at the same time, and be sure that each of them will be engaged to half a dozen men. There's some comfort in that, you know." "Oh, Ralph!" "That's what they tell me. I haven't been there. I shall come and look at her, you know." "Of course you will." "And if she's very lovely." "What then?" "I do like pretty girls, you know." "I don't know anything about it." "I wonder what Uncle Gregory would say if I were to marry a West Indian. He wouldn't say much to me because we never speak, but he'd lead poor Greg a horrid life. He'd be sure to think she was a nigger, or at least a Creole. But I shan't do that." "You might do worse, Ralph." "But I might do much better." As he said this he looked up into her face with all the power of his eyes, and poor Clarissa could only blush. She knew what he meant, and knew that she was showing him that she was conscious. She would have given much not to blush, and not to have been so manifestly conscious. But she had no power to control herself. "I might do much better," he said. "Don't you think so?" As far as she could judge of her own feelings at this moment, in the absolute absence of any previous accurate thought on the subject, she fancied that a real, undoubting, trustworthy engagement with Ralph Newton would make her the happiest girl in England. She had never told herself that she was in love with him. She had never flattered herself that he was in love with her. She had never balanced the matter in her mind as a contingency likely to occur. But now, at this moment, as he lay there smoking his pipe and looking full into her blushing face, she did think that to have him for her own lover would be joy enough for her whole life. She knew that he was idle, extravagant, fond of pleasure, and unsteady, as she said in her vocabulary, would be disposed to describe the character which she believed to be his. But in her heart of hearts she liked unsteadiness in men, if it were not carried too far. Ralph's brother, the parson, as to whom she was informed that he possessed every virtue incident to humanity, and who was quite as good looking as his brother, had utterly failed to touch her heart. A black coat and a white cravat were antipathetic to her. Ralph, as he lay on the greensward, hot with the linen trousers and a coloured flannel shirt, with a small straw hat stuck on the edge of his head, with nothing around his throat, and his jacket over his shoulder, with a pipe in his mouth and an empty glass beside him, was to her in externals the beau ideal of a young man. And then, though he was unsteady, extravagant, and idle, his sins were not so deep as to exclude him from her father's and her sister's favour. He was there on the villa lawn, not as an interloper, but by implied permission. Though she made for herself no argument on the matter, not having much time just now for arguing, she felt that it was her undoubted privilege to be made love to by Ralph Newton, if he and she pleased so to amuse themselves. She had never been told not to be made love to by him. Of course she would not engage herself without her father's permission. Of course she would tell Patience if Ralph should say anything very special to her. But she had a right to be made love to if she liked it, and in this case she would like it. But when Ralph looked at her and asked her whether he might not do better than to marry her West Indian cousin, she had not a word with which to answer him. He smoked on for some seconds in silence, still looking at her, while she stood over him, blushing. Then he spoke again. "I think I might do a great deal better." But still she had not a word for him. "Ah, I suppose I must be off," he said, jumping up on his legs and flinging his jacket over his arm. "Patience will be in soon." "I expect her every minute." "If I were to say something uncivil about Patience, I suppose you wouldn't like it?" "Certainly I shouldn't like it." "Only just to wish she were at Jericho?" "Nonsense, Ralph." "Yes, that would be nonsense. And the chances are, you know, that you would be at Jericho with her. Dear, dear Clary, you know I love you." Then he put his right arm around her waist, pipe and all, and kissed her. She certainly had expected no such assault, had not only not thought of it, but had not known it to be among the possibilities that might occur to her. She had never been so treated before. One other lover she had had, as we know, but by him she had been treated with the deference due by an inferior to a superior being. It would have been very nice if Ralph would have told her that he loved her, but this was not nice. That had been done which she would not dare to tell to Patience, which she could not have endured that Patience should have seen. She was bound to resent it, but how? She stood silent for a moment and then burst into tears. "You are not angry with me, Clary?" he said. "I am angry, very angry. Go away. I will never speak to you again." "You know how dearly I love you." "I don't love you at all. You have insulted me, and I will never forgive you. Go away." At this moment the step of Patience coming up from the gate was heard upon the gravel. Clarissa's first thought when she heard it was to hide her tears. Though the man had injured her, insulted her, her very last resource would be to complain to others of the injury or the insult. It must be hidden in her own breast, but remembered always. Forgotten it could not be, nor, as she thought at the moment, forgiven. But above all, it must not be repeated. As to any show of anger against the sinner, that was impossible to her, because it was so necessary that the sin should be hidden. "What, Ralph? Have you been here long?" asked Patience, looking with somewhat suspicious eyes at Clarissa's back, which was turned to her. "About half an hour, waiting for you, and smoking, and drinking soda water. I have a boat here, and I must be off now." "You'll have the tide with you," said Clarissa, with an effort. "There is a tide in the affairs of men," said Ralph, with a forced laugh. "My affairs shall at once take advantage of this tide. I'll come again very soon to see the new cousin. Good bye, girls." Then he inserted himself into his boat, and took himself off without bestowing even anything of a special glance upon Clarissa. "Is there anything the matter?" Patience asked. "No; only why did you stay all the evening with that stupid old woman when you promised me that you would be back in 10 minutes?" I said nothing about 10 minutes, Clary, and after all, I haven't been an hour gone. Miss Spooner is in trouble about her tenant who won't pay the rent, and she had to tell me all about it. Stupid old woman. Have you and Ralph been quarrelling, Clary? No. Why should we quarrel? There seems to have been something wrong. It's so stupid being found all alone here. It makes one feel that one is so desolate. I do wish papa would live with us like other girls' fathers. As he won't, it would be much better not to let people come at all. Patience was sure that something had happened, and that something must have reference to the guise of lover, either assumed or not assumed, by Ralph Newton. She accused her sister of no hypocrisy, but she was aware that Clarissa's words were wild, not expressing the girl's thoughts, and spoken almost at random. Something must be said, and therefore these complaints had been made. "Clary, dear, don't you like Ralph?" she asked. "No, that is, oh yes, I like him, of course. My head aches, and I'll go to bed." "Wait a few minutes, Clary. Something has disturbed you, has it not?" "Everything disturbs me." "But if there is anything special, won't you tell me?" There had been something very special which Clarissa certainly would not tell. "What has he said to you? I don't think he would be simply cross to you." "He has not been cross at all." "What is it then? Well, if you won't tell me, I think you are afraid of me. We never yet have been afraid of each other." Then there was a pause. "Clary, has he said that he loves you?" There was another pause. Clarissa thought it all over, and for a moment was not quite certain whether any such sweet assurance had or had not been given to her. Then she remembered his words. "You know how dearly I love you." But ought they to be sweet to her now? Had he not so offended her that there could never be forgiveness? And if no forgiveness, how then could his love be sweet to her? Patience waited, and then repeated her question. "Tell me, Clary, what has he said to you?" "I don't know." "Do you love him, Clary?" "No, I hate him." "Hate him, Clary? You did not use to hate him. You did not hate him yesterday. You would not hate him without a cause. My darling, tell me what it means. If you and I do not trust each other, what will the world be to us? There is no one else to whom we can tell our troubles." Nevertheless, Clarissa would not tell this trouble. "Why do you say that you hate him?" "I don't know why. Oh dear, Patty, why do you go on so? Yes, he did say that he loved me. There." "And did that make you unhappy?" "It need not make you unhappy, though you should refuse him. When his brother asked you to marry him, that did not make you unhappy." "Yes, it did, very." "And is this the same?" "No, it is quite different." "I am afraid, Clary, that Ralph Newton would not make a good husband. He is extravagant and in debt, and papa would not like it." "Then papa should not let him come here just as he pleases and whenever he likes. It is papa's fault. That is to say, it would be if there were anything in it." "Is there nothing in it, Clary? What answer did you make when he told you that he loved you?" "You came, and I made no answer. I do so wish that you had come before." She wanted to tell her sister everything but the one thing, but was unable to do so because the one thing affected the other things so vitally. As it was, Patience, finding that she could press her questions no further, was altogether in the dark. That Ralph had made a declaration of love to her sister she did know, but in what manner Clarissa had received it she could not guess. She had hitherto feared that Clary was too fond of the young man, but Clary would now only say that she hated him. But the matter would soon be set at rest. Ralph Newton would now, no doubt, go to their father. If Sir Thomas would permit it, this new-fangled hatred of Clary's would, Patience thought, soon be overcome. If, however, as was more probable, Sir Thomas should violently disapprove, then there would be no more visits from Ralph Newton to the villa. As there had been a declaration of love, of course their father would be informed of it at once. Patience, having so resolved, allowed her sister to go to bed without further questioning. In Clarissa's own bosom the great offence had been forgiven, or rather condoned, before the morning. Her lover had been very cruel to her, very wicked, and most unkind, especially unkind in this, that he had turned to absolute pain a moment of life which might have been of all moments the fullest of joy, and especially cruel in this, that he had so treated her that she could not look forward to future joy without alloy. She could forgive him, yes, but she could not endure that he should think that she would forgive him. She was willing to blot out the offence, as a thing by itself, in an island of her life, of which no one should ever think again. Was she to lose her lover for ever because she did not forgive him? If they could only come to some agreement that the offence should be acknowledged to be heinous, unpardonable, but committed in temporary madness, and that henceforward it should be buried in oblivion. Such agreement, however, was impossible. There could be no speech about the matter. Was she or was she not to lose her lover for ever because he had done this wicked thing? During the night she made up her mind that she could not afford to pay such a price for the sake of avenging virtue. For the future she would be on her guard. Wicked and heartless man who had robbed her of so much! And yet how charming he had been to her as he looked into her eyes, and told her that he could do very much better than fall in love with her West Indian cousin. Then she thought of the offence again. Ah, if only a time might come in which they should be engaged together as man and wife with the consent of everybody. Then there would be no more offences. End of chapter 3. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 4 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary Bonner. While Clarissa Underwood was being kissed on the lawn at Popham Villa, Sir Thomas was sitting, very disconsolate, in a private room at the Dolphin, in Southampton. It had required no great consideration to induce him to resolve that a home should be given by him to his niece. Though he was a man so weak that he could allow himself to shun from day to day his daily duty, and to do this so constantly as to make up out of various omissions, small in themselves, a vast aggregate of misconduct, still he was one who would certainly do what his conscience prompted him to be right in any great matter as to which the right and wrong appeared to him to be clearly defined. Though he loved his daughters dearly, he could leave them from day to day almost without protection, because each day's fault in so doing was of itself but small. This new niece of his he certainly did not love at all. He had never seen her. He was almost morbidly fearful of new responsibilities. He expected nothing but trouble in thus annexing a new unknown member to his family. And yet he had decided upon doing it because the duty to be done was great enough to be clearly marked, demanding an immediate resolve, and capable of no postponement. But as he thought of it, sitting alone on the eve of the girl's coming, he was very uneasy. What was he to do with her if he found her to be one difficult to manage, self-willed, vexatious, or, worse again, ill-conditioned as to conduct, and hurtful to his own children? Should it even become imperative upon him to be rid of her, how should riddance be effected? And then what would she think of him and his habits of life? And this brought him to other reflections. Might it not be possible utterly to break up that establishment of his in Southampton Buildings, so that he would be forced by the necessity of things to live at his home, at some home which he would share with the girls? He knew himself well enough to be sure that while those chambers remained in his possession, as long as that bedroom and bed were at his command, he could not extricate himself from the dilemma. Day after day the temptation was too great for him, and he hated the villa. There was nothing there that he could do. He had no books at the villa, and, so he averred, there was something in the air of Fulham which prevented him from reading books when he brought them there. No, he must break altogether fresh ground, and set up a new establishment. One thing was clear. He could not now do this before Mary Bonner's arrival, and therefore there was nothing to create any special urgency. He had hoped that his girls would marry, so that he might be left to live alone in his chambers, waited upon by old Stem, without sin on his part. But he was beginning to discover that girls do not always get married out of the way in their first bloom. And now he was taking to himself another girl. He must, he knew, give over all hope of escape in that direction. He was very uneasy, and when quite late at night, or rather early in the morning, he took himself to bed, his slumbers were not refreshing. The truth was that no air suited him for sleeping except the air of Southampton Buildings. The packet from St. Thomas was to be in the harbour at 8 o'clock the next morning. Telegrams from Cape Clear, the Lizard, Eddystone Lighthouse, and where not, having made all that as certain as sun-rising. At 8 o'clock he was down on the quay, and there was the travelling city of the Royal Atlantic Steam Mail Packet Company at that moment being warped into the harbour. The ship, as he walked along the jetty, was so near to him that he could plainly see the faces of the passengers on deck, men and women, girls and children, all dressed up to meet their friends on shore, crowding the sides of the vessel in their eagerness to be among the first to get on shore. He anxiously scanned the faces of the ladies, that he might guess which was to be the lady that was to be to him almost the same as a daughter. He saw not one as to whom he could say that he had a hope. Some there were in the crowd, some 3 or 4, as to whom he acknowledged that he had a fear. At last he remembered that his girl would necessarily be in deep mourning. He saw 2 young women in black, but there was nothing to prepossess him about either of them. One of them was insignificant and very plain. The other was fat and untidy. They neither of them looked like ladies. What if fate should have sent him as a daughter, as a companion for his girls, that fat, untidy, ill-bred-looking young woman? As it happened, the ill-bred-looking young woman whom he feared was a cook who had married a ship steward, had gone out among the islands with her husband, had found that the speculation did not answer, and was now returning in the hope of earning her bread in her old vocation. Of this woman Sir Thomas Underwood was in great dread. But at last he was on board, and whispered his question to the purser. Miss Bonner? Oh yes, Miss Bonner was on board. Was he Sir Thomas Underwood, Miss Bonner's uncle? The purser evidently knew all about it, and there was something in his tone which seemed to assure Sir Thomas that the fat, untidy woman and his niece could not be one and the same person. The purser had just raised his cap to Sir Thomas, and had turned towards the cabin stairs to go in search of the lady herself, but he was stopped immediately by Miss Bonner herself. The purser did his task very well, said some slight word to introduce the uncle and the niece together, and then vanished. Sir Thomas blushed, shuffled with his feet, and put out both his hands. He was shy, astonished, and frightened, and did not know what to say. The girl came up to him, took his hand in hers, holding it for a moment, and then kissed it. "I did not think you would come yourself," she said. "Of course I have come myself. My girls are at home, and will receive you to night." She said nothing further then, but again raised his hand and kissed it. It is hardly too much to say that Sir Thomas Underwood was in a tremble as he gazed upon his niece. Had she been on deck as he walked along the quay, and had he noted her, he would not have dared to think that such a girl as that was coming to his house. He declared to himself at once that she was the most lovely young woman he had ever seen. She was tall and somewhat large, with fair hair, of which now but very little could be seen, with dark eyes and perfect eyebrows, and a face which, either for colour or lines of beauty, might have been taken as a model for any female saint or martyr. There was a perfection of symmetry about it, and an assertion of intelligence combined with a loveliness which almost frightened her uncle. For there was something there also beyond intelligence and loveliness. We have heard of an eye to threaten and command. Sir Thomas did not at this moment tell himself that Mary Bonner had such an eye, but he did involuntarily and unconsciously acknowledge to himself that over such a woman as this whom he now saw before him, it would be very difficult for him to exercise parental control. He had heard that she was 19, but it certainly seemed to him that she was older than his own daughters. As to Clary, there could be no question between the two girls as to which of them would exercise authority over the other, not by force of age, but by dint of character, will, and fitness. And this Mary Bonner, who now shone before him as a goddess almost, a young woman to whom no ordinary man would speak without that kind of trepidation which goddesses do inflict on ordinary men, had proposed to herself to go out as a governess. Indeed, at this very moment such, probably, was her own idea. As yet she had received no reply to the letter she had written, other than that which was now conveyed by her uncle's presence. A few questions were asked as to the voyage. No, she had not been at all ill. "I have almost feared," she said, "to reach England, thinking I should be so desolate." "We will not let you be desolate," said Sir Thomas, brightening up a little under the graciousness of the goddess's demeanour. "My girls are looking forward to your coming with the greatest delight." Then she asked some question as to her cousins, and Sir Thomas thought that there was majesty even in her voice. It was low, soft, and musical, but yet, even in that, as in her eye, there was something that indicated a power of command. He had no servant with him to assist in looking after her luggage. Old Stemm was the only man in his employment, and he could hardly have brought Stemm down to Southampton on such an errand. But he soon found that everybody about the ship was ready to wait upon Miss Bonner. Even the captain came to take a special farewell of her, and the second officer seemed to have nothing to do but to look after her. The doctor was at her elbow to the last, and all her boxes and trunks seemed to extricate themselves from the general mass with a readiness which is certainly not experienced by ordinary passengers. There are certain favours in life which are very charming, but very unjust to others, and which we may perhaps lump under the name of priority of service. Money will hardly buy it. When money does buy it, there is no injustice. When priority of service is had, like a coach and four, by the man who can afford to pay for it, industry, which is the source of wealth, receives its fitting reward. Rank will often procure it, most unjustly, as we who have no rank feel sometimes with great soreness. Position other than that of rank, official position or commercial position, will secure it in certain cases. A railway train is stopped at a wrong place for a railway director, or a post office manager gets his letters taken after time. These, too, are grievances. But priority of service is perhaps more readily accorded to feminine beauty, and especially to unprotected feminine beauty, than to any other form of claim. Whether or no this is ever felt as a grievance, ladies who are not beautiful may perhaps be able to say. There flits across our memory at the present moment some reminiscence of angry glances at the too speedy attendance given by custom-house officers to pretty women. But this priority of service is, we think, if not deserved, at least so natural as to take it out of the catalogue of evils of which complaint should be made. One might complain with as much avail that men will fall in love with pretty girls instead of with those who are ugly. On the present occasion Sir Thomas was well contented. He was out of the ship and through the custom house, and at the railway station and back at the inn before the struggling mass of passengers had found out whether their longed-for boxes had or had not come with them in the ship. And then Miss Bonner took it all, not arrogantly, as though it were her due, but just as the grass takes rain or the flowers sunshine. These good things came to her from heaven, and no doubt she was thankful. But they came to her so customarily, as does a man's dinner to him, or his bed, that she could not manifest surprise at what was done for her. Sir Thomas hardly spoke to her except about her journey and her luggage till they were down together in the sitting-room at the inn. Then he communicated to her his proposal as to her future life. It was right, he thought, that she should know at once what he intended. 2 hours ago, before he had seen her, he had thought of telling her simply where she was to live, and of saying that he would find a home for her. Now he found it expedient to place the matter in a different light. He would offer her the shelter of his roof, as though she were a queen who might choose among her various palaces. "Mary," he said, "we hope that you will stay with us altogether." "To live with you, do you mean?" "Certainly to live with us." "I have no right to expect such an offer as that." "But every right to accept it, my dear, when it is made. That is, if it suits you." "I had not dreamed of that. I thought that, perhaps, you would let me come to you for a few weeks till I should know what to do." "You shall come and be one of us altogether, my dear, if you think that you will like it. My girls have no nearer relative than you, and we are not so barbarous as to turn our backs on a new-found cousin." She again kissed his hand, and then turned away from him and wept. "You feel it all strange now," he said, "but I hope we shall be able to make you comfortable." "I have been so lonely," she sobbed out amidst her tears. He had not dared to say a word to her about her father, whose death had taken place not yet 3 months since. Of his late brother-in-law he had known little or nothing, except that the General had been a man who always found it difficult to make both ends meet, and who had troubled him frequently, not exactly for loans, but in regard to money arrangements which had been disagreeable to him. Whether General Bonner had or had not been an affectionate father, he had never heard. There are men who, in Sir Thomas's position, would have known all about such a niece after a few hours' acquaintance. But our lawyer was not such a man. Though the girl seemed to him to be everything that was charming, he did not dare to question her, and when they arrived at the station in London no word had as yet been said about the General. As they were having the luggage piled on the top of a cab, the fat cook passed along the platform. "I hope you are more comfortable now, Mrs. Woods," said Mary Bonner, with a smile as sweet as May, while she gave her hand to the woman. "Thank ye, miss, I'm better, but it's only a moil of trouble, one thing as well as t'other." Mrs. Woods was evidently very melancholy at the contemplation of her prospects. "I hope you'll find yourself comfortable now." Then she whispered to Sir Thomas, "She is a poor young woman whose husband has ill-used her, and she lost her only child, and has now come here to earn her bread. She isn't nice looking, but she is so good." Sir Thomas did not dare to tell Mary Bonner that he had already noticed Mrs. Wood, and that he had conceived the idea that Mrs. Wood was the niece of whom he had come in search. They made the journey at once to Fulham in the cab, and Sir Thomas found it to be very long. He was proud of his new niece, but he did not know what to say to her, and he felt that she, though he was sure that she was clever, gave him no encouragement to speak. It was all very well while, with her beautiful eyes full of tears, she had gone through the ceremony of kissing his hand in token of her respect and gratitude, but that had been done often enough, and could not very well be repeated in the cab. So they sat silent, and he was rejoiced when he saw those offensive words, Popham Villa, on the posts of his gateway. "We have only a humble little house, my dear," he said, as they turned in. She looked at him and smiled. "I believe you West Indians generally are lodged very sumptuously." "Papa had a large straggling place up in the hills, but it was anything but sumptuous. I do love the idea of an English home where things are nice and neat. Oh dear, how lovely! That is the River Thames, isn't it? How very beautiful!" Then the two girls were at the door of the cab, and the newcomer was enveloped in the embraces of her cousins. Sir Thomas, as he walked along the banks of the river, while the young ladies prepared each other for dinner, reflected that he had never in his life done such a day's work before as he had just accomplished. When he had married a wife, that indeed had been a great piece of business, but it had been done slowly, for he had been engaged 4 years, and he had of course been much younger at that period. Now he had brought into his family a new inmate who would force him in his old age to change all his habits of life. He did not think that he would dare to neglect Mary Bonner, and to stay in London while she lived at the villa. He was almost sorry that he had ever heard of Mary Bonner, in spite of her beauty, and although he had as yet been able to find in her no cause of complaint. She was ladylike and quiet, but yet he was afraid of her. When she came down into the drawing room with her hand clasped in that of Clarissa, he was still more afraid of her. She was dressed all in black, with the utmost simplicity, with nothing on her by way of ornament beyond a few large black beads, but yet she seemed to him to be splendid. There was a grace of motion about her that was almost majestic. Clary was very pretty indeed, but Clary was just the girl that an old gentleman likes to fetch him his slippers and give him his tea. Sir Thomas felt that, old as he was, it would certainly be his business to give Mary Bonner her tea. The two girls contrived to say a few words to their father that night before they joined Mary amidst her trunks in her bedroom. "Papa, isn't she lovely?" said Clarissa. "She certainly is a very handsome young woman." "And not a bit like what I expected," continued Clary. "Of course I knew she was good looking. I had always heard that. But I thought that she would have been a sort of West Indian girl, dark and lazy and selfish. Ralph is saying that is what they are out there." "I don't suppose that Ralph knows anything about it," said Sir Thomas. "And what do you say of your new cousin Patience?" "I think I shall love her dearly. She is so gentle and sweet." "But she is not at all what you expected?" demanded Clarissa. "I hardly know what I expected," replied prudent Patience; "but certainly I did not expect anything so lovely as she is. Of course we can't know her yet, but as far as one can judge, I think I shall like her." "But she is so magnificently beautiful," said the energetic Clarissa. "I think she is," said Sir Thomas, "and I quite admit that it is a kind of beauty to surprise one. It did surprise me. Had not one of you better go upstairs to her?" Then both the girls bounded off to assist their cousin in her chamber. CHAPTER V. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 5 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mr. Neefit and His Family. Mr. Neefit was a breeches maker in Conduit Street, of such repute that no hunting man could be said to go decently into the hunting field unless decorated by a garment made in Mr. Neefit's establishment. His manipulation of leather was something marvellous, and in latter years he had added to his original art, an art which had at first been perfect rather than comprehensive, an exquisite skill in cords, buckskins, and such like materials. When his trade was becoming prosperous he had thoughts of degenerating into a tailor, adding largely to his premises, and of compensating his pride by the prospects of great increase to his fortune. But an angel of glory had whispered to him to let well alone, and he was still able to boast that all his measurements had been confined to the legs of sportsmen. Instead of extending his business, he had simply extended his price, and had boldly clapped on an extra half-guinea to every pair that he supplied. The experiment was altogether successful, and when it was heard by the riding men of the city that Mr. Neefit's prices were undoubtedly higher than those of any other breeches maker in London, and that he had refused to supply breeches for the grooms of a marquis because the marquis was not a hunting man, the riding men of the city flocked to him in such numbers that it became quite a common thing for them to give their orders in June and July, so that they might not be disappointed when November came round. Mr. Neefit was a prosperous man, but he had his troubles. Now it was a great trouble to him that some sporting men would be so very slow in paying for the breeches in which they took pride. Mr. Neefit's fortune had not been rapid in early life. He had begun with a small capital and a small establishment, and even now his place of business was very limited in size. He had been clever enough to make profit even out of its smallness, and had contrived that it should be understood that the little back room in which men were measured was so diminutive because it did not suit his special business to welcome a crowd. It was his pride, he said, to wait upon hunting men, but with the garments of the world at large he wished to have no concern whatever. In the outer shop, looking into Conduit Street, there was a long counter on which goods were unrolled for inspection, and on which an artist, the solemnity of whose brow and whose rigid silence betokened the nature of his great employment, was always cutting out leather. This grave man was a German, and there was a rumour among young sportsmen that old Neefit paid this highly skilled operator £600 a year for his services. Nobody knew as he did how each morsel of leather would behave itself under the needle, or could come within 2 hairs' breadths of him in accuracy across the knee pan. As for measuring, Mr. Neefit did that himself, almost always. To be measured by Mr. Neefit was as essential to perfection as to be cut out for by the German. There were rumours, indeed, that from certain classes of customers Mr. Neefit and the great foreigner kept themselves personally aloof. It was believed that Mr. Neefit would not condescend to measure a retail tradesman. Latterly, indeed, there had arisen a doubt whether he would lay his august hand on a stockbroker's leg, though little Wallop, one of the young glories of Capel Court, swears that he is handled by him every year. "Confound his impudence," says Wallop. "I'd like to see him sending a foreman to me. And as for cutting, do you think I don't know Bowers and?" The name of the foreign artist is not exactly known, but it is pronounced as we have written it, and spelt in that fashion by sporting gentlemen when writing to each other. Our readers may be told in confidence that up to a very late date Mr. Neefit lived in the rooms over his shop. This is certainly not the thing for a prosperous tradesman to do. Indeed, if a tradesman be known not to have a private residence, he will hardly become prosperous. But Neefit had been a cautious man. Until 2 years before the commencement of our story, he had actually lived in Conduit Street, working hard, however, to keep his residence a deep secret from his customers at large. Now he was the proud possessor of a villa residence at Hendon, 2 miles out in the country, beyond the Swiss Cottage, and all his customers knew that he was never to be found before 9:30 a.m. or after 5:15 p.m. As we have said, Mr. Neefit had his troubles, and one of his great troubles was our young friend Ralph Newton. Ralph Newton was a hunting man with a stud of horses, never less than 4, and sometimes running up to 7 and 8, always standing at the Moonbeam at Barnfield. All men know that Barnfield is in the middle of the B.B. Hunt, the 2 initials standing for those 2 sporting counties, Berkshire and Buckinghamshire. Now Mr. Neefit had a very large connection in the B.B., and though he never was on horseback in his life, subscribed £25 a year to the pack. Mr. Ralph Newton had long favoured him with this custom, but we are sorry to say Mr. Ralph Newton had become a thorn in the flesh to many a tradesman in these days. It was not that he never paid. He did pay something, but as he ordered more than he paid, the sum total against him was always an increasing figure. But then he was a most engaging, civil-spoken young man, whose order it was almost impossible to decline. It was known, moreover, that his prospects were so good. Nevertheless, it is not pleasant for a breeches maker to see the second £100 accumulating on his books for leather breeches for one gentleman. "What does he do with them?" old Neefit would say to himself, but he didn't dare to ask any such question of Mr. Newton. It isn't for a tradesman to complain that a gentleman consumes too many of his articles. Things, however, went so far that Mr. Neefit found it to be incumbent on him to make special inquiry about those prospects. Things had gone very far indeed, for Ralph Newton appeared one summer evening at the villa at Hendon, and absolutely asked the breeches maker to lend him £100. Before he left he had taken tea with Mr. and Mrs. and Miss Neefit on the lawn, and had received almost a promise that the loan should be forthcoming if he would call in Conduit Street on the following morning. That had been early in May, and Ralph Newton had called, and though there had been difficulties, he had received the money before 3 days had passed. Mr. Neefit was a stout little man, with a bald head and somewhat protrusive eyes, whose manners to his customers contained a combination of dictatorial assurance and subservience, which he had found to be efficacious in his peculiar business. On general subjects he would rub his hands and bow his head and agree most humbly with every word that was uttered. In the same day he would be a Radical and a Conservative, devoted to the Church, and a scoffer at parsons, animated on behalf of staghounds, and a loud censurer of aught in the way of hunting other than the orthodox fox. On all trivial outside subjects he considered it to be his duty as a tradesman simply to ingratiate himself, but in a matter of breeches he gave way to no man, let his custom be what it might. He knew his business, and was not going to be told by any man whether the garments which he made did or did not fit. It was the duty of a gentleman to come and allow him to see them on while still in a half embryo condition. If gentlemen did their duty, he was sure that he could do his. He would take back anything that was not approved without a murmur, but after that he must decline further transactions. It was, moreover, quite understood that to complain of his materials was so to insult him that he would condescend to make no civil reply. An elderly gentleman from Essex once told him that his buttons were given to breaking. "If you have your breeches washed by an old woman in the country," said Mr. Neefit very slowly, looking into the elderly gentleman's face, "and then run through the mangle, the buttons will break." The elderly gentleman never dared even to enter the shop again. Mr. Neefit was perhaps somewhat over imperious in matters relating to his own business, but in excuse for him it must be stated that he was in truth an honest tradesman. He was honest at least so far that he did his breeches as well as he knew how. He had made up his mind that the best way to make his fortune was to send out good articles, and he did his best. Whether or no he was honest in adding on that additional half-guinea to the price because he found that the men with whom he dealt were fools enough to be attracted by a high price, shall be left to advanced moralists to decide. In that universal agreement with diverse opinions, there must, we fear, have been something of dishonesty. But he made the best of breeches, put no shoddy or cheap stitching into them, and was upon the whole an honest tradesman. From 9:30 to 5:15 were Mr. Neefit's hours, but it had come to be understood by those who knew the establishment well that from 12:30 to 1:30 the master was always absent. The young man who sat at the high desk and seemed to spend all his time in contemplating the bad debts in the ledger would tell gentlemen who called up to 1 that Mr. Neefit was in the City. After 1 it was always said that Mr. Neefit was out lunching at the restaurant. The truth was that Mr. Neefit always dined in the middle of the day at a public house round the corner, having a chop and a follow chop, a pint of beer, a penny newspaper, and a pipe. When the villa at Hendon had been first taken, Mrs. Neefit had started late dinners, but that vigilant and intelligent lady had soon perceived that this simply meant, in regard to her husband, 2 dinners a day, and apoplexy. She had therefore returned to the old ways, an early dinner for herself and daughter, and a little bit of supper at night. Now, one day in June, that very Saturday on which Sir Thomas Underwood had brought his niece home to Fulham, the day after that wicked kiss on the lawn at Fulham, Ralph Newton walked into Neefit's shop during the hour of Mr. Neefit's absence, and ordered 3 pair of breeches. Herr Hawa, the cutter, who never left his board during the day for more than 5 minutes at a time, remained, as was his custom, mute and apparently inattentive. But the foreman came down from his perch and took the order. Mr. Neefit was out, unfortunately, in the City. Ralph Newton remarked that his measure was not in the least altered, gave his order, and went out. 3 pair? Leather? asked Mr. Neefit, when he returned, raising his eyebrows, and clearly showing that the moment was not one of unmixed delight. 2 leather, 1 cord, said the foreman. He had 4 pair last year, said Mr. Neefit, in a tone so piteous that it might almost have been thought he was going to weep. £189 14 shillings and 9 was the Christmas figure, said the foreman, turning back to a leaf in the book which he found without any difficulty. Mr. Neefit took himself to the examination of certain completed articles which adorned his shop, as though he were anxious to banish from his mind so painful a subject. "Is he to 'ave 'em, Mr. Neefit?" asked the foreman. The master was still silent, and still fingered the materials which his very soul loved. "He must have a matter of 20 pair by 'em, unless he sells 'em," said the suspicious foreman. "He don't sell 'em," said Mr. Neefit. "He ain't one of that sort. You can put 'em in 'and, Waddle." "Very well, Mr. Neefit. I only thought I'd mention it. It looked queer like, his coming just when you was out." "I don't see anything queer in it. He ain't one of that sort. Do you go on." Mr. Waddle knew nothing of the £100, nor did he know that Ralph Newton had twice drank tea at Hendon. On both occasions Mrs. Neefit had declared that if ever she saw a gentleman, Mr. Newton was a gentleman, and Miss Neefit, though her words had been very few, had evidently approved of Mr. Newton's manners. Now Miss Neefit was a beauty and an heiress. Mr. Waddle had hardly been silenced, and had just retired with melancholy diligence amidst the records of unsatisfactory commercial transactions, before Ralph Newton again entered the shop. He shook hands with Mr. Neefit, as was the practice with many favourite customers, and immediately went to work in regard to his new order, as though every Christmas and every midsummer saw an account closed on his behalf in Mr. Neefit's books. "I did say just now, when I found you were out, that last year's lines would do, but it may be, you know, that I'm running a little to flesh." "We can't be too particular, Mr. Newton," said the master. "It's all for your sake that I come," said the young sportsman, walking into the little room, while Mr. Neefit followed with his scraps of paper and tapes, and Waddle followed him to write down the figures. "I don't care much how they look myself." "Oh, Mr. Newton!" "I shouldn't like 'em to wrinkle inside the knee, you know." "That isn't likely with us, I hope, Mr. Newton." "And I own I do like to be able to get into them." "We don't give much trouble in that way, Mr. Newton." "But the fact is, I have such trust in you and the silent gentleman out there, that I believe you would fit me for the next 20 years, though you were never to see me." "Oh, thank you, Mr. Newton. 2 4 1/8, Waddle. I think Mr. Newton is a little stouter, but perhaps you may work that off before November, Mr. Newton. Thank you, Mr. Newton. I think that'll do. You'll find we shan't be far wrong. 3 pair, Mr. Newton?" "Yes, I think 3 pair will see me through next season. I don't suppose I shall hunt above 4 days, and I have some by me." Some by him! There must be drawers full of them, presses full of them, chests full of them. Waddle, the melancholy and suspicious Waddle, was sure that their customer was playing them false, raising money on the garments as soon as they were sent to him. But he did not dare to say anything of this after the snubbing which he had already received. If old Neefit chose to be done by a dishonest young man, it was nothing to him. But in truth Waddle did not understand men as well as did his master, and then he knew nothing of his master's ambitious hopes. "The bishops came out very strong last night, didn't they?" said Ralph, in the outer shop. "Very strong indeed, Mr. Newton, very strong." "But after all, they're nothing but a pack of old women." "That's about what they are, Mr. Newton." "Not but what we must have a church, I suppose." "We should do very badly without a church, Mr. Newton. At least that is my opinion." Then Ralph left the shop, and the breeches maker bowed him out the door. £50,000, said Ralph Newton to himself as he walked into Bond Street and down to his club. When a man is really rich, rumour always increases his money, and rumour had doubled the fortune which Mr. Neefit had already amassed. "That means 2,000 a year, and the girl herself is so pretty that upon my honour I don't know which is the prettier, she or Clary. But fancy old Neefit for one's father-in-law! Everybody is doing it now, but I don't think I'd do it for 10 times the money. The fact is, one has got to get used to these things, and I'm not used to it yet. I soon shall be, or to something worse." Such was the nature of Ralph's thoughts as he walked away from Mr. Neefit's house to his club. Mr. Neefit, as he went home, had his speculations also. In making breeches he was perfect, and in putting together money he had proved himself to be an adept. But as to the use of his money, he was quite as much at a loss as he would have been had he tried to wear the garments for which he measured his customers so successfully. He had almost realized the truth that from that money he himself could extract for himself but little delight beyond that which arose simply from the possession. Holidays destroyed him. Even a day at home at Hendon, other than Sunday, was almost more than he could endure. The fruition of life to him was in the completing of breeches, and its charm in a mutton chop and a pipe of tobacco. He had tried idleness, and was wise enough to know almost at the first trial that idleness would not suit him. He had made one mistake in life which was irreparable. He had migrated from Conduit Street to a cold, comfortless box of a house at a place in which, in order that his respectability might be maintained, he was not allowed to show his face in a public house. This was very bad, but he would not make bad worse by giving up so much of Conduit Street as was still left to him. He would stick to the shop. But what would he do with his money? He had but one daughter. Thinking of this day after day, month after month, year after year, he came slowly to the conclusion that it was his duty to make his daughter a lady. He must find some gentleman who would marry her, and then would give that gentleman all his money, knowing as he did so that the gentleman would probably never speak to him again. And to this conclusion he came with no bitterness of feeling, with no sense of disappointment that to such an end must come the exertions of his laborious and successful life. There was nothing else for him to do. He could not be a gentleman himself. It seemed to be no more within his reach than it is for the gentleman to be an angel. He did not desire it. He would not have enjoyed it. He had that sort of sense which makes a man know so thoroughly his own limits that he has no regret at not passing them. But yet in his eyes a gentleman was so grand a thing, a being so infinitely superior to himself, that loving his daughter above anything else, he did think that he could die happy if he could see her married into a station so exalted. There was a humility in this as regarded himself, and an affection for his child, which were admirable. The reader will think that he might at any rate have done better than to pitch upon such a one as Ralph Newton. But then the reader hardly knows Ralph Newton as yet, and cannot at all realize the difficulty which poor Mr. Neefit experienced in coming across any gentleman in such a fashion as to be able to commence his operations. It is hardly open to a tradesman to ask a young man home to his house when measuring him from the hip to the knee. Neefit had heard of many cases in which gentlemen of money had married the daughters of commercial men, and he knew that the thing was to be done. Money which spent in other directions seemed to be nearly useless to him might be used beneficially in this way. But how was he to set about it? Polly Neefit was as pretty a girl as you shall wish to see, and he knew that she was pretty. But if he didn't take care, the good-looking young gasfitter next door to him down at Hendon would have his Polly before he knew where he was. Or worse still, as he thought, there was that mad son of his old friend Moggs, the bootmaker. Ontario Moggs, as he had been christened by a Canadian godfather with whom Polly had condescended already to hold something of a flirtation. He could not advertise for a genteel lover. What could he do? Then Ralph Newton made his way down to the Hendon villa, asking for money. What should have induced Mr. Newton to come to him for money he could not guess. But he did know that of all the young men who came into his back shop to be measured, there was no one whose looks and manners and cheery voice had created so strong a feeling of pleasantness as had those of Mr. Ralph Newton. Mr. Neefit could not analyze it, but there was a kind of sunshine about the young man which would have made him very unwilling to press hard for payment, or to stop the supply of breeches. He had taken a liking to Ralph, and found himself thinking about the young man in his journeys between Hendon and Conduit Street. Was not this the sort of gentleman that would suit his daughter? Neefit wanted no one to tell him that Ralph Newton was a gentleman, what he meant by a gentleman, and that Wallop the stockbroker was not. Wallop the stockbroker spoke of himself as though he was a very fine fellow indeed. But to the thinking of Mr. Neefit, Ontario Moggs was more like a gentleman than Mr. Wallop. He had feared much as to his daughter, both in reference to the handsome gasfitter and to Ontario Moggs, but since that second tea drinking he had hoped that his daughter's eyes were opened. He had made inquiry about Ralph Newton, and had found that the young man was undoubtedly heir to a handsome estate in Hampshire, a place called Newton Priory, with a parish of Newton Peele, and lodges, and a gamekeeper, and a park. He knew of old that Ralph's uncle would have nothing to do with his nephew's debts, but he learned now as a certainty that the uncle could not disinherit his nephew. And the debts did not seem to be very high, and Ralph had come into some property from his father. Upon the whole, though, of course, there must be a sacrifice of money at first. Neefit thought that he saw his way. Mr. Newton, too, had been very civil to his girl, not simply making to her foolish, flattering little speeches, but treating her, so thought Neefit, exactly as a high-bred gentleman would treat the lady of his thoughts. It was a high ambition, but Neefit thought that there might possibly be a way to success. Mrs. Neefit had been a good helpmeet to her husband, having worked hard for him when hard work on her part was needed, but was not altogether so happy in her disposition as her lord. He desired to shine only in his daughter, and as a tradesman. She was troubled by the more difficult ambition of desiring to shine in her own person. It was she who had insisted on migrating to Hendon, and who had demanded also the establishment of a one-horse carriage. The one-horse carriage was no delight to Neefit, and hardly gave satisfaction to his wife after the first 3 months. To be driven along the same roads day after day at the rate of 6 miles an hour, though it may afford fresh air, is not an exciting amusement. Mrs. Neefit was not given to reading, and was debarred by a sense of propriety from making those beefsteak puddings for which, within her own small household, she had once been so famous. Hendon she found dull, and though Hendon had been her own choice, she could not keep herself from complaining of its dulness to her husband. But she always told him that the fault lay with him. He ought to content himself with going to town 4 times a week, and take a 6 weeks' holiday in the autumn. That was the recognized mode of life with gentlemen who had made their fortunes in trade. Then she tried to make him believe that constant seclusion in Conduit Street was bad for his liver. But above all things he ought to give up measuring his own customers with his own hands. None of their genteel neighbours would call upon his wife and daughter as long as he did that. But Mr. Neefit was a man within whose bosom gallantry had its limits. He had given his wife a house at Hendon, and was contented to take that odious journey backwards and forwards 6 days a week to oblige her. But when she told him not to measure his own customers, he "cut up rough," as Polly called it. "You be blowed," he said to the wife of his bosom. He had said it before, and she bore it with majestic equanimity. Polly Neefit was, as we have said, as pretty a girl as you shall wish to see, in spite of a nose that was almost a pug nose, and a mouth that was a little large. I think, however, that she was perhaps prettier at 17, when she would run up and down Conduit Street on messages for her father, who was not as yet aware that she had ceased to be a child, than she became afterwards at Hendon when she was 20. In those early days her glossy black hair hung down her face in curls. Now she had a thing on the back of her head, and her hair was manoeuvred after the usual fashion. But her laughing dark eyes were full of good humour, and looked as though they could be filled also with feeling. Her complexion was perfect, perfect at 20, though from its nature it would be apt to be fixed, and perhaps rough and coarse, at 30. but at 20 it was perfect. It was as is the colour of a half-blown rose, in which the variations from white to pink and almost to red are so gradual and soft as to have no limits. And then with her there was a charm beyond that of the rose, for the hues would ever be changing. As she spoke or laughed or became serious or sat thoughtless or pored over her novel, the tint of her cheek and neck would change as this or that emotion, be it ever so slight, played upon the current of her blood. She was tall and well made, perhaps almost robust. She was good-humoured, somewhat given to frank coquetry, and certainly fond of young men. She had sense enough not to despise her father, and was good enough to endeavour to make life bearable to her mother. She was clever, too, in her way, and could say sprightly things. She read novels and loved a love story. She meant herself to have a grand passion some day, but did not quite sympathize with her father's views about gentlemen. Not that these views were discussed between them, but each was gradually learning the mind of the other. It was very pleasant to Polly Neefit to waltz with a good-looking gasfitter. And indeed to waltz with any man was a pleasure to Polly, for dancing was her paradise upon earth. And she liked talking to Ontario Moggs, who was a clever man and had a great deal to say about many things. She believed that Ontario Moggs was dying for her love, but she had by no means made up her mind that Ontario was to be the hero of the grand passion. The great passion was quite a necessity for her. She must have her romance. But Polly was aware that a great passion ought to be made to lead to a snug house, half a dozen children, and a proper church-going, roast mutton, duty-doing manner of life. Now Ontario Moggs had very wild ideas. As for the gasfitter, he danced well and was good-looking, but he had very little to say for himself. When Polly saw Ralph Newton, especially when he sat out on the lawn with them and smoked cigars on his second coming, she thought him very nice. She had no idea of being patronized by any one, and she was afraid of persons whom she called stuck-up ladies and gentlemen. But Mr. Newton had not patronized her, and she had acknowledged that he was very nice. Such as she was the idol of her father's heart and the apple of his eye. If she had asked him to give up measuring, he might have yielded. But then his Polly was too wise for that. We must say a word more of Mrs. Neefit, and then we shall hope that our readers will know the family. She had been the daughter of a breeches maker to whom Neefit had originally been apprenticed, and therefore regarded herself as the maker of the family. But in truth the business, such as it was now in its glory, had been constructed by her husband, and her own fortune had been very small. She was a stout, round-faced, healthy, meaningless woman, in whom ill-humour would not have developed itself unless idleness, that root of all evil, had fallen in her way. As it was, in the present condition of their lives, she did inflict much discomfort on poor Mr. Neefit. Had he been ill, she would have nursed him with all her care. Had he died, she would have mourned for him as the best of husbands. Had he been 3 parts ruined in trade, she would have gone back to Conduit Street and made beefsteak puddings almost without a murmur. She was very anxious for his Sunday dinner, and would have considered it to be a sin to be without a bit of something nice for his supper. She took care that he always wore flannel, and would never let him stay away from church, lest worse should befall him. But she couldn't let him be quiet. What else was there left for her to do but to nag him? Polly, who was with her during the long hours of the day, would not be nagged. "Now, mamma," she'd say with a tone of authority that almost overcame mamma. And if mamma was very cross, Polly would escape. But during the long hours of the night the breeches maker could not escape, and in minor matters the authority lay with her. It was only when great matters were touched that Mr. Neefit would rise in his wrath and desire his wife to be blowed. No doubt Mrs. Neefit was an unhappy woman, more unfortunate as a woman than was her husband as a man. The villa at Hendon had been heavy upon him, but it had been doubly heavy upon her. He could employ himself. The legs of his customers to him were a blessed resource. But she had no resource. The indefinite idea which she had formed of what life would be in a pretty villa residence had been proved to be utterly fallacious, though she had never acknowledged the fallacy either to husband or daughter. That one-horsed carriage in which she was dragged about was almost as odious to her as her own drawing-room. That had become so horrible that it was rarely used. But even the dining-room was very bad. What would she do there, poor woman? What was there left for her to do at all in this world, except to nag at her husband? Nevertheless, all who knew anything about the Neefits said that they were very respectable people, and had done very well in the world. End of chapter 5. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 6 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mrs. Neefit's Little Dinner. On the Sunday morning following that remarkable Saturday on which Miss Bonner had been taken to her new home, and Ralph Newton had ordered 3 pair of breeches, Mr. Neefit made a very ambitious proposition. "My dear, I think I'll ask that young man to come and have a bit of dinner here next Sunday." This was said after breakfast, as Mr. Neefit was being made smart in his church-going coat and his Sunday hat, which were kept together in Mrs. Neefit's big press. "Which young man?" Now Mrs. Neefit, when she asked the question, knew very well that Mr. Newton was the young man to whom hospitality was to be offered. Ontario Moggs was her favourite, but Mr. Neefit would not have dreamed of asking Ontario Moggs to dinner. "Mr. Newton, my dear," said Mr. Neefit, with his head stuck sharply up, while his wife tied a bow in his Sunday neck-handkerchief. "Why should us ask him? He won't think nothing of his victuals when he gets 'em. He'd only turn up his nose. And as for Polly, what's the use of making her more saucy than she is? I don't want such as him here, Neefit, that I don't. Stuck-up young man like him had better stay away from Alexandrina Cottage." That was the name of the happy home at Hendon. "I'm sure our Polly won't be the better for having the likes of him here." Nothing more was said on the subject till after the return of the family from church, but during the sermon Mr. Neefit had had an opportunity of thinking the subject over, and had resolved that this was a matter in which it behoved him to be the master. How was this marriage to be brought about if the young people were not allowed to see each other? Of course he might fail. He knew that. Very probably Mr. Newton might not accept the invitation, might never show himself again at Alexandrina Cottage. But unless an effort was made, there could not be success. "I don't see why he shouldn't eat a bit of dinner here," said Mr. Neefit, as soon as his pipe was lighted after their early dinner. "It ain't anything out of the way as I know of." "You're thinking of Polly Neefit?" "Why shouldn't I be thinking of her? There ain't no more of 'em. What's the use of working for her if one don't think of her?" "It won't do no good, Neefit. If we had things here as we might have 'em, indeed." "What's amiss?" "With nothing to drink out of, only common wine glasses, and it's my belief Jemima'd never cook a dinner as he'd look at. I know what they are, them sort of young men. They're worse than a dozen ladies when you come to victuals." Nevertheless, Mr. Neefit resolved upon having his own way, and it was settled that Ralph Newton should be asked to come and eat a bit of dinner on next Sunday. Then there arose a difficulty as to the mode of asking him. Neefit himself felt that it would be altogether out of his line to indite an invitation. In days gone by, before he kept a clerk for the purpose, he had written very many letters to gentlemen, using various strains of pressure, as he called their attention to the little outstanding accounts which stood on his books, and were thorns in his flesh. But of the writing of such letters as this, now intended to be written, he had no experience. As for Mrs. Neefit, her skill in this respect was even less than that of her husband. She could write, no doubt. On very rare occasions she would make some expression of her thoughts with pen and ink to Polly, when she and Polly were apart. But no one else ever saw how slight was her proficiency in this direction. But Polly was always writing. Polly's pothooks, as her father called them, were pictures in her father's eyes. She could dash off straight lines of writing, line after line, with sharp-pointed angles and long-tailed letters, in a manner which made her father proud of the money which he had spent on her education. So Polly was told to write the letter, and after many expressions of surprise, Polly wrote the letter that evening. Mr. and Mrs. Neefit's compliments to Mr. Newton, and hope he will do them the honour to dine with them on Sunday next at 5 o'clock. Alexandrina Cottage, Sunday. "Say 5 sharp," said the breeches maker. "No, father, I won't say anything about sharp." "Why not, Polly?" "It wouldn't look pretty. I don't suppose he'll come, and I'm sure I don't know why you should ask him. Dear me, I'm certain he'll know that I wrote it. What will he think?" "He'll think it comes from as pretty a young woman as he ever clapped his eyes on," said Mr. Neefit, who was not at all reticent in the matter of compliments to his daughter. "Laws, Neefit, how you do spoil the girl," said his wife. "He has about finished spoiling me now, mamma, so it don't much signify. You always did spoil me, didn't you, father?" Then Polly kissed Mr. Neefit's bald head, and Mr. Neefit, as he sat in the centre of his lawn with his girdle loose around him, a glass of gin and water by his side, and a pipe in his mouth, felt that in truth there was something left in the world worth living for. But a thought came across his mind. "If that chap comes, I shan't be as comfortable next Sunday." And then there was another thought. "If he takes my Polly away from me, I don't know as I shall ever be comfortable again." But still he did not hesitate or repent. Of course his Polly must have a husband. Then a dreadful proposition was made by Mrs. Neefit. "Why not have Moggs too?" "Oh, mamma!" "Are you going to turn your nose up at Ontario Moggs, Miss Pride?" "I don't have to turn my nose up at him. I'm very fond of Mr. Moggs. I think he's the best fun going. But I'm sure that if Mr. Newton does come, he'd rather not have Mr. Moggs here too." "It wouldn't do at all," said Mr. Neefit. "Ontario is all very well, but Mr. Newton and he wouldn't suit." Mrs. Neefit was snubbed, and went to sleep on the sofa for the rest of the afternoon, intending no doubt to let Mr. Neefit have the benefit of her feelings as soon as they two should be alone together. Our friend Ralph received the note and accepted the invitation. He told himself that it was a lark. As the reader knows, he had already decided that he would not sell himself even to so pretty a girl as Polly Neefit for any amount of money. But not the less might it be agreeable to him to pass a Sunday afternoon in her company. Ralph Newton at this time occupied very comfortable bachelor's rooms in a small street close to St. James's Palace. He had now held these for the last 2 years, and had contrived to make his friends about town know that here was his home. He had declined to go into the army himself when he was quite young, or rather had agreed not to go into the army, on condition that he should not be pressed as to any other profession. He lived, however, very much with military friends, many of whom found it convenient occasionally to breakfast with him, or to smoke a pipe in his chambers. He never did any work, and lived a useless butterfly life, only with this difference from other butterflies, that he was expected to pay for his wings. And that matter of payment was the great difficulty of Ralph Newton's life. He had been started at 19 with an allowance of £250 per annum. When he was 21 he inherited a fortune from his father of more than double that amount, and as he was the undoubted heir to a property of £7,000 a year, it may be said of him that he was born with a golden spoon. But he had got into debt before he was 20, and had never got out of it. The quarrel with his uncle was an old affair, arranged for him by his father before he knew how to quarrel on his own score, and therefore we need say no more about that at present. But his uncle would not pay a shilling for him, and would have quarrelled also with his other nephew, the clergyman, had he known that the younger brother assisted the elder. But up to the moment of which we are writing, the iron of debt had not as yet absolutely entered into the soul of this young man. He had, in his need, just borrowed £100 from his breeches maker, and this perhaps was not the first time that he had gone to a tradesman for assistance. But hitherto money had been forthcoming. Creditors had been indulgent, and at this moment he possessed 4 horses which were eating their heads off at the Moonbeam at Barnfield. At 5 o'clock, with sufficient sharpness, Ralph Newton got out of a hansom cab at the door of Alexandrina Cottage. "He's come in a hansom," said Mrs. Neefit, looking over the blind of the drawing-room window. "That's 3 and 6," said Neefit with a sigh. "You didn't think he was going to walk, father?" said Polly. "There's the Underground within 2 miles, if the Midland didn't suit," said Mr. Neefit. "Nonsense, father. Of course he'd come in a cab," said Polly. Mrs. Neefit was not able to add the stinging remark with which her tongue was laden, as Ralph Newton was already in the house. She smoothed her apron, crossed her hands, and uttered a deep sigh. There could be no more going down into the kitchen now to see whether the salmon was boiled, or to provide for the proper dishing of the lamb. "This is quite condescending of you, Mr. Newton," said the breeches maker, hardly daring to shake hands with his guest, though in his shop he was always free enough with his customers in this matter. Polly looked as though she thought there was no condescension whatever, held up her head and laughed and joked, and asked some questions about the German at the shop, whom she declared she was never allowed to see now, and whose voice she swore she had never heard. "Is he dumb, Mr. Newton? Father will never tell me anything about him. You must know." "Laws, Polly, what does it matter?" said Mrs. Neefit. And they were the only words she had spoken. Polly from the first had resolved that she would own to the shop. If Mr. Newton came to see her, he should come to see a girl who was not ashamed to speak of herself as the daughter of a breeches maker. "He don't talk much, does he, Mr. Newton?" said Mr. Neefit, laughing merrily. "Do tell me one thing," said Ralph. "I know it's a secret, but I'll promise not to tell it. What is his real name?" "This isn't fair," said Mr. Neefit, greatly delighted. "All trades have their secrets. Come, come, Mr. Newton." "I do know his name," said Polly. "Do tell me," said Ralph, coming close to her as though he might hear it in a whisper. "Mr. Neefit, I wish you wouldn't talk about such things here," said the offended matron. "But now here's dinner." She was going to take her guest's arm, but Mr. Neefit arranged it otherwise. "The old 'uns and the young 'uns, that's the way to pair them," said Mr. Neefit, understanding nature better than he did precedence. And so they walked into the next room. Mrs. Neefit was not quite sure whether her husband had or had not done something improper. She had her doubts, and they made her uncomfortable. The dinner went off very well. Neefit told how he had gone himself to the fishmonger's for that bit of salmon, how troubled his wife had been in mind about the lamb, and how Polly had made the salad. "And I'll tell you what I did, Mr. Newton. I brought down that bottle of champagne in my pocket myself. Gave 6 bob for it at Palmer's in Bond Street. My wife says we ain't got glasses fit to drink it out of." "You needn't tell Mr. Newton all that." "Mr. Newton, what I am I ain't ashamed on, nor yet what I does. Let me have the honour of drinking a glass of wine with you, Mr. Newton. You see us just as we are. I wish it was better, but it couldn't be welcomer. Your health, Mr. Newton." There are many men, and men too not of a bad sort, who in such circumstances cannot make themselves pleasant. Grant the circumstances with all the desire to make the best of them, and these men cannot be otherwise than stiff, disagreeable, and uneasy. But then again there are men who in almost any position can carry themselves as though they were to the manner born. Ralph Newton was one of the latter. He was not accustomed to dine with the tradesman who supplied him with goods, and had probably never before encountered such a host as Mr. Neefit. But he went through the dinner with perfect ease and satisfaction, and before the pies and jellies had been consumed had won the heart of even Mrs. Neefit. "Laws, Mr. Newton," she said, "what can you know about custards?" Then Ralph Newton offered to come and make custards against her in her own kitchen, providing he might have Polly to help him. "But you'd want the back kitchen to yourselves, I'm thinking," said Mr. Neefit in high good humour. Mr. Neefit certainly was not a delicate man. As soon as dinner was over and the 2 ladies had eaten their strawberries and cream, he suggested that the port wine should be taken out into the garden. In the farther corner of Mr. Neefit's grounds, at a distance of about 20 yards from the house, was a little recess called the arbour, admonitory of earwigs, and without much pretension to comfort. It might hold 3 persons, but on this occasion Mr. Neefit was minded that 2 only should enjoy the retreat. Polly carried out the decanter and glasses, but did not presume to stay there for a moment. She followed her mother into the gorgeous drawing-room, where Mrs. Neefit at once went to sleep, while her daughter consoled herself with a novel. Mr. Neefit, as we have said, was not a delicate man. "That girl'll have £20,000 down on the nail the day she marries the man as I approves of. Fill your glass, Mr. Newton. She will, and there's no mistake about it. There'll be more money, too, when I'm dead, and the old woman." It might be owned that such a speech from the father of a marriageable daughter to a young man who had hardly as yet shown himself to be enamoured was not delicate. But it may be a question whether it was not sensible. He had made up his mind, and therefore went at once at his object. And unless he did the business in this way, what chance was there that it would be done at all? Mr. Newton could not come down to Alexandrina Cottage every other day, or meet the girl elsewhere, as he might do young ladies of fashion. And, moreover, the father knew well enough that were his girl once to tell him that she had set her heart upon the gasfitter, or upon Ontario Moggs, he would not have power to contradict her. He desired that she should become a gentleman's wife, and thinking that this was the readiest way to accomplish his wish, he saw no reason why he should not follow it. When he had spoken, he chucked off his glass of wine, and looked into his young friend's face for an answer. "He'll be a lucky fellow that gets her," said Ralph, beginning unconsciously to feel that it might perhaps have been as well for him had he remained in his lodgings on this Sunday. "He will be a lucky fellow, Mr. Newton. She's as good as gold, and a well-bred 'un, too, though I say it as shouldn't. There's not a dirty drop in her, and she's that clever she can do almost anything. As for her looks, I'll say nothing about them. You've got eyes in your head. There ain't no mistake there, Mr. Newton. No paint. No Madam Rachel. No made beautiful for ever. It's human nature what you see there, Mr. Newton. I'm quite sure of that. And she has the heart of an angel." By this time Mr. Neefit was alternately wiping the tears from his eyes and taking half glasses of port wine. "And I know all about you, Mr. Newton. You are a gentleman. That's what you are." "I hope so." "And if you don't get the wrong side of the post, you'll come out right at last. You'll have a nice property some of these days, but you're just a little short of cash at present." "That's about true, Mr. Neefit." "I want nobody to tell me. I know," continued Neefit. "Now, if you make up to her, there she is, with £20,000 down. You are a gentleman, and I want that girl to be a lady. You can make her a lady. You can't make her no better than she is. The best man in England can't do that. But you can make her a lady. I don't know what she'll say, mind, but you can ask her, if you please. I like you, and you can ask her, if you please. What answer she'll make, that's her lookout. But you can ask her, if you please. Perhaps I'm a little too forward, but I call that honest. I don't know what you call it, but this I do know. There ain't so sweet a girl as that within 20 miles round London." Then Mr. Neefit, in his energy, dashed his hand down among the glasses on the little rustic table in the arbour. The reader may imagine that Ralph Newton was hardly ready with his answer. There are men, no doubt, who in such an emergency would have been able to damn the breeches maker's impudence, and to have walked at once out of the house. But our young friend felt no inclination to punish his host in such fashion as this. He simply remarked that he would think of it, the matter being too grave for immediate decision, and that he would join the ladies. "Do, Mr. Newton," said Mr. Neefit. "Go and join Polly. You'll find she's all I tell you. I'll sit here and have a pipe." Ralph did join the ladies, and finding Mrs. Neefit asleep, he induced Polly to take a walk with him amidst the lanes of Hendon. When he left Alexandrina Cottage in the evening, Mr. Neefit whispered a word into his ear at the gate. "You know my mind. Strike while the iron's hot. There she is, just what you see her." End of Chapter 6. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 7 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. You are one of us now. The first week after Mary Bonner's arrival at Popham Villa went by without much to make it remarkable, except the strangeness arising from the coming of a stranger. Sir Thomas did stay at home on that Sunday, but when the time came for going to morning church, shuffled out of that disagreeable duty in a manner that was satisfactory neither to himself nor his daughters. "Oh, papa, I thought you would have gone with us," said Patience at the last moment. "I think not to day, my dear," he said with that sort of smile which betokens inward uneasiness. Patience reproached him with a look, and then the three girls went off together. Even Patience herself had offered to excuse Mary on the score of fatigue, seasickness, and the like, but Mary altogether declined to be excused. She was neither fatigued, she said, nor sick, and of course she would go to church. Sir Thomas stayed at home, and thought about himself. How could he go to church when he knew that he could neither listen to the sermon nor join in the prayers? "I suppose people do," he said to himself, "but I can't. I'd go to church all day long if I found that it would serve me." He went up to London on the Monday, and returned to the villa to dinner. He did the same on the Tuesday. On the Wednesday he remained in London. On the Thursday he came home, but dined in town. After that he found himself to be on sufficiently familiar terms with his niece to fall back into his old habits of life. Patience was very slow in speaking to their cousin of her father's peculiarities, but Clarissa soon told the tale. "You'll get to know papa soon," she said. "He has been so kind to me." "He is very good. But you must know, dear, that we are the most deserted and disconsolate ladies that ever lived out of a poem. Papa has been home now 4 days together, but that is for your beau yeu. We are here for weeks together without seeing him, very often for more than a week. Where does he go? He has a place in London, such a place! You shall go and see it some day, though he won't thank us a bit for taking you there. He has the queerest old man to wait upon him, and he never sees anybody from day to day. But what does he do? He is writing a book. That is the great secret. He never speaks about it, and does not like to be asked questions. But the truth is, he is the most solitude-loving person in the world. He does find its charms, though Alexander Selkirk never could." "And does nobody come here to you?" "In the way of taking care of us? Nobody. We have to take care of ourselves. Of course it is dull. People do come and see us sometimes. Miss Spooner, for instance." "Why should you laugh at poor Miss Spooner?" asked Patience. "I don't laugh at her. We have other friends, you know, but not enough to make the house pleasant to you." After that, when Patience was not with them, she told something of Ralph Newton and his visits, though she said nothing to her cousin of her own cherished hopes. "I wonder what you'll think of Ralph Newton," she said. Ralph Newton's name had been mentioned before in Mary's hearing more than once. "Why should I think anything particular of Ralph Newton?" "You'll have to think something particular about him, as he is a sort of child of the house. Papa was his guardian, and he comes here just when he pleases." "Who is he, and what is he, and where is he, and why is he?" "He is a gentleman at large who does nothing. That's who he is." "He thinks ever so much of himself, then?" "No, he doesn't. And he is nephew to an old squire down in Hampshire who won't give him a penny. He oughtn't to want it, however, because when he came of age he had ever so much money of his own. But he does want it sometimes. He must have the property when his uncle dies." "Dear me, how interesting!" "As for the where he is, and why he is, he comes here just when it suits him, and because we were almost brought up together. He doesn't dine here and all that kind of thing, because papa is never at home. Nobody ever does dine here." Then there was a short pause. "This Mr. Newton isn't a lover, then?" asked Miss Bonner. There was another pause before Clarissa could answer the question. "No," she said. "No, he isn't a lover. We don't have any lovers at Popham Villa. Only that's not quite true," she said after a pause. "And as you are to live with us just like a sister, I'll tell you about Gregory Newton, Ralph's brother." Then she did tell the story of the clergyman's love and the clergyman's discomfiture, but she said not a word of Ralph's declaration and Ralph's great sin on that fatal evening. And the way in which she told her story about the one brother altogether disarmed Mary Bonner's suspicion as to the other. In truth, Clarissa did not know whether it was or was not her privilege to regard Ralph Newton as her lover. He had not been to the cottage since that evening, and though the words he had spoken were still sweet in her ears, so sweet that she could not endure the thought of abandoning their sweetness, still she had a misgiving that they were in some sort rendered nugatory by his great fault. She had forgiven the fault. Looking back at it now over the distance of 8 or 10 days, had forgiven it with all her heart. But still there remained with her an undefined and unpleasant feeling that the spoken words, accompanied by a deed so wicked, were absorbed and, as it were, drowned in the wickedness of the deed. What if the words as first spoken were only a prelude to the deed? For, as she well remembered, they had been spoken twice. And if the subsequent words were only an excuse for it? There was a painful idea in her mind that such might possibly be the case, and that if so, the man could never be forgiven, or at least ought never to be spoken to again. Acting on this suggestion from within, she absolutely refused to tell her father what had happened when Patience urged her to do so. "He'll come and see papa himself, if he means anything," said Clary. Patience only shook her head. She thought that Sir Thomas should be told at once, but she could not take upon herself to divulge her sister's secret, which had been imparted to her in trust. Clarissa was obstinate. She would not tell her father, nor would she say what would be her own answer if her father were to give his permission for the match. As to this, Patience had not much doubt. She saw that her sister's heart was set upon this lover. She had feared it before this late occurrence, and now she could hardly have a doubt. But if Ralph really meant it, he would hardly have told her that he loved her, and then not waited for an answer, not have come back for an answer, not have gone to their father for an answer. And then, Patience thought, Sir Thomas would never consent to this marriage. Ralph was in debt, and a scapegrace, quite unfit to undertake the management of a wife. Such was the elder sister's belief as to her father's mind. But she could not force upon Clary the necessity of taking any action in the matter. She was not strong enough in her position as elder to demand obedience. Clarissa's communication had been made in confidence, and Patience, though she was unhappy, would not break that trust. At last this young Lothario appeared among them again, but as it happened he came in company with Sir Thomas. Such a thing had not happened before since the day on which Sir Thomas had given up all charge of his ward's property. But it did so happen now. The two men had met in London, and Sir Thomas had suggested that Ralph should come and be introduced to the new cousin. "What are you doing now?" Sir Thomas had asked. "Nothing particular just at present." "You can get away this evening?" "Yes, I think I can get away." It had been his intention to dine at his club with Captain Cox, but as he had dined at the club with Captain Cox on the previous day, the engagement was not felt to be altogether binding. "I can get away for dinner, that is, but I've got to go out in the evening. It's a bore, but I promised to be at Lady McMarshal's to night. But if I show there at 12 it will do." Thus it happened that Sir Thomas and Ralph Newton went down to Popham Villa in a cab together. It was clear both to Patience and Clarissa that he was much struck with the new cousin. But then it was quite out of the question that any man should not be struck with her. Her beauty was of that kind, like the beauty of a picture, which must strike even if it fails to charm. And Mary had a way of exciting attention with strangers even by her silence. It was hardly intentional, and there certainly was no coquetry in it, but it was the case that she carried herself after a fashion which made it impossible for any stranger to regard her place in the room as being merely a chair with a young lady in it. She would speak hardly a word, but her very lack of speech was eloquent. At the present time she was of course in deep mourning, and the contrast between the brilliance of her complexion and the dark dress which covered her throat, between the black scarf and the profusion of bright hair which fell upon it, was so remarkable as of itself to excite attention. Clarissa, watching everything, though with feminine instinct seeming to watch nothing, could see that he was amazed. But then she had known that he would be amazed, and of what matter would be his amazement if he were true? If indeed he were not true, then nothing mattered. Such was the light in which Clary viewed the circumstances around her at the present moment. The evening did not pass very pleasantly. Ralph was introduced to the cousin, and asked some questions about the West Indies. Then there was tea. Ralph was dressed with a black coat and white cravat, and Clary could not keep herself from thinking how very much nicer he was with a pipe in his mouth and his neck bare, drinking soda water and sherry out on the lawn. Ah, in spite of all that had then happened, that was the sweetest moment in her existence, when he jumped up from the ground and told her that he might do a great deal better than marry the West Indian cousin. She thought now of his very words, and suggested to herself that perhaps he would never say them again. Nay, might it not be possible that he would say the very reverse, that he would declare his wish to marry the West Indian cousin? Clary could not conceive but that he might have her, should he so wish. Young ladies, when they are in love, are prone to regard their lovers as being prizes so valuable as to be coveted by all female comers. Before Ralph had taken his leave, Sir Thomas took Mary apart to make some communication to her as to her own affairs. Everything was now settled, and Sir Thomas had purchased stock for her with her little fortune. "You have £20, 2s. 4d. a year, quite your own," he said, laughing, as he might have done to one of his own girls, had an unexpected legacy been left to her. "That means I must be altogether dependent on your charity," she said, looking into his face through her tears. "It means nothing of the kind," he said, with almost the impetuosity of anger. "There shall be no such cold word as charity between you and me. You are one of us now, and of my cup and of my loaf it is your right to partake, as it is the right of those girls there. I shall never think of it or speak of it again." "But I must think of it, uncle." "The less the better. But never use that odious word again between you and me. It is a word for strangers. What is given as I give to you should be taken without even an acknowledgment. My payment is to be your love." "You shall be paid in full," she said, as she kissed him. This was all very well, but still on his part there was some misgiving, though no doubt. If he were to die, what would become of her? He must make a new will, which in itself was to him a terrible trouble, and he must take something from his own girls in order that he might provide for this new daughter. That question of adopting is very difficult. If a man have no children of his own, none others that are dependent on him, he can give all, and there is an end of his trouble. But a man feels that he owes his property to his children, and so feeling, may he take it from them and give it to others? Had she been in truth his own daughter, he would have felt that there was enough for 3. But she was not his daughter, and yet he was telling her that she should be to him the same as a child of his house. In the meantime Ralph was out on the lawn with the 2 sisters, and was as awkward as men always are in such circumstances. When he spoke those words to Clarissa, he had in truth no settled purpose in his mind. He had always liked her, loved her after a fashion, felt for her an affection different to that which he entertained for her sister. Nevertheless, most assuredly he had not come down to Fulham on that evening prepared to make her an offer. He had been there by chance, and it had been quite by chance that he found Clarissa alone. He knew that the words had been spoken, and he knew also that he had drawn down her wrath upon his head by his caress. He was man enough also to feel that he had no right to believe himself to have been forgiven, because now, in the presence of others, she did not receive him with a special coldness which would have demanded special explanation. As it was, the 3 were all cold. Patience half felt inclined to go and leave them together. She would have given a finger off her hand to make Clary happy, but would it be right to make Clary happy in such fashion as this? She had thought at first, when she saw her father and Ralph together, that Ralph had spoken of his love to Sir Thomas, and that Sir Thomas had allowed him to come. But she soon perceived that this was not the case, and so they walked about together, each knowing that their intercourse was not as it always had been, and each feeling powerless to resume an appearance of composure. "I have got to go and be at Lady McMarshal's," he said, after having suffered in this way for a quarter of an hour. "If I did not show myself there, her ladyship would think that I had given over all ideas of propriety, and that I was a lost sheep past redemption." "Don't let us keep you if you ought to go," said Clary, with dismal propriety. "I think I'll be off. Good bye, Patience. The new cousin is radiant in beauty. No one can doubt that. But I don't know whether she is exactly the sort of girl I admire most. By the by, what do you mean to do with her?" "Do with her?" said Patience. "She will live here, of course." "Just settle down as one of the family? Then no doubt I shall see her again. Good night, Patience. Good night, Clary. I'll just step in and make my adieux to Sir Thomas and the beauty." This he did, but as he went he pressed Clary's hand in a manner that she could not but understand. She did not return the pressure, but she did not resent it. "Clarissa," said Patience, when they were together that night, "dear Clarissa." Clary knew that when she was called Clarissa by her sister something special was meant. "What is it?" she asked. "What are you going to say now?" "You know that I am thinking only of your happiness. My darling, he doesn't mean it." "How do you know? What right have you to say so? Why am I to be thought such a fool as not to know what I ought to do?" "Nobody thinks that you are a fool, Clary. I know how clever you are, and how good. But I cannot bear that you should be unhappy. If he had meant it he would have spoken to papa. If you will only tell me that you are not thinking of him, that he is not making you unhappy, I will not say a word further." "I am thinking of him, and he is making me unhappy," said Clarissa, bursting into tears. "But I don't know why you should say that he is a liar, and dishonest, and everything that is bad." "I have neither said that nor thought it, Clary." "That is what you mean. He did say that he loved me." "And you did not answer him?" "No, I said nothing. I can't explain it, and I don't want to explain it. I did not say a word to him. You came, and then he went away. If I am to be unhappy, I can't help it. He did say that he loved me, and I do love him." "Will you tell papa?" "No, I will not. It would be out of the question. He would go to Ralph, and there would be a row, and I would not have it for worlds." Then she tried to smile. "Other girls are unhappy, and I don't see why I'm to be better off than the rest. I know I am a fool. You'll never be unhappy because you are not a fool. But, Patience, I have told you everything, and if you are not true to me, I will never forgive you." Patience promised that she would be true, and then they embraced and were friends. End of chapter 7. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 8 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ralph Newton's Troubles. July had come, the second week in July, and Ralph Newton had not as yet given any reply to that very definite proposition which had been made to him after the little dinner by Mr. Neefit. Now the proposition was one which certainly required an answer, and all the effect which it had hitherto had upon our friend was to induce him not to include Conduit Street in any of his daily walks. It has already been said that before the offer was made to him, when he believed that Polly's fortune would be more than Mr. Neefit had been able to promise, he had determined that nothing should induce him to marry the daughter of a breeches maker, and therefore the answer might have been easy. Nevertheless, he made no answer, but kept out of Conduit Street, and allowed the 3 pair of breeches to be sent home to him without trying them on. This was very wrong, for Mr. Neefit, though perhaps indelicate, had at least been generous and trusting, and a definite answer should have been given before the middle of July. Troubles were coming thick upon Ralph Newton. He had borrowed £100 from Mr. Neefit, but this he had done under pressure of a letter from his brother, the parson. He owed the parson, we will not say how much. He would get £50 or £100 from the parson every now and again, giving an assurance that it should be repaid in a month or 6 weeks. Sometimes the promise would be kept, and sometimes not. The parson, as a bachelor, was undoubtedly a rich man. He had a living of £400 a year, and some fortune of his own, but he had tastes of his own, and was repairing the church at Peele Newton, his parish in Hampshire. It would therefore sometimes happen that he was driven to ask his brother for money. The £100 which had been borrowed from Mr. Neefit had been sent down to Peele Newton, with a mere deduction of £25 for current expenses. £25 do not go far in current expenses in London with a man who is given to be expensive, and Ralph Newton was again in want of funds. And there were other troubles, all coming from want of money. Mr. Horsball of the Moonbeam, who was generally known in the sporting world as a man who never did ask for his money, had remarked that as Mr. Newton's bill was now above 1,000, he should like a little cash. Mr. Newton's bill at 2 months for £500 would be quite satisfactory. Would Mr. Newton accept the enclosed document? Mr. Newton did accept the document, but he didn't like it. How was he to pay £500 in the beginning of September, unless indeed he got it from Mr. Neefit? He might raise money, no doubt, on his own interest in the Newton Priory estate, but that estate would never be his were he to die before his uncle, and he knew that assistance from the Jews on such security would ruin him altogether. Of his own property there was still a remnant left. He owned houses in London from which he still got some income, but they were mortgaged and the title deeds not in his possession, and his own attorney made difficulties about obtaining for him a further advance. He was sitting one bright July morning in his own room in St. James' Street, over a very late breakfast, with his 2 friends, Captain Fooks and Captain Cox, when a little annoyance of a similar kind fell upon him. A worse annoyance, indeed, than that which had come from Mr. Horsball, for Mr. Horsball had not been spiteful enough to call upon him. There came a knock at his door, and young Mr. Moggs was ushered into the room. Now, Mr. Moggs was the son of Booby and Moggs, the well-known bootmakers of Old Bond Street, and the boots they had made for Ralph Newton had been infinite in number, as they had also, no doubt, been excellent in make and leather. But Booby and Moggs had of late wanted money, had written many letters, for 4 months had not seen the face of their customer. When a gentleman is driven by his indebtedness to go to another tradesman, it is, so to say, all up with him in the way of credit. There is nothing the tradesman dislikes so much as this, as he fears that the rival is going to get the ready money after he has given the credit. And yet, what is a gentleman to do when his demand for further goods at the old shop is met by a request for a little ready money? We know what Ralph Newton did at the establishment in Conduit Street, but then Mr. Neefit was a very peculiar man. Cox had just lighted his cigar, and Fooks was filling his pipe, when Ontario Moggs entered the room. This rival in the regards of Polly Neefit was not at that time personally known to Ralph Newton, but the name as mentioned by his servant was painfully familiar to him. "Oh, Mr. Moggs, it's your father, I suppose, that I know. Sit down, Mr. Moggs. Will you have a cup of tea, or perhaps a glass of brandy? Take a cigar, Mr. Moggs." But Mr. Moggs declined all refreshment for the body. He was a tall, thin young man, with long straggling hair, a fierce eye, very thick lips, and a flat nose, a nose which seemed to be all nostril, and then below his mouth was a tuft of beard which he called an imperial. It was the glory of Ontario Moggs to be a politician. It was his ambition to be a poet. It was his nature to be a lover. It was his disgrace to be a bootmaker. Dependent on a stern father, and aware that it behoved him to earn his bread, he could not but obey, but he groaned under this servitude in trade, and was only happy when speaking at his debating club, held at the Cheshire Cheese, or when basking in the beauty of Polly Neefit. He was great upon strikes, in reference to which perilous subject he was altogether at variance with his father, who worshipped capital and hated unions. Ontario held horrible ideas about co-operative associations, the rights of labour, and the welfare of the masses. Thrice he had quarrelled with his father, but the old man loved his son, and though he was stern, strove to bring the young man into the ways of money-making. How was he to think of marrying Polly Neefit, as to the expediency of which arrangement Mr. Moggs senior quite agreed with Mr. Moggs junior, unless he would show himself to be a man of business? Did he think that old Neefit would give his money to be wasted upon strikes? Ontario, who was as honest a fool as ever lived, told his father that he didn't care a straw for Neefit's money. Then Moggs the father had made a plunge against the counter with his sharp-pointed shoemaker's knife, which he always held in his hand, that had almost been fatal to himself, for the knife broke at the thrust, and the fragment cut his wrist. At this time there was no real booby, and the firm was in truth Moggs and Moggs only. The great question was whether it should become Moggs and Son. But what tradesman would take a partner into his firm who began by declaring that strikes were the safeguards of trade, and that he, the proposed partner, did not personally care for money? Nevertheless, old Moggs persevered, and Ontario, alive to the fact that it was his duty to be a bootmaker, was now attempting to carry on his business in the manner laid down for him by his father. A worse dun, a dun with less power of dunning than Ontario Moggs, could not be conceived. His only strength lay in his helplessness. When he found that Mr. Newton had two friends with him, his lips were sealed. To ask for money at all was very painful to him, but to ask for it before three men was beyond his power. Ralph Newton, seeing something of this, felt that generosity demanded of him that he should sacrifice himself. "I'm afraid you've come about your bill, Mr. Moggs," he said. Ontario Moggs, who, on the subject of trades unions at the Cheshire Cheese, could pour forth a flood of eloquence that would hold the room in rapt admiration, and then bring down a tumult of applause, now stammered out a half-expressed assent. As Mr. Newton was engaged, perhaps he had better call again. "Well, thank ye, yes, it would be as well. But what's the total, Mr. Moggs?" Ontario could not bring himself to mention the figures, but handed a paper to our friend. "Bless my soul, that's very bad," said our friend. "Over £200 for boots. How long can your father give me?" "He's a little pressed just at present," whispered Moggs. "Yes, and he has my bill, which he was forced to take up at Christmas. It's quite true." Moggs said not a word, though he had been especially commissioned to instruct the debtor that his father would be forced to apply through his solicitor, unless he should receive at least half the amount due before the end of the next week. "Tell your father that I will certainly call within the next 3 days and tell him what I can do. or at least what I can't do. You are sure you won't take a cigar?" Moggs was quite sure that he wouldn't take a cigar, and retired, thanking Ralph as though some excellent arrangement had been made which would altogether prevent further difficulties. "That's the softest chap I ever saw," said Lieutenant Cox. "I wish my fellows would treat me like that," said Captain Fooks. "But I never knew a fellow have the luck that Newton has. I don't suppose I owe a tenth of what you do." "That's your idea of luck?" said Ralph. "Well, yes. I owe next to nothing, but I'll be banged if I can get anything done for me without being dunned up to my very eyes. You know that chap of Neefit's? I'm blessed if he didn't ask me whether I meant to settle last year's bill before he should send me home a couple of cords I ordered. Now I don't owe Neefit £20, if all was told." "What did you do?" asked Lieutenant Cox. "I just walked out of the shop. Now I shall see whether they're sent or not. They tell me there's a fellow down at Rugby makes just as well as Neefit, and never bothers you at all. What do you owe Neefit, Newton?" "Untold sums." "But how much really?" "Don't you hear me say the sums are untold?" "Oh, damn it. I don't understand that. I'm never dark about anything of that kind. I'll go bail it's more than 5 times what I do." "Very likely. If you had given your orders generously, as I have done, you would have been treated nobly. What good has a man in looking at £20 on his books? Of course he must get in the small sums." "I suppose there's something in that," said the captain thoughtfully. At this moment the conversation was interrupted by the entrance of another emissary, an emissary from that very establishment to which they were alluding. It was Ralph Newton's orders that no one should ever be denied to him when he was really in his rooms. He had fought the battle long enough to know that such denials create unnecessary animosity. And then, as he said, they were simply the resources of a coward. It was the duty of a brave man to meet his enemy face to face. Fortune could never give him the opportunity of doing that pleasantly in the field, as might happen any day to his happy friends, Captain Fooks and Lieutenant Cox. But he was determined that he would accustom himself to stand fire, and that, therefore, he would never run away from a dun. Now there slipped very slowly into the room that most mysterious person who was commonly called Herr Bawwah, much to the astonishment of the 3 young gentlemen, as the celebrated cutter of leather had never previously been seen by either of them elsewhere than standing silent at his board in Neefit's shop, with his knife in his hands. They looked at one another, and the 2 military gentlemen thought that Mr. Neefit was very much in earnest when he sent Bawwah to look for his money. Mr. Neefit was very much in earnest, but on this occasion his emissary had not come for money. "What, Herr Bawwah, is that you?" said Ralph, making the best he could of the name. "Is there anything wrong at the shop?" The German looked slowly round the room, and then handed to the owner of it a little note without a word. Ralph read the note to himself. It was written on one of the shop bills, and ran as follows: "Have you thought of what I was saying? If so, I should be happy to see Mr. Newton either in Conduit Street or at Alexandrina Cottage." There was neither signature nor date. Ralph knew what he was called upon to do, as well as though 4 pages of an elaborate epistle had been indited to him. And he knew, too, that he was bound to give an answer. He asked the Heir to sit down, and prepared to write an answer at once. He offered the Heir a glass of brandy, which the Heir swallowed at a gulp. He handed the Heir a cigar, which the Heir pocketed, and in gratitude for the latter favour some inarticulate grunt of thanks was uttered. Ralph at once wrote his reply, while the 2 friends smoked, looked on, and wondered. "Dear Mr. Neefit, I will be with you at 11 to morrow morning. Yours most truly, Ralph Newton." This he handed, with another glass of brandy, to the Heir. The Heir swallowed the second glass, as he would have done a third if it had been offered to him, and then took his departure. "That was another done, eh, Newton?" asked the lieutenant. "What a conjurer you are!" said Ralph. "I never heard of his sending Bawa out before," said the captain. "He never does under £250," said Ralph. "It's a mark of the greatest respect. If I wore nothing but brown cords, like you, I never should have seen the Heir here." "I never had a pair of brown cords in my life," said the offended captain. After this the conversation fell away, and the two warriors went off to their military occupations at the Horse Guards, where, no doubt, the Commander in Chief was waiting for them with impatience. Ralph Newton had much to think of, and much that required thinking of at once. Did he mean to make an offer to Clary Underwood? Did he mean to take Polly Neefit and her £20,000? Did he mean to marry at all? Did he mean to go to the dogs? Had he ever in his life seen anybody half so beautiful as Mary Bonner? What was he to say to Mr. Moggs? How was he to manage about that £500 which Horsball would demand of him in September? In what terms could he speak to Neefit of the money due both for breeches and the loan, in the event of his declining Polly? And then, generally, how was he to carry on the war? He was thoroughly disgusted with himself as he thought of all the evil that he had done, and of the good which he had omitted to do. While he was yet at college, Sir Thomas had been anxious that he should be called to the bar, and had again and again begged of him to consent to this as a commencement of his life in London. But Ralph had replied, and had at last replied with so much decision, that Sir Thomas had abandoned the subject; that as it was out of the question that he should ever make money at the bar, the fact of his being called would be useless to him. He argued that he need not waste his life because he was not a lawyer. It was not his intention to waste his life. He had a sufficient property of his own at once, and must inherit a much larger property later in life. He would not be called to the bar, nor would he go into the army, nor would he go abroad for any lengthened course of travelling. He was fond of hunting, but he would keep his hunting within measure. Surely an English private gentleman might live to some profit in his own country. He would go out in honours and take a degree, and then make himself happy among his books. Such had been his own plan for himself at 21. At 22 he had quarrelled with the tutor at his college, and taken his name off the books without any degree. About this too he had argued with Sir Thomas, expressing a strong opinion that a university degree was in England of all pretences the most vain and hollow. At 23 he began his career at the Moonbeam with 2 horses, and from that day to this hunting had been the chief aim of his life. During the last winter he had hunted 6 days a week, assuring Sir Thomas, however, that at the end of that season his wild oats would have been sown as regarded that amusement, and that henceforth he should confine himself to 2 days a week. Since that he had justified the 4 horses which still remained at the Moonbeam by the alleged fact that horses were drugs in April, but would be pearls of price in November. Sir Thomas could only expostulate, and when he did so, his late ward and present friend, though he was always courteous, would always argue. Then he fell, as was natural, into intimacies with such men as Cox and Fooks. There was no special harm either in Cox or Fooks, but no one knew better than did Ralph Newton himself that they were not such friends as he had promised himself when he was younger. Fathers, guardians, and the race of old friends generally, hardly ever give sufficient credit to the remorse which young men themselves feel when they gradually go astray. They see the better as plainly as do their elders, though they so often follow the worse, as not infrequently do the elders also. Ralph Newton passed hardly a day of his life without a certain amount of remorse, in that he had not managed himself better than he had done and was now doing. He knew that Fortune had been very good to him, and that he had hitherto wasted all her gifts. And now there came the question whether it was as yet too late to retrieve the injury which he had done. He did believe, not even as yet doubting his power to do well, that everything might be made right, only that his money difficulties pressed him so hardly. He took pen and paper and made out a list of his debts, heading the catalogue with Mr. Horsball of the Moonbeam. The amount, when added together, came to something over £4,000, including a debt of £300 to his brother, the parson. Then he endeavoured to value his property, and calculated that if he sold all that was remaining to him, he might pay what he owed, and have something, about £50 per annum, left to live upon till he should inherit his uncle's property. But he doubted the accuracy even of this, knowing that new and unexpected debts will always crop up when the day of settlement arrives. Of course he could not live upon £50 a year. It would have seemed to him to be almost equally impossible to live upon 4 times £50. He had given Sir Thomas a promise that he would not raise money on post obits on his uncle's life, and heretofore he had kept that promise. He thought that he would be guilty of no breach of promise were he to obtain funds, telling Sir Thomas of his purpose, and asking the lawyer's assistance. But he knew that if he did this, all his chance of future high prosperity would be at an end. His uncle might live these 20 years, and in that time he, Ralph, might quite as readily die. Money might no doubt be raised, but this could only be done at a cost which would be utterly ruinous to him. There was one way out of his difficulty. He might marry a girl with money. A girl with money had been offered to him, and a girl, too, who was very pretty and very pleasant. But then to marry the daughter of a breeches maker! And why not? He had been teaching himself all his life to despise conventionalities. He had ridiculed degrees. He had laughed at the rank and standing of a barrister. The rank is but the guinea stamp, the man the goad for all that. How often had he declared to himself and others that should be his motto through life? And might not he be as much a man, and would not his metal be as pure, with Polly Neefit for his wife, as though he were to marry a duchess? As for love, he thought that he could love Polly dearly. He knew that he had done some wrong in regard to poor Clary, but he by no means knew how much wrong he had done. A single word of love, which had been so very much to her in her innocence, had been so little to him who was not innocent. If he could allow himself to choose out of all women he had ever seen, he would, he thought, instigated rather by the ambition of having the loveliest woman in the world for his wife than by any love, have endeavoured to win Mary Bonner as his own. But that was out of the question. Mary Bonner was as poor as himself, and much as he admired her, he certainly could not tell himself that he loved her. Polly Neefit would pull him through all his difficulties. Nevertheless, he could not make up his mind to ask Polly Neefit to be his wife. But he must make up his mind either that he would or that he would not. He must see Mr. Neefit on the morrow, and within the next few days he must call on Mr. Moggs, unless he broke his word, and in 2 months' time he must have £500 for Mr. Horsball. Suppose he were to go to Sir Thomas, tell his whole story without reserve, and ask his old friend's advice? Everything without reserve he could not tell. He could say nothing to the father of that scene on the lawn with Clarissa. But of his own pecuniary difficulties, and of Mr. Neefit's generous offer, he was sure that he could tell the entire truth. He did go to Southampton Buildings, and after some harsh language between himself and Mr. Stemm, Sir Thomas being away at the time, he managed to make an appointment for 9 o'clock that evening at his late guardian's chambers. At 9 o'clock precisely he found himself seated with Sir Thomas, all among the books in Southampton Buildings. "Perhaps you'll have a cup of tea," said Sir Thomas. "Stemm, give us some tea." Ralph waited till the tea was handed to him and Stemm was gone. Then he told his story. He told it very fairly as against himself. He brought out his little account and explained to the lawyer how it was that he made himself out to be worth £50 a year and no more. "Oh, heavens, what a mess you have made of it," said the lawyer, holding up both his hands. "No doubt I have," said Ralph. "A terrible mess. But as I now come to you for advice, hear me out to the end. You can say nothing as to my folly which I do not know already." "Go on," said Sir Thomas. "Go on. I hear you." It may, however, be remarked by the way, that when an old gentleman in Sir Thomas's position is asked his advice under such circumstances, he ought to be allowed to remark that he had prophesied all these things beforehand. "I told you so," is such a comfortable thing to say. And when an old gentleman has taken much fruitless trouble about a young gentleman, he ought at least not to be interrupted in his remarks as to that young gentleman's folly. But Ralph was energetic, and, knowing he had a point before him, would go on with his story. "And now," he said, "I am coming to a way of putting these things right, which has been suggested to me. You won't like it, I know, but it would put me on my legs." "Raising money on your expectations," said Sir Thomas. "No; that is what I must come to if this plan don't answer." "Anything will be better than that," said Sir Thomas. Then Ralph dashed at the suggestion of marriage without further delay. "You have heard of Mr. Neefit, the breeches maker?" It so happened that Sir Thomas never had heard of Mr. Neefit. "Well, he is a tradesman in Conduit Street. He has a daughter, and he will give her £20,000. "You don't mean to run away with the breeches maker's daughter?" ejaculated Sir Thomas. "Certainly not. I shouldn't get the £20,000 if I did." Then he explained it all, how Neefit had asked him to the house and offered him the girl, how the girl herself was as pretty and nice as a girl could be, and how he thought, though as to that he expressed himself with some humility, that were he to propose to her the girl might perhaps take him. "I dare say she would," said Sir Thomas. "Well, you know it all now. In her way she has been educated. Neefit père is utterly illiterate and ignorant. He is an honest man, as vulgar as he can be, or rather as unlike you and me, which is what men mean when they talk of vulgarity, and he makes the best of breeches. Neefit mère is worse than the father, being cross and ill-conditioned, as far as I can see. Polly is as good as gold, and if I put a house over my head with her money, of course her father and her mother will be made welcome there. Your daughters would not like to meet them, but I think they could put up with Polly. Now you know about all that I can tell you." Ralph had been so rapid, so energetic, and withal so reasonable, that Sir Thomas at this period of the interview was unable to refer to any of his prophecies. What advice was he to give? Should he adjure this young man not to marry the breeches maker's daughter because of the blood of the Newtons and the expected estate? Or were he to do so even on the score of education and general unfitness, he must suggest some other mode of means of living. But how could he advise the future Newton of Newton Priory to marry Polly Neefit? The Newtons had been at Newton Priory for centuries, and the men Newtons had always married ladies, as the women Newtons had always either married gentlemen or remained unmarried. Sir Thomas, too, was of his nature, and by all his convictions, opposed to such matches. "You have hardly realized," said he, "what it would be to have such a father-in-law and such a mother-in-law, or probably such a wife." "Yes, I have. I have realized all that." "Of course, if you have made up your mind." "But I have not made up my mind, Sir Thomas. I must make it up before 11 o'clock to-morrow morning, because I must be then with Neefit by appointment. At this moment I am so much in doubt that I am almost inclined to toss up." "I would sooner cut my throat," said Sir Thomas, forgetting his wisdom amidst the perplexities of his position. "Not quite that, Sir Thomas. I suppose you mean to say that anything would be better than such a marriage?" "I don't suppose you care for the girl," said Sir Thomas, crossly. "I do not feel uneasy on that score. If I did not like her, and think that I could love her, I would have nothing to do with it. She herself is charming, though I should lie if I were to say that she were a lady." "And the father offered her to you?" "Most distinctly, and named the fortune." "Knowing your own condition as to money?" "Almost exactly; so much so that I do not doubt he will go on with it when he knows everything. He had heard about my uncle's property, and complimented me by saying that I am a gentleman." "He does not deserve to have a daughter," said Sir Thomas. "I don't know about that. According to his lights he means to do the best he can for her, and indeed I think myself that he might do worse. She will probably become Mrs. Newton of Newton Priory if she marries me, and the investment of Neefit's £20,000 won't be so bad." "Nothing on earth can make her a lady." "I'm not so sure of that," said Ralph. "Nothing on earth can make her mother a lady, but of Polly I should have high hopes. You, however, are against it?" "Certainly." "Then what ought I to do?" Sir Thomas rubbed the calf of his leg, and was silent. "The only advice you have given me hitherto was to cut my throat," said Ralph. "No, I didn't. I don't know what you're to do. You've ruined yourself, that's all." "But there is a way out of the ruin. In all emergencies there is a better and a worse course. What now is the better course?" "You don't know how to earn a shilling," said Sir Thomas. "No, I don't," said Ralph Newton. Sir Thomas rubbed his face and scratched his head, but he did not know how to give advice. "You have made your bed, and you must lie upon it," he said. "Exactly. But which way am I to get into it? And which way shall I get out?" Sir Thomas could only rub his face and scratch his head. "I thought it best to come and tell you everything," said Ralph. That was all very well, but Sir Thomas would not advise him to marry the breeches maker's daughter. "It is a matter," Sir Thomas said at last, "in which you must be guided by your own feelings. I wish it were otherwise. I can say no more." Then Ralph took his leave, and wandered all round St. James's Park and the purlieus of Westminster till midnight, endeavouring to make up his mind, and building castles in the air as to what he would do with himself and how he would act if he had not brought himself into so hopeless a mess of troubles. End of Chapter 8. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 9 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ontario, Moggs. On the following morning Ralph Newton was in Conduit Street exactly at the hour named. He had not even then made up his mind, but he thought that he might get an extension of the time allowed him for decision. After all, it was hardly a month yet since the proposition was made to him. He found Mr. Neefit in the back shop measuring a customer. "I'll be with you in 2 minutes," said Mr. Neefit, just putting his head through the open door, and then going back to his work. 3 1/8, Waddle. Sir George isn't quite as stout as he was last year. Oh no, Sir George, we won't tie you in too tight. Leave it to us, Sir George. The last pair too tight? Oh no, I think not, Sir George. Perhaps your man isn't as careful in cleaning as he might be. Gentlemen's servants do get so careless, it quite sickens one. So Mr. Neefit went on, and as Sir George was very copious in the instructions which he had to give, all of which, by the by, were absolutely thrown away, Ralph Newton became tired of waiting. He remembered, too, that he was not there as a customer, but almost as a member of the family, and the idea sickened him. He bethought himself that on his first visit to Conduit Street he had seen his Polly in the shop, cutting up strips wherewith her father would measure gentlemen's legs. She must then have been nearly 15, and the occupation, as he felt, was not one fitting for the girl who was to be his wife. "Now, Mr. Newton," said Mr. Neefit, as Sir George at last left the little room. The day was hot, and Mr. Neefit had been at work in his shirt sleeves. Nor did he now put on his coat. He wiped his brow, put his cotton handkerchief inside his braces, and shook hands with our hero. "Well, Mr. Newton," he said, "what do you think of it? I couldn't learn much about it, but it seemed to me that you and Polly got on famous that night. I thought we'd have seen you out there again before this." "I couldn't come, Mr. Neefit, as long as there was a doubt." "Oh, as to doubts, doubts be bothered. Of course you must run your chance with Polly like any other man." "Just so." "But the way to get a girl like that isn't not to come and see her for a month. There are others after our Polly, I can tell you, and men who would take her with nothing but her smock on." "I'm quite sure of that. No one can see her without admiring her." "Then what's the good of talking of doubts? I like you because you are a gentleman, and I can put you on your legs, which, from all I hear, is a kind of putting you want bad enough just at present. Say the word and come down to tea this evening." "The fact is, Mr. Neefit, this is a very serious matter." "Serious! £20,000 is serious. But there ain't a doubt about that. If you mean to say you don't like the bargain," and as he said this there came a black cloud upon Mr. Neefit's brow, "you've only got to say the word. Our Polly is not to be pressed upon any man. But don't let's have any shilly-shallying." "Tell me one thing, Mr. Neefit." "Well, what's that?" "Have you spoken to your daughter about this?" Mr. Neefit was silent for a moment. "Well, no, I haven't," he said. "But I spoke to her mother, and women is always talking. Mind, I don't know what our Polly would say to you, but I do think she expects something. There's a chap lives nigh to us who used always to be sneaking round, but she has snubbed him terribly this month past, so my wife tells me. You come and try, Mr. Newton, and then you'll know all about it." Ralph was aware that he had not as yet begun to explain his difficulty to the anxious father. "You see, Mr. Neefit," he said, and then he paused. It had been much easier for him to talk to Sir Thomas than to the breeches maker. "If you don't like it, say so," said Mr. Neefit, "and don't let us have no shilly-shallying." "I do like it." "Then give us your hand, and come out this evening and have a bit of summat to eat, and a drop of summat hot, and pop the question. That's about the way to do it." "Undoubtedly. But marriage is such a serious thing." "So it is serious, uncommon serious, to owe a fellow a lot of money you can't pay him. I call that very serious." "Mr. Neefit, I owe you nothing but what I can pay you." "You're very slow about it, Mr. Newton. That's all I can say. But I wasn't just talking of myself. After what's passed between you and me, I ain't going to be hard upon you." "I'll tell you what, Mr. Neefit," said Ralph at last. "Of course you can understand that a man may have difficulties with his family." "Because of my being a breeches maker?" said Neefit contemptuously. "I won't say that, but there may be difficulties." £20,000 does away with a deal of them things." "Just so. But as I was saying, you can understand that there may be family difficulties. I only say that because I ought perhaps to have given you an answer sooner. I won't go down with you this evening." "You won't?" "Not to night. But I'll be with you on Saturday evening, if that will suit you." "Come and have a bit of dinner again on Sunday," said Neefit. Ralph accepted the invitation, shook hands with Neefit, and escaped from the shop. When he thought of it all, as he went to his rooms, he told himself that he had now as good as engaged himself to Polly, as good or as bad. Of course, after what had passed, he could not go to the house again without asking her to be his wife. Were he to do so, Neefit would be justified in insulting him. And yet, when he undertook to make this fourth visit to the cottage, he had done so with the intention of allowing himself a little more time for judgment. He saw plainly enough that he was going to allow himself to drift into this marriage without any real decision of his own. He prided himself on being strong, and how could any man be more despicably weak than this? It was indeed true that in all the arguments he had used with Sir Thomas, he had defended the Neefit marriage as though it was the best course he could adopt, and even Sir Thomas had not ultimately ventured to oppose it. Would it not be as well for him to consider that he had absolutely made up his mind to marry Polly? On the Friday he called at Mr. Moggs' house. Mr. Moggs senior was there, and Mr. Moggs junior also a shopman. "I was sorry," said he, "that when your son called I had friends with me, and could hardly explain circumstances." "It didn't signify at all," said Moggs junior. "But it does signify, Mr. Newton," said Moggs senior, who on this morning was not in a good humour with his ledger. £217 3 shillings and 4 is a good deal of money for boots, Mr. Newton. You must allow that." "Indeed it is, Mr. Moggs." "There hasn't been what you may call a settlement for years. £25 paid in the last 2 years!" And Mr. Moggs, as he spoke, had his finger on the fatal page. "That won't do, you know, Mr. Newton. That won't do at all." Mr. Moggs, as he looked into his customer's face, worked himself up into a passion. "But I suppose you have come to settle it now, Mr. Newton?" "Not exactly at this moment, Mr. Moggs." "It must be settled very soon, Mr. Newton. It must indeed. My son can't be calling on you day after day, and all for nothing. We can't stand that, you know, Mr. Newton. Perhaps you'll oblige me by saying when it will be settled." Then Ralph explained that he had called for that purpose, that he was making arrangements for paying all his creditors, and that he hoped that Mr. Moggs would have his money within 3 months at the farthest. Mr. Moggs then proposed that he should have his customer's bill at 3 months, and the interview ended by the due manufacture of a document to that effect. Ralph, when he entered the shop, had not intended to give a bill, but the pressure had been too great upon him, and he had yielded. It would matter little, however, if he married Polly Neefit. And had he not now accepted it as his destiny that he must marry Polly Neefit? The Saturday he passed in much trouble of spirit, and with many doubts, but the upshot of it all was that he would keep his engagement for the Sunday. His last chance of escape would have been to call in Conduit Street on the Saturday and tell Mr. Neefit, with such apologies as he might be able to make, that the marriage would not be suitable. While sitting at breakfast he had almost resolved to do this. But when 5 o'clock came, after which, as he well knew, the breeches maker would not be found, no such step had been taken. He dined that evening and went to the theatre with Lieutenant Cox. At 12 they were joined by Fooks and another gay spirit, and they ate chops and drank stout and listened to songs at Evans till near 2. Cox and Fooks said that they had never been so jolly in their lives, but Ralph, though he ate and drank as much and talked more than the others, was far from being happy. There came upon him a feeling that after to-morrow he would never again be able to call himself a gentleman. Who would associate with him after he had married the breeches maker's daughter? He laid in bed late on Sunday, and certainly went to no place of worship. Would it not be well even yet to send a letter down to Neefit, telling him that the thing could not be? The man would be very angry with him, and would have great cause to be angry. But it would at least be better to do this now than hereafter. But when 4 o'clock came, no letter had been sent. Punctually at 5 the cab set him down at Alexandrina Cottage. How well he seemed to know the place, almost as well as though he were already one of the family. He was shown into the drawing-room, and whom should he see there, seated with Mr. and Mrs. and Miss Neefit, but Ontario Moggs? It was clear enough that each of the party was ill at ease. Neefit welcomed him with almost boisterous hospitality. Mrs. Neefit merely curtsied and bobbed at him. Polly smiled and shook hands with him, and told him that he was welcome. But even Polly was a little beside herself. Ontario Moggs stood bolt upright and made him a low bow, but did not attempt to speak. "I hope your father is well," said Ralph, addressing himself to Moggs junior. "Pretty well, I thank you," said Mr. Moggs, getting up from his chair and bowing a second time. Mr. Neefit waited for a moment or two, during which no one except Ralph spoke a word, and then invited his intended son-in-law to follow him into the garden. "The fact is," said Neefit, winking, "this is Mrs. N's doing. It don't make any difference, you know." "I don't quite understand," said Ralph. "You see, we've known Auntie Moggs all our lives, and no doubt he has been sweet upon Polly. But Polly don't care for him, mind you. You ask her. And Mrs. N. has got it into her head that she don't want you for Polly. But I do, Mr. Newton, and I'm master." "I wouldn't for the world make a family quarrel." "There won't be no quarrelling. It's I as has the purse, and it's the purse as makes the master, Mr. Newton. Don't you mind Moggs. Moggs is very well in his way, but he ain't going to have our Polly. Well, he come down here to day just by chance, and what did Mrs. N. do but ask him to stop and eat a bit of dinner. It don't make any difference, you know. You come in now, and just go on as though Moggs weren't there. You and Polly shall have it all to yourselves this evening." Here now was a new feature added to the pleasure of his courtship. He had a rival, and such a rival! His own bootmaker, whom he could not pay, and whose father had insulted him a day or two since. Moggs junior would of course know why his customer was dining at Alexandrina Cottage, and would have his own feelings too upon the occasion. "Don't you mind him, no more than nothing," said Neefit, leading the way back into the drawing-room, and passing, at the top of the kitchen stairs, the young woman with the bit of salmon. The dinner was not gay. In the first place, Neefit and Mrs. Neefit gave very explicit and very opposite directions as to the manner in which the guests were to walk in to dinner, the result of which was that Ralph was obliged to give his arm to the elder lady, while Ontario carried off the prize. Mrs. Neefit also gave directions as to the places, which were obeyed in spite of an attempt of Neefit's to contravene them. Ontario and Polly sat on one side of the table, while Ralph sat opposite to them. Neefit, when he saw that the arrangement was made and could not be altered, lost his temper and scolded his wife. "La, papa, what does it matter?" said Polly. Polly's position certainly was unpleasant enough, but she made head against her difficulties gallantly. Ontario, who had begun to guess the truth, said not a word. He was not, however, long in making up his mind that a personal encounter with Mr. Ralph Newton might be good for his system. Mrs. Neefit nagged at her husband, and told him when he complained about the meat, that if he would look after the drinkables, that would be quite enough for him to do. Ralph himself found it to be impossible even to look as though things were going right. Never in his life had he been in a position so uncomfortable, or, as he thought, so disreputable. It was not to be endured that Moggs, his bootmaker, should see him sitting at the table of Neefit, his breeches maker. The dinner was at last over, and the port wine was carried out into the arbour, not on this occasion by Polly, but by the maid. Polly and Mrs. Neefit went off together, while Ralph crowded into the little summer house with Moggs and Neefit. In this way half an hour was passed, a half hour of terrible punishment. But there was worse coming. "Mr. Newton," said Neefit, "I think I heard something about your taking a walk with our Polly. If you like to make a start of it, don't let us keep you. Moggs and I will have a pipe together." "I also intend to walk with Miss Neefit," said Ontario, standing up bravely. "Two's company and three's none," said Neefit. "No doubt," said Ontario, "no doubt. I feel that myself. Mr. Newton, I've been attached to Miss Neefit these 2 years. I don't mind saying it out straight before her father. I love Miss Neefit. I don't know, sir, what your ideas are, but I love Miss Neefit. Perhaps, sir, your ideas may be money. My ideas are a pure affection for that young lady. Now, Mr. Newton, you know what my ideas are." Mr. Moggs junior was standing up when he made this speech, and when he had completed it he looked round first upon her father and then upon his rival. "She's never given you no encouragement," said Neefit. "How dare you speak in that way about my Polly?" "I do dare," said Ontario. "There." "Will you tell Mr. Newton that she ever gave you any encouragement?" Ontario thought about it for a moment before he replied. "No, I will not," said he. "To say that of any young woman wouldn't be in accord with my ideas." "Because you can't. It's all gammon. She don't mean to have him, Mr. Newton. You may take my word for that. You go in and ask her if she do. A pretty thing indeed! I can't invite my friend Mr. Newton to eat a bit of dinner and let him walk out with my Polly, but you must interfere. If you had her to morrow you wouldn't have a shilling with her." "I don't want a shilling with her," said Ontario, still standing upon his legs. "I love her. Will Mr. Newton say as fair as that?" Mr. Newton found it very difficult to say anything. Even had he been thoroughly intent on the design of making Polly his wife, he could not have brought himself to declare his love aloud, as had just been done by Mr. Moggs. "This is a sort of matter that shouldn't be discussed in public," he said at last. "Public or private, I love her," said Ontario Moggs with his hand on his heart. Polly herself was certainly badly treated among them. She got no walk that evening, and received no assurance of undying affection either from one suitor or the other. It became manifest even to Neefit himself that the game could not be played out on this evening. He could not turn Moggs off the premises, because his wife would have interfered. Nor, had he done so, would it have been possible, after such an affair, to induce Polly to stir from the house. She certainly had been badly used among them, and so she took occasion to tell her father when the visitors were both gone. They left the house together at about 8, and Polly at that time had not reappeared. Moggs went to the nearest station of the Midland Railway, and Ralph walked to the Swiss Cottage. Certainly Mr. Neefit's little dinner had been unsuccessful, but Ralph Newton, as he went back to London, was almost disposed to think that Providence had interposed to save him. "I'll tell you what it is, father," said Polly to her papa, as soon as the 2 visitors had left the house. "If that's the way you are going to go on, I'll never marry anybody as long as I live." "My dear, it was all your mother," said Mr. Neefit. "Now wasn't it all your mother? I wish she'd been blowed fust." End of Chapter 9. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 10 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sir Thomas in his chambers. It will be remembered that Sir Thomas Underwood had declined to give his late ward any advice at that interview which took place in Southampton Buildings, or rather that the only advice which he had given to the young man was to cut his throat. The idle word had left no impression on Ralph Newton, but still it had been spoken, and was remembered by Sir Thomas. When he was left alone after the young man's departure, he was very unhappy. It was not only that he had spoken a word so idle when he ought to have been grave and wise, but that he had felt that he had been altogether remiss in his duty as a guide, philosopher, and friend. There were old sorrows, too, on this score. In the main, Sir Thomas had discharged well a most troublesome, thankless, and profitless duty towards the son of a man who had not been related to him, and with whom an accidental intimacy had been ripened into friendship by letter rather than by social intercourse. Ralph Newton's father had been the younger brother of the present Gregory Newton of Newton Priory, and had been the parson of the parish of Peel Newton, as was now Ralph's younger brother Gregory. The present Squire of Newton had been never married, and the property, as has before been said, had been settled on Ralph as the male heir, provided of course that his uncle left no legitimate son of his own. It had come to pass that the two brothers, Gregory and Ralph, had quarrelled about matters of property, and had not spoken for years before the death of the younger. Ralph at this time had been just old enough to be brought into the quarrel. There had been questions of cutting timber, and of leases, as to which the parson, acting on his son's behalf, had opposed the squire with much unnecessary bitterness and suspicion. And it was doubtless the case that the squire resented bitterly an act done by his own father with the view of perpetuating the property in the true line of the Newtons. For when the settlement was made on the marriage of the younger brother, the elder was already the father of a child whom he loved none the less because that child's mother had not become his wife. So the quarrel had been fostered, and at the time of the parson's death had extended itself to the young man who was his son and the heir to the estate. When on his deathbed the parson had asked Mr. Underwood, who had just then entered the House of Commons, to undertake this guardianship, and the lawyer, with many doubts, had consented. He had striven, but striven in vain, to reconcile the uncle and nephew, and indeed he was ill fitted to accomplish such task. He could only write letters on the subject, which were very sensible, but very cold, in all of which he would be careful to explain that the steps which had been taken in regard to the property were in strict conformity with the law. The old squire would have nothing to do with his heir, in which resolution he was strengthened by the tidings which reached him of his heir's manner of living. He was taught to believe that everything was going to the dogs with the young man, and was wont to say that Newton Priory, with all its acres, would be found to have gone to the dogs too, when his day was done, unless indeed Ralph should fortunately kill himself by drink or evil living, in which case the property would go to the younger Gregory, the present parson. Now the present parson of Newton was his uncle's friend. Whether that friendship would have been continued had Ralph died and the young clergyman become the heir may be matter of doubt. This disagreeable duty of guardianship Sir Thomas had performed with many scruples of conscience, and a determination to do his best. And he had nearly done it well, But he was a man who could not do it altogether well, let his scruples of conscience be what they might. He had failed in obtaining a father's control over the young man, and even in regard to the property which had passed through his hands, though he had been careful with it, he had not been adroit. Even at this moment things had not been settled which should have been settled, and Sir Thomas had felt, when Ralph had spoken of selling all that remained to him and of paying his debts, that there would be fresh trouble, and that he might be forced to own that he had been himself deficient. And then he told himself, and did so as soon as Ralph had left him, that he should have given some counsel to the young man when he came to ask for it. "You had better cut your throat." In his troubled spirit he had said that, and now his spirit was troubled the more because he had so spoken. He sat for hours thinking of it all. Ralph Newton was the undoubted heir to a very large property. He was now embarrassed, but all his present debts did not amount to much more than half 1 year's income of that property which would be his, probably in about 10 years. The Squire might live for 20 years, or might die to morrow, but his life interest in the estate, according to the usual calculations, was not worth more than 10 years' purchase. Could he, Sir Thomas, have been right to tell a young man whose prospects were so good, and whose debts after all were so light, that he ought to go and cut his throat as the only way of avoiding a disreputable marriage which would otherwise be forced upon him by the burden of his circumstances? Would not a guardian with any true idea of his duty, would not a friend whose friendship was in any degree real, have found a way out of such difficulties as these? And then as to the marriage itself, the proposed marriage with the breeches maker's daughter. The more Sir Thomas thought of it, the more distasteful did it become to him. He knew that Ralph was unaware of all the evil that would follow such a marriage, relatives whose every thought and action and word would be distasteful to him, children whose mother would not be a lady, and whose blood would be polluted by an admixture so base, and worse still, a life's companion who would be deficient in all those attributes which such a man as Ralph Newton should look for in a wife. Sir Thomas was a man to magnify rather than lessen these evils, and now he allowed his friend, a man for whose behalf he had bound himself to use all the exercise of friendship, to go from him with an idea that nothing but suicide could prevent this marriage, simply because there was an amount of debt which, when compared with a man's prospects, should hardly have been regarded as a burden. As he thought of all this, Sir Thomas was very unhappy. Ralph had left him at about 10 o'clock, and then he sat brooding over his misery for about an hour. It was his custom, when he remained in his chambers, to tell his clerk, Stem, between 9 and 10, that nothing more would be wanted. Then Stem would go, and Sir Thomas would sleep for a while in his chair. But the old clerk never stirred till thus dismissed. It was now 11, and Sir Thomas knew very well that Stem would be in his closet. He opened the door and called, and Stem, aroused from his slumbers, slowly crept into the room. "Joseph," said his master, "I want Mr. Ralph's papers." "To-night, Sir Thomas?" "Well, yes, to-night. I ought to have told you when he went away, but I was thinking of things." "So was I thinking of things," said Stem, as he very slowly made his way into the other room, and, climbing up a set of steps which stood there, pulled down from an upper shelf a tin box, and with it a world of dust. "If you'd have said before that they'd be wanted, Sir Thomas, there wouldn't be such a deal of dry muck," said Stem, as he put down the box on a chair opposite Sir Thomas's knees. "And now, where is the key?" said Sir Thomas. Stem shook his head very slowly. "You know, Stem, where is it?" "How am I to know, Sir Thomas? I don't know, Sir Thomas. It's like enough in one of those drawers." Then Stem pointed to a certain table, and after a while slowly followed his own finger. The drawer was unlocked, and under various loose papers there lay 4 or 5 loose keys. "Like enough it's one of these," said Stemm. "Of course you knew where it was," said Sir Thomas. "I didn't know anything at all about it," said Stemm, bobbing his head at his master, and making at the same time a gesture with his lips, whereby he intended to signify that his master was making a fool of himself. Stemm was hardly more than 5 feet high, and was a wizened, dry old man, with a very old yellow wig. He delighted in scolding all the world, and his special delight was in scolding his master. But against all the world he would take his master's part, and had no care in the world except his master's comfort. When Sir Thomas passed an evening at Fulham, Stemm could do as he pleased with himself, but they were blank evenings with Stemm when Sir Thomas was away. While Sir Thomas was in the next room he always felt that he was in company, but when Sir Thomas was away, all London, which was open to him, offered him no occupation. "That's the key," said Stemm, picking out one. "But it wasn't I as put it there, and you didn't tell me as it was there, and I didn't know it was there. I guessed, just because you do chuck things in there, Sir Thomas." "What does it matter, Joseph?" said Sir Thomas. "It does matter when you say I knowed. I didn't know, nor I couldn't know. There's the key, anyway." "You can go now, Joseph," said Sir Thomas. "Good night, Sir Thomas," said Stemm, retiring slowly. "But I didn't know, Sir Thomas, nor I couldn't know." Then Sir Thomas unlocked the box, and gradually surrounded himself with the papers which he took from it. It was past 1 o'clock before he again began to think what he had better do to put Ralph Newton on his legs, and to save him from marrying the breeches maker's daughter. He sat meditating on that and other things as they came into his mind for over an hour, and then he wrote the following letter to old Mr. Newton. Very many years had passed since he had seen Mr. Newton, so many that the two men would not have known each other had they met. But there had been an occasional correspondence between them, and they were presumed to be on amicable terms with each other. Southampton Buildings, 14th July, 186 . Dear Sir, I wish to consult you about the affairs of your heir and my late ward, Ralph Newton. Of course I am aware of the unfortunate misunderstanding which has hitherto separated you from him, as to which I believe you will be willing to allow that he, at least, has not been in fault. Though his life has by no means been what his friends could have wished it, he is a fine young fellow, and perhaps his errors have arisen as much from his unfortunate position as from any natural tendency to evil on his own part. He has been brought up to great expectations, with the immediate possession of a small fortune. These together have taught him to think that a profession was unnecessary for him, and he has been debarred from those occupations which generally fall in the way of the heir to a large landed property by the unfortunate fact of his entire separation from the estate which will one day be his. Had he been your son instead of your nephew, I think that his life would have been prosperous and useful. As it is, he has got into debt, and I fear that the remains of his own property will not more than suffice to free him from his liabilities. Of course he could raise money on his interest in the Newton estate. Hitherto he has not done so, and I am most anxious to save him from a course so ruinous, as you will be also, I am sure. He has come to me for advice, and I grieve to say has formed a project of placing himself right again as regards money by offering marriage to the daughter of a retail tradesman. I have reason to believe that hitherto he has not committed himself, but I think that the young woman's father would accept the offer if made. The money, I do not doubt, would be forthcoming, but the result could not be fortunate. He would then have allied himself with people who are not fit to be his associates, and he would have tied himself to a wife who, whatever may be her merits as a woman, cannot be fit to be the mistress of Newton Priory. But I have not known what advice to give him. I have pointed out to him the miseries of such a match, and I have also told him how surely his prospects for the future would be ruined were he to attempt to live on money borrowed on the uncertain security of his future inheritance. I have said so much as plainly as I know how to say it, but I have been unable to point out a third course. I have not ventured to recommend him to make any application to you. It seems, however, to me that I should be remiss in my duty both to him and to you were I not to make you acquainted with his circumstances, so that you may interfere should you please to do so, either on his behalf or on behalf of the property. Whatever offence there may have been, I think there can have been none personally from him to yourself. I beg you to believe that I am far from being desirous to dictate to you, or to point out to you this or that as your duty. But I venture to think that you will be obliged to me for giving you information which may lead to the protection of interests which cannot but be dear to you. In conclusion, I will only again say that Ralph himself is clever, well-conditioned, and, as I most truly believe, a thorough gentleman. Were the intercourse between you that of a father and son, I think you would feel proud of the relationship. I remain, dear sir, very faithfully yours, Thomas Underwood, Gregory Newton, Esquire, Newton Priory. This was written on Friday night, and was posted on the Saturday morning by the faithful hand of Joseph Stem, who, however, did not hesitate to declare to himself, as he read the address, that his master was a fool for his pains. Stem had never been favourable to the cause of young Newton, and had considered from the first that Sir Thomas should have declined the trust that had been imposed upon him. What good was to be expected from such a guardianship? And as things had gone on, proving Stem's prophecies as to young Newton's career to be true, that trusty clerk had not failed to remind his master of his own misgivings. "I told you so," had been repeated by Stem over and over again, in more phrases than one, until the repetition had made Sir Thomas very angry. Sir Thomas, when he gave the letter to Stem for posting, said not a word of the contents, but Stem knew something of old Mr. Gregory of Newton and the Newton Priory estate. Stem, moreover, could put two and two together. "He's a fool for his pains, that's all," said Stem, as he poked the letter into the box. During the whole of the next day the matter troubled Sir Thomas. What if Ralph should go at once to the breeches maker's daughter, the thought of whom made Sir Thomas very sick, and commit himself before an answer should be received from Mr. Newton? It was only on Sunday that an idea struck him that he might still do something further to avoid the evil, and with this object he dispatched a note to Ralph, imploring him to wait for a few days before he would take any steps towards the desperate remedy of matrimony. Then he begged Ralph to call upon him again on the Wednesday morning. This note Ralph did not get till he went home on the Sunday evening, at which time, as the reader knows, he had not as yet committed himself to the desperate remedy. On the following Tuesday Sir Thomas received the following letter from Mr. Newton. Newton Priory, 17th July, 186 . Dear Sir, I have received your letter respecting Mr. Ralph Newton's affairs, in regard to which, as far as they concern himself, I am free to say that I do not feel much interest. But you are quite right in your suggestion that my solicitude in respect of the family property is very great. I need not trouble you by pointing out the nature of my solicitude, but may as well at once make an offer to you, which you, as Mr. Ralph Newton's friend, and as an experienced lawyer, can consider, and communicate to him if you think right to do so. It seems that he will be driven to raise money on his interest in this property. I have always felt that he would do so, and that from the habits of his life the property would be squandered before it came into his possession. Why should he not sell his reversion, and why should I not buy it? I write in ignorance, but I presume such an arrangement would be legal and honourable on my part. The sum to be given would be named without difficulty by an actuary. I am now 55, and, I believe, in good health. You yourself will probably know within a few £1,000s what would be the value of the reversion. A proper person would, however, be of course employed. I have saved money, but by no means enough for such an outlay as this. I would, however, mortgage the property, or sell one half of it, if by doing so I could redeem the other half from Mr. Ralph Newton. You no doubt will understand exactly the nature of my offer, and will let me have an answer. I do not know that I can in any other way expedite Mr. Ralph Newton's course of life. I am, dear sir, faithfully yours, Gregory Newton, Senior. When Sir Thomas read this he was almost in greater doubt and difficulty than before. The measure proposed by the elder Newton was no doubt legal and honourable, but it could hardly be so carried out as to be efficacious. Ralph could only sell his share of the inheritance, or rather his chance of inheriting the estate. Were he to die without a son before his uncle, then his brother would be the heir. The arrangement, however, if practicable, would at once make all things comfortable for Ralph, and would give him probably a large unembarrassed revenue, so large that the owner of it need certainly have recourse to no discreditable marriage as the means of extricating himself from present calamity. But then Sir Thomas had very strong ideas about a family property. Were Ralph's affairs indeed in such disorder as to make it necessary for him to abandon the great prospect of being Newton of Newton? If the breeches maker's 20,000 would suffice, surely the thing could be done on cheaper terms than those suggested by the old squire, and done without the intervention of Polly Neefit. End of chapter 10. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 11 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Newton Priory. Newton Priory was at this time inhabited by two gentlemen, old Gregory Newton, who for miles round was known as the Squire, and his son Ralph Newton. His son, but not his heir. A son, however, whom he loved as well as though he had been born with an undoubted right to inherit all those dearly valued acres. A few lines will tell all that need to be told of the Squire's early life, and indeed of his life down to the present period. In very early days, immediately upon his leaving college, he had travelled abroad, and had formed an attachment with a German lady, who by him became the mother of a child. He intended to marry her, hoping to reconcile his father to the match, but before either marriage or reconciliation could take place, the young mother, whose babe's life could then only be counted by months, was dead. In the hope that the old man might yield in all things, the infant had been christened Ralph, for the old squire's name was Ralph, and there had been a Ralph among the Newtons since Newton Priory had existed. But the old squire had a Ralph of his own, the father of our Ralph and of the present parson, who in his time was rector of Peele Newton, and when the tidings of this foreign baby and of the proposed foreign marriage reached the old squire, then he urged his second son to marry, and made the settlement of the estate of which the reader has heard. The settlement was natural enough. it simply entailed the property on the male heir of the family in the second generation. It deprived the eldest son of nothing that would be his in accordance with the usual tenure of English primogeniture. Had he married and become the father of a family, his eldest son would have been the heir. But heretofore there had been no such entails in the Newton family, or at least he was pleased to think that there had been none such, and when he himself inherited the property early in life, before he had reached his 30th year, he thought that his father had injured him. His boy was as dear to him as though the mother had been his honest wife. Then he endeavoured to come to some terms with his brother. He would do anything in order that his child might be Newton of Newton after him. But the parson would come to no terms at all, and was powerless to make any such terms as those which the elder brother required. The parson was honest, self-denying, and proud on behalf of his own children. But he was intrusive in regard to the property, and apt to claim privileges of interference beyond his right as the guardian of his own or of his children's future interests. And so the brothers had quarrelled. And so the story of Newton Priory is told up to the period at which our story begins. Gregory Newton and his son Ralph had lived together at the Priory for the last 26 years, and the young man had grown up as a Newton within the knowledge of all the gentry round them. The story of his birth was public, and it was of course understood that he was not the heir. His father had been too wise on the son's behalf to encourage any concealment. The son was very popular, and deserved to be so. But it was known to all the young men round, and also to all the maidens, that he would not be Newton of Newton. There had been no ill-contrived secret sufficient to make a difficulty, but not sufficient to save the lad from the pains of his position. Everybody knew it. And yet it can hardly be said that he was treated otherwise than he would have been treated had he been the heir. In the hunting field there was no more popular man. A point had been stretched in his favour, and he was a magistrate. Mothers were kind to him, for it was known that his father loved him well, and that his father had been a prudent man. In all respects he was treated as though he were the heir. He managed the shooting, and was the trusted friend of all the tenants. Doubtless his father was the more indulgent to him because of the injury that had been done to him. After all, his life promised well as to material prosperity, for though the Squire, in writing to Sir Thomas, had spoken of selling half the property, with the view of keeping the other half for his son, he was already possessed of means that would enable him to make the proposed arrangement without such sacrifices as that. For 24 years he had felt that he was bound to make a fortune for his son out of his own income. And he had made a fortune, and mothers knew it, and everybody in the county was very civil to that Ralph who was not the heir. But the Squire had never yet quite abandoned the hope that Ralph who was not the heir might yet possess the place, and when he heard of his nephew's doings, heard falsehood as well as truth, from day to day he built up new hopes. He had not expected any such overture as that which had come from Sir Thomas, but if, as he did expect, Ralph the heir should go to the Jews, why should not the Squire purchase the Jew's interest in his own estate? Or if Ralph the heir should, more wisely, deal with some great money-lending office, why should not he redeem the property through the same? Ralph the heir would surely throw what interest he had into the market, and if so, that interest might be bought by the person to whom it must be of more value than to any other. He had said little about it even to his son, but he had hoped, and now had come this letter from Sir Thomas. The reader knows the letter and the Squire's answer. The Squire himself was a very handsome man, tall, broad-shouldered, square-faced, with hair and whiskers almost snow white already, but which nevertheless gave to him but little sign of age. He was very strong, and could sit in the saddle all day without fatigue. He was given much to farming, and thoroughly understood the duties of a country gentleman. He was hospitable too, for though money had been saved, the Priory had ever been kept as one of the pleasantest houses in the county. There had been no wife, no child but the one, and no house in London. The stables, however, had been full of hunters, and it was generally said that no men in Hampshire were better mounted than Gregory the father and Ralph the son. Of the father we will only further say that he was a generous, passionate, persistent, vindictive, and unforgiving man, a bitter enemy, and a staunch friend, a thorough-going Tory, who, much as he loved England and Hampshire and Newton Priory, feared that they were all going to the dogs because of Mr. Disraeli and household suffrage, but who felt, in spite of those fears, that to make his son master of Newton Priory after him would be the greatest glory of his life. He had sworn to the young mother on her deathbed that the boy should be to him as though he had been born in wedlock. He had been good as his word, and we may say that he was one who had at least that virtue, that he always was as good as his word. The son was very like the father in face and gait and bearing, so like that the parentage was marked to the glance of any observer. He was tall, as was his father, and broad across the chest, and strong and active, as his father had ever been. But his face was of a nobler stamp, bearing a surer impress of intellect, and in that respect telling certainly the truth. This Ralph Newton had been educated abroad. His father, with a morbid feeling which he had since done much to conquer, having feared to send him among other young men, the sons of squires and noblemen, who would have known that their comrade was debarred by the disgrace of his birth from inheriting the property of his father. But it may be doubted whether he had not gained as much as he had lost. German and French were the same to him as his native tongue, and he returned to the life of an English country gentleman, young enough to learn to ride to hounds, and to live as he found others living around him. Very little was said, or indeed ever had been said, between the father and son as to their relative position in reference to the property. Ralph, the illegitimate Ralph, knew well enough, and had always known, that the estate was not to be his. He had known this so long that he did not remember the day when he had not known it. Occasionally the squire would observe with a curse that this or that could not be done with the property. Such a house pulled down, or such another built, this copse grubbed up, or those trees cut down, because of that reprobate up in London. As to pulling down, there was no probability of interference now, though there had been much of such interference in the life of the old rector. "Ralph," he had once said to his brother the rector, "I'll marry and have a family yet if there is another word about the timber." "I have not the slightest right, or even wish to object to your doing so," said the rector. "But as long as things are on their present footing, I shall continue to do my duty." Soon after that it had come to pass that the brothers so quarrelled that all intercourse between them was at an end. Such revenge, such absolute punishment as that which the squire had threatened, would have been very pleasant to him, but not even for such pleasure as that would he ruin the boy whom he loved. He did not marry, but saved money, and dreamed of buying up the reversion of his nephew's interest. His son was just 2 years older than our Ralph up in London, and his father was desirous that he should marry. "Your wife would be mistress of the house, as long as I live at least," he had once said. "There are difficulties about it," said the son. Of course there were difficulties. "I do not know whether it is not better that I should remain unmarried," he said a few minutes later. "There are men whom marriage does not seem to suit. I mean as regards their position." The father turned away and groaned aloud when he was alone. On the evening of that day, as they were sitting together over their wine, the son alluded, not exactly to the same subject, but to the thoughts which had arisen from it within his own mind. "Father," he said, "I don't know whether it wouldn't be better for you to make it up with my cousin, and have him down here." "What cousin?" said the Squire, turning sharply round. "With Gregory's eldest brother." The reader will perhaps remember that the Gregory of that day was the parson. "I believe he is a good fellow, and he has done you no harm." "He has done me all harm." "No, father, no. We cannot help ourselves, you know. Were he to die, Gregory would be in the same position. It would be better that the family should be kept together." "I would sooner have the devil here. No consideration on earth shall induce me to allow him to put his foot upon this place. No, not whilst I live." The son said nothing further, and they sat together in silence for some quarter of an hour, after which the elder of the two rose from his chair, and coming round the table put his hand on the son's shoulder and kissed his son's brow. "Father," said the young man, "you think that I am troubled by things which hardly touch me at all." "By God, they touch me close enough," said the elder. This had taken place some month or two before the date of Sir Thomas's letter, but any reference to the matter, of which they were both, no doubt, always thinking, was very rare between them. Newton Priory was a place which a father might well wish to leave unimpaired to his son. It lay in the north of Hampshire, where that county is joined to Berkshire, and perhaps in England there is no prettier district, no country in which moorland and woodland and pasture are more daintily thrown together to please the eye, in which there is a sweeter air or a more thorough seeming of English wealth and English beauty and English comfort. Those who know Eversley and Bramshill and Heckfield and Strathfieldsaye will acknowledge that it is so. But then how few are the Englishmen who travel to see the beauties of their own country! Newton Priory, or Newton Peele as the parish was called, lay somewhat west of these places, but was as charming as any of them. The entire parish belonged to Mr. Newton, as did portions of 3 or 4 parishes adjoining. The house itself was neither large nor remarkable for its architecture, but it was comfortable. The rooms, indeed, were low, for it had been built in the ungainly days of Queen Anne, with additions in the equally ungainly time of George II. And the passages were long and narrow, and the bedrooms were up and down stairs, as though pains had been taken that no two should be on a level, and the windows were of ugly shape, and the whole mass was uncouth and formless, partaking neither of the Gothic beauty of the Stuart architecture, nor of the palatial grandeur which has sprung up in our own days, and yet stood low, giving but little view from the windows. But nevertheless there was a family comfort and a warm solidity about the house which endeared it to those who knew it well. There had been a time in which the present squire had thought of building for himself an entirely new house on another site, on the rising brow of a hill some quarter of a mile away from his present residence. But he had remembered that as he could not leave his estate to his son, it behoved him to spend nothing on the property which duty did not demand from him. The house stood in a park of some 200 acres, in which the ground was poor indeed, but beautifully diversified by rising knolls and little ravines, which seemed to make the space almost unlimited. And then the pines which waved in the Newton woods sighed and moaned with a melody which in the ears of their owner was equalled by that of no other fir trees in the world. And the broom was yellower at Newton than elsewhere, and more plentiful, and the heather was sweeter, and the wild thyme on the grass more fragrant. So at least Mr. Newton was always ready to swear. And all this he could not leave behind him to his son, but must die with the knowledge that as soon as the breath was out of his body, it would become the property of a young man whom he hated. He might not cut down the pine woods, nor disturb those venerable single trees which were the glory of the park, but there were moments in which he thought that he could take a delight in ploughing up the furze, and in stripping the hillsides of the heather. Why should his estate be so beautiful for one who was nothing to him? Would it not be well that he should sell everything that was saleable in order that his own son might be the richer? On the day after he had written his reply to Sir Thomas, he was rambling in the evening with his son through the woods. Nothing could be more beautiful than the park was now, and Ralph had been speaking of the glory of the place. But something had occurred to make his father revert to the condition of a certain tenant whose holding on the property was by no means satisfactory, either to himself or to his landlord. "You know, sir," said the son, "I told you last year that Darvell would have to go." "Where is he to go to?" "He'll go to the workhouse if he stays here. It will be much better for him to be bought out while there is still something left for him to sell. Nothing can be worse than a man sticking on to land without a shilling of capital." "Of course it's bad. His father did well there." "His father did well there till he took to drink and died of it. You know where the road parts Darvell's farm and Brownriggs. Just look at the difference of the crops. There's a place with wheat on each side of you. I was looking at them before dinner." "Brownriggs is in a different parish. Brownriggs is in Bostock." "But the land is of the same quality. Of course Walker is a different sort of man from Darvell. I believe there are nearly 400 acres in Brownriggs." "All that," said the father. "And Darvell has about 70. But the land should be made to bear the same produce per acre." The Squire paused a moment, and then asked a question. "What should you say if I proposed to sell Brownriggs?" Now there were 2 or 3 matters which made the proposition to sell Brownriggs a very wonderful proposition to come from the Squire. In the first place, he couldn't sell an acre of the property at all, of which his son was very well aware. And then of all the farms on the estate it was perhaps the best and most prosperous. Mr. Walker, the tenant, was a man in very good circumstances, who hunted and was popular, and was just the man of whose tenancy no landlord would be ashamed. "Sell Brownriggs?" said the young man. "Well, yes, I should be surprised. Could you sell it?" "Not at present," said the Squire. "How could it be sold at all?" They were now standing at a gate leading out of the park into a field held by the Squire in his own hands, and were both leaning on it. "Father," said the son, "I wish you would not trouble yourself about the estate, but let things come and go just as they have been arranged." "I prefer to arrange them for myself, if I can. It comes to this, that it may be possible to buy the reversion of the property. I could not buy it all, or if I did, must sell a portion of it to raise the money. I have been thinking it over and making calculations. If we let Walker's farm go, and Ingram's, I think I could manage the rest. Of course it would depend on the value of my own life." There was a long pause, during which they both were still leaning on the gate. "It is a phantom, sir," the young man said at last. "What do you mean by a phantom? I don't see any phantom. A reversion can be bought and sold as well as any other property. And if it be sold in this case, I am as free to buy it as any other man." "Who says it is to be sold, sir?" "I say so. That prig of a barrister, Sir Thomas Underwood, has already made overtures to me to do something for that young scoundrel in London. He is a scoundrel, for he is spending money that is not his own, and he is now about to make a marriage that will disgrace his family." The Squire probably did not at the moment think of the disgrace which he had brought upon the family by not marrying. "The fact is that he will have to sell all that he can sell. Why should I not buy it?" "If he were to die?" suggested the son. "I wish he would," said the father. "Don't say that, sir. But if he were to die, Gregory here, who is as good a fellow as ever lived, would come into his shoes. Ralph could sell no more than his own chance." "We could get Gregory to join us," said the energetic Squire. "He also could sell his right." "You had better leave it as it is, sir," said the son, after another pause. "I feel sure that you will only get yourself into trouble. The place is yours as long as you live, and you should enjoy it." "And know that it is going to the Jews after me? Not if I can help it. You won't marry as things are, but you'd marry quick enough if you knew you would remain here after my death, if you were sure that a child of yours could inherit the estate. I mean to try it on, and it is best that you should know. Whatever he can make over to the Jews he can make over to me, and as that is what he is about, I shall keep my eyes open. I shall go up to London about it and see Carey next week. A man can do a deal if he sets himself thoroughly to work." "I'd leave it alone if I were you," said the young man. "I shall not leave it alone. I mayn't be able to get it all, but I'll do my best to secure a part of it. If any is to go, it had better be the land in Bostock and Twining. I think we could manage to keep Newton entire." His mind was always on the subject, though it was not often that he said a word about it to the son in whose behalf he was so anxious. His thoughts were always dwelling on it, so that the whole peace and comfort of his life were disturbed. A life interest in a property is, perhaps, as much as a man desires to have, when he for whose protection he is debarred from further privileges of ownership is a well-loved son. But an entail that limits an owner's rights on behalf of an heir who is not loved, who is looked upon as an enemy, is very grievous. And in this case the man who was so limited, so cramped, so hedged in, and robbed of the true pleasures of ownership, had a son with whom he would have been willing to share everything, whom it would have been his delight to consult as to every roof to be built, every tree to be cut, every lease to be granted or denied. He would dream of telling his son, with a certain luxury of self-abnegation, that this or that question as to the estate should be settled in the interest, not of the setting, but of the rising sun. "It is your affair rather than mine, my boy. Do as you like." He could picture to himself in his imagination a pleasant half-mock melancholy in saying such things, and in sharing the reins of government between his own hands and those of his heir. As the sun is falling in the heavens and the evening lights come on, this world's wealth and prosperity afford no pleasure equal to this. It is this delight that enables a man to feel up to the last moment that the goods of the world are good. But of all this he was to be robbed, in spite of all his prudence. It might perhaps sometimes occur to him that he by his own vice had brought this scourge upon his back. But not the less on that account did it cause him to rebel against the rod. Then there would come upon him the idea that he might cure this evil were his energy sufficient, and all that he heard of that nephew and heir whom he hated tended to make him think that the cure was within his reach. There had been moments in which he had planned a scheme of leading on that reprobate into quicker and deeper destruction, of a pretended friendship with the spendthrift, in order that money for speedier ruin might be lent on that security which the uncle himself was so anxious to possess as his very own. But the scheme of this iniquity, though it had been planned and mapped out in his brain, had never been entertained as a thing really to be done. There are few of us who have not allowed our thoughts to work on this or that villainy, arranging the method of its performance, though the performance itself is far enough from our own purpose. The amusement is not without its danger, and to the Squire of Newton had so far been injurious that it had tended to foster his hatred. He would, however, do nothing that was dishonest, nothing that the world would condemn, nothing that would not bear the light. The argument to which he mainly trusted was this, that if Ralph Newton, the heir, had anything to sell, and was pleased to sell it, it was as open to him to buy it as to any other. If the reversion of the estate of Newton Priory was in the market, why should he not buy it? The reversion, or any part of the reversion. If such were the case, he certainly would buy it. End of chapter 11. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 12 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mrs. Brownlow. There was a certain old Mrs. Brownlow who inhabited a large old-fashioned house on the Fulham Road, just beyond the fashionable confines of Brompton, but nearer to town than the decidedly rural district of Walham Green and Parson's Green. She was deeply interested in the welfare of the Underwood girls, having been a first cousin of their paternal grandmother, and was very unhappy because their father would not go home and take care of them. She was an excellent old woman, affectionate, charitable, and religious, but she was rather behindhand in general matters, and did not clearly understand much about anything in these latter days. She had heard that Sir Thomas was accustomed to live away from his daughters, and thought it very shocking. But she knew that Sir Thomas either was or had been in Parliament, and that he was a great lawyer and a very clever man, and therefore she made excuses. She did not quite understand it all, but she thought it expedient to befriend the young ladies. She had heard, too, that Ralph Newton, who had been entrusted to the care of Sir Thomas, was heir to an enormous property, and she thought that the young man ought to marry one of the young ladies. Consequently, whenever she would ask her cousins to tea, she would also ask Mr. Ralph Newton. Sometimes he would come. More frequently he would express his deep regret that a previous engagement prevented him from having the pleasure of accepting Mrs. Brownlow's kind invitation. On all these occasions Mrs. Brownlow invited Sir Thomas, but Sir Thomas never came. It could hardly have been expected of him that he should do so. Bolsover House was the old-fashioned name of Mrs. Brownlow's residence, and an invitation for tea had been sent for a certain Tuesday in July, Tuesday, July the 18th. Mrs. Brownlow had of course been informed of the arrival of Mary Bonner, who was in truth as nearly related to her as the Underwood girls, and the invitation was given with the express intention of doing honour to Mary. By the young ladies from Popham Villa the invitation was accepted as a matter of course. "Will he be there?" Clary said to her sister. "I hope not, Clarissa." "Why do you hope not? We are not to quarrel, are we, Patty?" "No, we need not quarrel. But I am afraid of him. He is not good enough, Clary, for you to be unhappy about him, and I fear he is." "Is what, Patty? Do speak it out. There is nothing I hate so much as a mystery." "I fear he is not genuine, what people call honest. He would say things without quite meaning what he says." "I don't think it. I am sure he is not like that. I may have been a fool." Then she stopped herself, remembering the whole scene on the lawn. Alas, there had been no misunderstanding him. The crime had been forgiven, but the crime had been a great fact. Since that she had seen him only once, and then he had been so cold. But yet as he left her he had not been quite cold. Surely that pressure of her hand had meant something after that great crime. But why did he not come to her, or why, which would have been so far, far better, did he not go to her papa and tell everything to him? Now, however, there was the chance that she would see him at Bolsover House. That Mrs. Brownlow would ask him was quite a matter of course. The great event of the evening was to be the introduction of Mrs. Brownlow to the new cousin. They were to drink tea out in the old-fashioned garden behind the house, from which Mrs. Brownlow could retreat into her own room at the first touch of a breath of air. The day was one of which the world at large would declare that there was no breath of air, morning, noon, or night. There was to be quite a party. That was evident from the first to our young ladies, who knew the ways of the house, and who saw that the maids were very smart, and that an extra young woman had been brought in. But they were the first to come, as was proper. "My dear Mary," said the old woman to her new guest, "I am glad to see you. I knew your mother and loved her well. I hope you will be happy, my dear." Mrs. Brownlow was a very little old woman, very pretty, very grey, very nicely dressed, and just a little deaf. Mary Bonner kissed her and murmured some word of thanks. The old woman stood for a few seconds looking at the beauty, astounded like the rest of the world. "Somebody told me she was good-looking," Mrs. Brownlow said to Patience, "but I did not expect to see her like that." "Is she not lovely?" "She is a miracle, my dear. I hope she won't steal all the nice young men away from you and your sister. Eh? Yes, yes. What does Mr. Newton say to her?" Patience, however, knew that she need not answer all the questions which Mrs. Brownlow asked, and she left this question unanswered. 2 or 3 elderly ladies came in, and 4 or 5 young ladies, and an old gentleman, who sat close to Mrs. Brownlow and squeezed her hand very often, and a middle-aged gentleman who was exceedingly funny, and 2 young gentlemen who carried the tea and cakes about, but did not talk much. Such were the guests, and the young ladies, who no doubt were accustomed to Mrs. Brownlow's parties, took it all as it was intended, and were not discontented. There was one young lady, however, who longed to ask a question, but durst not. Had Ralph Newton promised that he would come? Clary was sitting between the old gentleman who seemed to be so fond of Mrs. Brownlow's hand and her cousin Mary. She said not a word, nor indeed was there much talking among the guests in general. The merry middle-aged gentleman did the talking, combining it with a good deal of exhilarating laughter at his own wit. The ladies sat around and sipped their tea and smiled. That middle-aged gentleman certainly earned his mild refreshment, for the party without him must have been very dull. Then there came a breath of air, or, as Mrs. Brownlow called it, a keen north wind, and the old lady retreated into the house. "Don't let me take anybody else in, only I can't stand a wind like that." The old gentleman accompanied her, and then the elderly ladies. The young ladies came next, and the man of wit with the silent young gentleman followed, laden with scarfs, parasols, fans, and stray teacups. "I don't think we used to have such cold winds in July," said Mrs. Brownlow. The old gentleman pressed her hand once more, and whispered into her ear that there had certainly been a great change. Suddenly Ralph Newton was among them. Clarissa had not heard him announced, and to her it seemed as though he had come down from the heavens, as would have befitted his godship. He was a great favourite with Mrs. Brownlow, who, having heard that he was heir to a very large property, thought that his extravagance became him. According to her views, it was his duty to spend a good deal of money, and his duty also to marry Clarissa Underwood. As he was yet unmarried to any one else, she hardly doubted that he would do his duty. She was a sanguine old lady, who always believed that things would go right. She bustled and fussed on the present occasion with the very evident intention of getting a seat for him next to Clarissa. But Clarissa was as active in avoiding such an arrangement, and Ralph soon found himself placed between Mary Bonner and a very deaf old lady who was always present at Mrs. Brownlow's tea parties. "I suppose this has all been got up in your honour," he said to Mary. She smiled and shook her head. "Oh, but it has. I know the dear old lady's ways so well. She would never allow a new Underwood to be at the villa for a month without having a tea party to consecrate the event. "Isn't she charming, Mr. Newton, and so pretty?" "No end of charming, and awfully pretty. Why are we all in here instead of out in the garden?" "Mrs. Brownlow thought that it was cold." "With the thermometer at 80? What do you think? Who ought to know what hot weather means? Are you chilly?" "Not in the least. We West Indians never find this climate cold the first year. Next year I don't doubt that I shall be full of rheumatism all over, and begging to be taken back to the islands." Clarissa watched them from over the way as though every word spoken between them had been a treason to herself. And yet she had almost been rude to old Mrs. Brownlow in the manner in which she had placed herself on one side of the circle when the old lady had begged her to sit on the other. Certainly, had she heard all that was said between her lover and her cousin, there was nothing in the words to offend her. She did not hear them, but she could see that Ralph looked into Mary's beautiful face, and that Mary smiled in a demure, silent, self-assured way which was already becoming odious to Clarissa. Clarissa herself, when Ralph looked into her face, would blush and turn away, and feel herself unable to bear the gaze of the god. In a few minutes there came to be a sudden move, and all the young people trooped back into the garden. It was Ralph Newton who did it, and nobody quite understood how it was done. "Certainly, my dear, certainly," said the old lady. "I dare say the moon is very beautiful. Yes, I see, Mr. Ralph. You are not going to take me out, I can tell you. The moon is all very well, but I like to see it through the window. Don't mind me. Mr. Truepenny will stay with me." Mr. Truepenny, who was turned 80, put out his hand and patted Mrs. Brownlow's arm, and assured her that he wanted nothing better than to stay with her for ever. The witty gentleman did not like the move because it had been brought about by a newcomer, who had, as it were, taken the wind out of his sails. He lingered a while, hoping to have weight enough to control the multitude, in which he failed, and at last made one of the followers. And Clarissa lingered also because Ralph had been the first to stir. Ralph had gone out with Mary Bonner, and therefore Clarissa had held back. So it came to pass that she found herself walking round the garden with the witty, exhilarating, middle-aged gentleman, whom, for the present at least, she most cordially hated. "I am not quite sure that our dear old friend isn't right," said the witty man, whose name was Poojean. "A chair to sit down upon, and a wall or two around one, and a few little knick-knacks about, carpets and tables and those sorts of things, are comfortable at times." "I wonder you should leave them, then," said Clarissa. "Can there be a wonder that I leave them with such temptation as this?" said the gallant Poojean. Clarissa hated him worse than ever, and would not look at him, or even make the faintest sign that she heard him. The voice of Ralph Newton through the trees struck her ears, and yet the voice wasn't loud, as it would not be if it were addressed with tenderness to Mary. And there was she bound by some indissoluble knot to Mr. Poojean. "That Mr. Newton is a friend of yours?" asked Mr. Poojean. "Yes, a friend of ours," said Clarissa. "Then I will express my intense admiration for his wit, general character, and personal appearance. Had he been a stranger to you, I should of course have insinuated an opinion that he was a fool, a coxcomb, and the very plainest young man I had ever seen. That is the way of the world, isn't it, Miss Underwood?" "I don't know," said Clarissa. "Oh yes, you do. That's the way we all go on. As he is your friend, I can't dare to begin to abuse him till after the third time round the garden." "I beg then that there may be only 2 turns," said Clarissa. But she did not know how to stop, or to get rid of her abominable companion. "If I mustn't abuse him after 3 turns, he must be a favourite," said the persevering Poojean. "I suppose he is a favourite? By the by, what a lovely girl that is with whom your favourite was shall I say flirting?"
"That lady is my cousin, Mr. Poojean."
"I didn't say that she was flirting, mind. I wouldn't hint such a thing of any young lady, let her be anybody's cousin. Young ladies never flirt. But young men do sometimes, don't they? After all, it is the best fun going, isn't it?"
"I don't know," said Clarissa.
By this time they had got round to the steps leading from the garden to the house.
"I think I'll go in, Mr. Poojean."
She did go in, and Mr. Poojean was left looking at the moon all alone, as though he had separated himself from all mirth and society for that melancholy but pleasing occupation. He stood there gazing upwards with his thumbs beneath his waistcoat. "Grand, is it not?" he said to the first couple that passed him. "Awfully grand, and beautifully soft, and all the rest of it," said Ralph, as he went on with Mary Bonner by his side. "That fellow has got no touch of poetry in him," said Poojean to himself. In the meantime Clarissa, pausing a moment as she entered through the open window, heard Ralph's cheery voice. How well she knew its tones! And she still paused, with ears erect, striving to catch some word from her cousin's mouth. But Mary's words, if they were words spoken by her, were too low and soft to be caught.
"Oh, if she should turn out to be sly!" Clarissa said to herself.
Was it true that Ralph had been flirting with her, as that odious man had said? And why had Ralph not come to her, if he really loved her, as he had twice told her that he did? Of course she had not thrown herself into his arms when old Mrs. Brownlow made that foolish fuss. But still he might have come to her. He might have waited for her in the garden. He might have saved her from the odious vulgarity of that abominable old wretch. For in such language did Clarissa describe to herself the exertions to amuse her which had been made by her late companion. But had the Sydney Smith of the day been talking to her, he would have been dull; or the Count d'Orsay of the day, he would have been vulgar; while the sound of Ralph Newton's voice, as he walked with another girl, was reaching her ears. And then, before she had seated herself in Mrs. Brownlow's drawing room, another idea struck her. Could it be that Ralph did not come to her because she had told him that she would never forgive him for that crime? Was it possible that his own shame was so great that he was afraid of her? If so, could she not let him know that he was, well, forgiven? Poor Clarissa! In the meantime the voices still came to her from the garden, and she still thought that she could distinguish Ralph's low murmurings. It may be feared that Ralph had no such deep sense of his fault as that suggested. He did remember well enough, had reflected more than once or twice on those words which he had spoken to Clary. Having spoken them, he had felt his crime to be their not unnatural accompaniment. At that moment, when he was on the lawns at Fulham, he had thought that it would be very sweet to devote himself to dear Clary; that Clary was the best and prettiest girl he knew; that, in short, it might be well for him to love her and cherish her and make her his wife. Had not Patience come upon the scene and disturbed them, he would probably then and there have offered to her his hand and heart. But Patience had come upon the scene, and the offer had not been, as he thought, made. Since all that, which had passed ages ago, weeks and weeks ago, there had fallen upon him the prosaic romance of Polly Neefit. He had actually gone down to Hendon to offer himself as a husband to the breeches maker's daughter. It is true he had hitherto escaped in that quarter also, or at any rate had not as yet committed himself. But the train of incidents and thoughts which had induced him to think seriously of marrying Polly had made him aware that he could not propose marriage to Sir Thomas Underwood's daughter. From such delight as that he found, on calm reflection, that he had debarred himself by the folly of his past life. It was well that Patience had come upon the scene. Such being the state of affairs with him, that little episode with Clary being at an end, or rather, as he thought, never having quite come to a beginning, and his little arrangement as to Polly Neefit being in abeyance, he was free to amuse himself with this newcomer. Miss Bonner was certainly the most lovely girl he had ever seen. He could imagine no beauty to exceed hers. He knew well enough that her loveliness could be nothing to him. But a woman's beauty is in one sense as free as the air in all Christian countries. It is a light shed for the delight, not of one, but of many. There could be no reason why he should not be among the admirers of Miss Bonner. "I expect, you know, to be admitted quite on the terms of an old friend," he said. "I shall call you Mary, and all that kind of thing." "I don't see your claim," said Miss Bonner. "Oh yes, you do, and must allow it. I was almost a sort of son of Sir Thomas's, till he turned me off when I came of age, and Patience and Clarissa are just the same as sisters to me." "You are not even a cousin, Mr. Newton." "No, I'm not a cousin. It's more like a foster brother, you know. Of course I shan't call you Mary if you tell me not. How is it to be?" "Just for the present I'll be Miss Bonner." "For a week or so?" "Say for a couple of years, and then we'll see how it is." "You'll be some lucky fellow's wife long before that. Do you like living at Fulham?" "Very much. How should I not like it? They are so kind to me. And you know, when I first resolved to come home, I thought I should have to go out as a governess, or perhaps as a nursery maid, if they didn't think me clever enough to teach. I did not expect my uncle to be so good to me. I had never seen him, you know. Is it not odd that my uncle is so little at home?" "It is odd. He is writing a book, you see, and he finds that the air of Fulham doesn't suit his brains." "Oh, Mr. Newton!" "And he likes to be quite alone. There isn't a better fellow going than your uncle. I am sure I ought to say so, but he isn't just what I should call sociable." "I think him almost perfection. But I do wish he was more at home for their sakes. We'll go in now, Mr. Newton. Patience has gone in, and I haven't seen Clarissa for ever so long." Soon after this the guests began to go away. Mr. Truepeny gave Mrs. Brownlow's hand the last squeeze, and Mr. Poojean remarked that all terrestrial joys must have an end. "Not but that such hours as these," said he, "have about them a dash of the celestial which almost gives them a claim to eternity." "Horrible fool!" said Clarissa to her sister, who was standing close to her. "Mrs. Brownlow would perhaps prefer going to bed," said Ralph. Then every one was gone except the Underwoods and Ralph Newton. The girls had on their hats and shawls, and all was prepared for their departure. But there was some difficulty about the fly. The Fulham fly which had brought them, and which always took them everywhere, had hitherto omitted to return for them. It was ordered for 10:30, and now it was 11. "Are you sure he was told?" said Clary. Patience had told him herself twice. "Then he must be tipsy again," said Clary. Mrs. Brownlow bade them to sit still and wait. But when the fly did not arrive by 11:30, it was necessary that something should be done. There were omnibuses on the road, but they might probably be full. "It is only 2 miles. Let us walk," said Clary, and so it was decided. Ralph insisted on walking with them till he should meet an omnibus or a cab to take him back to London. Patience did her best to save him from such labour, protesting that they would want no such escort. But he would not be gainsaid, and would go on with them at least part of the way. Of course he did not leave them till they had reached the gate of Popham Villa. But when they were starting there arose a difficulty as to the order in which they would marshal themselves. A difficulty as to which not a word could be spoken, but which was not the less a difficulty. Clarissa hung back. Ralph had spoken hardly a word to her all the evening. It had better continue so. She was sure that he could not care for her. But she thought that she would be better contented that he should walk with Patience than with Mary Bonner. But Mary took the matter into her own hands, and started off boldly with Patience. Patience hardly approved, but there would be nothing so bad as seeming to disapprove. Clary's heart was in her mouth as she found her arm within his. He had contrived that it should be so, and she could not refuse. Her mind was changed again now, and once more she wished that she could let him know that the crime was forgiven. "I am so glad to have a word with you at last," he said. "How do you get on with the new cousin?"
"Very well. And how have you got on with her?"
"You must ask her that. She is very beautiful, what I call wonderfully beautiful."
"Indeed she is," said Clary, withdrawing almost altogether the weight of her hand from his arm.
"And clever too, very clever, but—"
"But what?"
asked Clary, and the softest, gentlest half ounce of pressure was restored. "Well, nothing. I like her uncommonly. But is she not quite?
"She is quite everything that she ought to be, Ralph."
"I'm sure of that. An angel, you know, and all the rest of it. But angels are cold, you know. I don't know that I ever admired a girl so much in my life." The pressure was again lessened, all but annihilated. "But somehow I should never dream of falling in love with your cousin."
"Perhaps you may do so without dreaming," said Clary, as unconsciously she gave back the weight to her hand.
"No, I know very well the sort of girl that makes me spoony." This was not very encouraging to poor Clary, but still she presumed that he meant to imply that she herself was a girl of the sort that so acted upon him. And the conversation went on in this way throughout the walk. There was not much encouragement to her, and certainly she did not say a word to him that could make him feel that she wanted encouragement. But still he had been with her, and she had been happy, and when they parted at the gate, and he again pressed her hand, she thought that things had gone well.
"He must know that I have forgiven him now," she said to herself.
End of chapter 12. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 13 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mr. Neefit Is Disturbed. On the morning following Mrs. Brownlow's little tea party, Ralph Newton was bound by appointment to call upon Sir Thomas. But before he started on that duty a certain friend of his called upon him. This friend was Mr. Neefit. But before the necessary account of Mr. Neefit's mission is given, the reader must be made acquainted with a few circumstances as they had occurred at Hendon. It will be remembered, perhaps, that on the Sunday evening the two rivals left the cottage at the same moment, one taking the road to the right and the other that to the left, so that bloodshed, for that occasion at least, was prevented. "Neefit," said his wife to him when they were alone together, "you'll be getting yourself into trouble." "You be blowed," said Neefit. He was very angry with his wife, and was considering what steps he would take to maintain his proper marital and parental authority. He was not going to give way to the weaker vessel in a matter of such paramount importance as to be made a fool of in his own family. He was quite sure of this, while the strength of the port wine still stood in him; and though he was somewhat more troubled in spirit when his wife began to bully him on the next morning, he still had valour enough to say that Ontario Moggs also might be blowed. On the Monday, when he returned home and asked for Polly, he found that Polly was out walking. Mrs. Neefit did not at once tell him that Moggs was walking with her, but such was the fact. Just at 5 o'clock Moggs had presented himself at the cottage, knowing very well, sly dog that he was, the breeches maker's hour of return, which took place always precisely at 4 minutes past 6, and boldly demanded an interview with Polly. "I should like to hear what she's got to say to me," said he, looking boldly, almost savagely, into Mrs. Neefit's face. According to that matron's ideas, this was the proper way in which maidens should be wooed and won; and though Polly had at first declared that she had nothing at all to say to Mr. Moggs, she allowed herself at last to be led forth. Till they had passed the railway station on the road leading away from London, Ontario said not a word of his purpose. Polly, feeling that silence was awkward, and finding that she was being hurried along at a tremendous pace, spoke of the weather and of the heat, and expostulated. "It is hot, very hot," said Ontario, taking off his hat and wiping his brow. "But there are moments in a man's life when he can't go slow." "Then there are moments in his life when he must go on by himself," said Polly. But her pluck was too good for her to desert him at such a moment, and although he hardly moderated his pace till he had passed the railway station, she kept by his side. As things had gone so far, it might be quite as well now that she should hear what he had to say. A dim, hazy idea had crossed the mind of Moggs that it would be as well that he should get out into the country before he began his task, and that the line of the railway which passed beneath the road about a quarter of a mile beyond Mr. Neefit's cottage might be considered as the boundary which divided the town from the pastoral joys. He waited, therefore, till the bridge was behind them, till they had passed the station, which was close to the bridge, and then he began. "Polly," said he, "you know what brings me here." Polly did know very well, but she was not bound to confess such knowledge. "You've brought me here, Mr. Moggs, and that's all I know," she said. "Yes, I've brought you here. Polly, what took place last night made me very unhappy, very unhappy indeed." "I can't help that, Mr. Moggs." "Not that I mean to blame you." "Blame me! I should think not. Blame me, indeed! Why are you to blame anybody because father chooses to ask whom he pleases to dinner? A pretty thing indeed if father isn't to have whom he likes in his own house. Polly, you know what I mean. I know you made a great goose of yourself last night, and I didn't feel a bit obliged to you." "No, I didn't. I wasn't a goose at all. I don't say but what I'm as big a fool as most men. I don't mean to stick up for myself. I know well enough that I am foolish often, but I wasn't foolish last night. What was he there for?" "What business have you to ask, Mr. Moggs?" "All the business in life. Love, real love. That's why I have business. That young man who is, I suppose, what you call a swell." "Don't you put words into my mouth, Mr. Moggs. I don't call him anything of the kind." "He's a gentleman." "Yes, he is a gentleman, I suppose." "And I'm a tradesman, a bootmaker." "So is father a tradesman. And if you mean to tell me that I turn up my nose at people the same as father is, you may just go back to London and think what you like about me. I won't put up with it from you or anybody. A tradesman to me is as good as anybody, if he is as good. There." "Oh, Polly, you do look so beautiful." "Bother." "When you say that, and speak in that way, I think you as good as you are beautiful." "Remember, I don't say a word against what you call gentlemen. I take 'em just as they come. Mr. Newton is a very nice young man." "Are you going to take him, Polly?" "How can I take him when he has never asked me? You are not my father, Mr. Moggs, nor yet my uncle. What right have you to question me? If I was going to take him, I shouldn't want your leave." "Polly, you ought to be honest." "I am honest." "Will you hear me, Polly?" "No, I won't." "You won't? Is that answer to go for always?" "Yes, it is. You come and tease and say uncivil things, and I don't choose to be bullied.
What right have you to talk to me about Mr. Newton? Did I ever give you any right? Honest, indeed! What right have you to talk to me about being honest?" "It's all true, dear." "Very well, then. Hold your tongue and don't say such things. Honest, indeed! If I were to take the young man to morrow, that would not make me dishonest." "It's all true, dear, and I beg your pardon. If I have offended you, I will beg your pardon." "Never mind about that. Only don't say foolish things." "Is it foolish, Polly, to say that I love you? And if I love you, can I like to see a young fellow like Mr. Newton hanging about after you? He doesn't love you. He can't love you, as I do. Your father brings him here because he is a gentleman." "I don't think anything of his being a gentleman." "But think of me. Of course I was unhappy, wretched, miserable. I knew why he was there. You can understand, Polly, that when a man really loves he must be the miserablest or the happiest of human beings." "I don't understand anything about it." "I wish you would let me teach you." "I don't want to learn, and I doubt whether you'd make a good master. I really must go back now, Mr. Moggs. I came out because mother said I'd better. I don't know that it could do any good if we were to walk on to Edgeware." And so saying, Polly turned back. He walked beside her half the way home in silence, thinking that if he could only choose the proper words and the proper tone, he might yet prevail, but feeling that the proper words and the proper tone were altogether out of his reach. On those favourite subjects, the ballot or the power of strikes, he could always find the proper words and the proper tone when he rose upon his legs at the Cheshire Cheese. And yet, much as he loved the ballot, he loved Polly Neefit infinitely more dearly. When at the Cheshire Cheese he was a man, but now, walking with the girl of his heart, he felt himself to be a bootmaker, and the smell of the leather depressed him. It was evident that she would walk the whole way home in silence if he would permit it. The railway station was already again in sight when he stopped her on the pathway and made one more attempt. "You believe me when I say that I love you?" "I don't know, Mr. Moggs." "Oh, Polly, you don't know?" "But it doesn't signify, not in the least. I ain't bound to take a man because he loves me." "You won't take Mr. Newton, will you?" "I don't know. I won't say anything about it. Mr. Newton is nothing to you." Then there was a pause. "If you think, Mr. Moggs, that you can recommend yourself to a young woman by such tantrums as there were going on last night, you are very much mistaken. That's not the way to win me." "I wish I knew which way was the way." "Mr. Newton never said a word." "Your father told him to take you out a walking, before my very eyes. Was I to bear that? Think of it, Polly. You mayn't care for me, and I don't suppose you do, but you may understand what my feelings were. What would you have thought of me if I'd stayed there smoking and borne it quiet, and you going about with that young man? I'll tell you what it is, Polly, I couldn't bear it, and I won't. There, and now you know what I mean." At this point in his speech he took off his hat and waved it in the air. "I won't bear it. There are things a man can't bear. Can't bear. Can't bear. Oh, Polly, if you could only be brought to understand what it is that I feel." After all, he didn't do it so very badly. There was just a tear in the corner of Polly's eye, though Polly was very careful that he shouldn't see it. And Polly did know well enough that he was in earnest, that he was in fact true. But then he was gawky and ungainly. It was not that he was a shoemaker. Could he have had his own wits and danced like the gasfitter, he might have won her still, against Ralph Newton, with all his blood and white hands. But poor Ontario was, as regarded externals, so ill a subject for a great passion. "And where have you been, Polly?" said her father, as soon as she entered the house. "I have been walking with Ontario Moggs," said Polly, boldly.
"What have you been saying to him? I won't have you walk with Ontario Moggs. I and your mother'll have to fall out if this kind of thing goes on."
"Don't be silly, father."
"What do you mean by that, miss?"
"It is silly. Why shouldn't I walk with him? Haven't I known him all my life, and walked with him scores of times? Isn't it silly, father? Don't I know that if I told you I loved Ontario Moggs, you'd let me marry him to morrow?"
"He'd have to take you in what you stand up in."
"He wouldn't desire anything better. I'll say that for him. He's true and honest. I'd love him if I could, only somehow I don't."
"You've told him you didn't, once and for all?"
"I don't know about that, father. He'll come again, you may be sure. He's one of that sort that isn't easily said nay to. If you mean, have I said yes? I haven't. I'll never say yes to any man unless I love him. When I do say it, I shall mean it, whether it's Auntie Moggs or anybody else. I'm not going to be given away, you know, like a birthday present out of a shop. There's nobody as can give me away, father, only myself."
To all which utterances of a rebellious spirit the breeches maker made no answer. He knew that Polly would at least be true to him, and as she was as yet free, the field was still open to his candidate. He believed thoroughly that had not his wife interfered and asked the bootmaker to join that unfortunate dinner party, his daughter and Ralph Newton would now have been engaged together. And probably it might have been so. When first it had been whispered to Polly that that handsome and very agreeable young gentleman, Mr. Ralph Newton, might become a suitor for her hand, she had chucked up her head and declared to her mother that she didn't intend to take a husband of her father's choosing. But as she came to know Ralph a little, she did find that he was good looking and agreeable, and her heart did flutter at the idea of becoming the wife of a real undoubted gentleman. She meant to have her grand passion, and she must be quite sure that Mr. Newton loved her. But she didn't see any reason why Mr. Newton shouldn't love her, and upon the whole she was inclined to obey her father rather than to disobey him. And it might still be that he should win her, for he had done nothing to disgrace himself in her sight. But there did lurk within her bosom some dim idea that he should have bestirred himself more thoroughly on that Sunday evening, and not have allowed himself to be driven out of the field by Ontario Moggs. She wronged him there, as indeed he had had no alternative, unless he had followed her up to her bedroom. Mr. Neefit, when he found that no harm had as yet been done, resolved that he would return to the charge. It had been before observed that he lacked something in delicacy, but what he did so lack he made up in persistency. He had been unable to impute any blame to Ralph as to that evening. He felt that he rather owed an apology to his favourite candidate. He would make the apology, and inform the favourite candidate at the same time that the course was still open to him. With these views he left Conduit Street early on the Wednesday morning, and called on Ralph at his rooms. "Mr. Newton," he said, hastening at once upon the grand subject, "I hope you didn't think as I was to blame in having Moggs at our little dinner on Sunday?" Ralph declared that he had never thought of imputing blame to any one. "But it was as awkward could be. It was my wife's doing. Of course you can see how it all is. That chap has been hankering after Polly ever since she was in her teens. But, Lord love you, Captain, he ain't a chance with her. He was there again a Monday, but the girl wouldn't have a word to say to him." Ralph sat silent and very grave. He was taken now somewhat by surprise, having felt, up to this moment, that he would at least have the advantage of a further interview with Sir Thomas before he need say another word to Mr. Neefit. "What I want you to do, Captain, is just to pop it, straight off, to my girl. I know she'd take you because of her way of looking. Not, mind, that she ever said so. Oh, no. But the way to find out is just to ask the question. You see, Mr. Neefit, it wasn't very easy to ask it last Sunday," said Ralph, attempting to laugh. "Moggs has been at her again," said Neefit. This argument was good. Had Ralph been as anxious as Moggs, he would have made his opportunity. "And to tell you the truth, Mr. Neefit." "Well, sir." "There is nothing so disagreeable as interfering in families. I admire your daughter amazingly." "She's a trump, Mr. Newton." "She is indeed, and I thoroughly appreciate the great generosity of your offer." "I'll be as good as my word, Mr. Newton. The money shall all be there, down on the nail." "But you see your wife is against me." "Blow my wife. You don't think Polly'd do what her mother tells her. Who's got the money bag? That's the question. You go down and pop it straight. You ain't afraid of an old woman, I suppose, nor yet of a young 'un. Don't mind waiting for more dinners or anything of that kind. They likes a man to be hot about it. That's what they likes. You're sure to find her any time before dinner. That's at 1, you know. May be she mayn't be figged out fine, but you won't mind that. I'll go bail you'll find the flesh and blood all right. Just you make your way in and say what you've got to say. I'll make it straight with the old woman afterwards." Ralph Newton had hitherto rather prided himself on his happy management of young ladies. He was not ordinarily much afflicted by shyness, and conceived himself able to declare a passion, perhaps whether he felt or feigned, as well as another. And now he was being taught how to go a wooing by his breeches maker. He did not altogether like it, and as at this moment his mind was rather set against the Hendon matrimonial speculation, he was disposed to resent it. "I think you're making a little mistake, Mr. Neefit," he said. "What mistake? I don't know as I'm making any mistake. You'll be making a mistake, and so you'll find when the plum's gone. It's just this, you know. When you suggested this thing to me—" "Well, yes; I did suggest it, and I ain't ashamed of it." "I was awfully grateful. I had met your daughter once or twice, and I told you I admired her ever so much." "That's true. But you didn't admire her a bit more than what she's entitled to." "I'm sure of that. But then I thought I ought just to know her a little better, you see. And then how could I presume to think she'd take me till she knew me a little better?" "Presume to think! Is that all you know about young women? Pop the question right out, and give her a buss. That's the way." Newton paused a moment before he spoke, and looked very grave. "I think you're driving me a little too fast, Mr. Neefit," he said at last. "The deuce I am! Driving you too fast! What does that mean?" "There must be a little management and deliberation in these things. If I were to do as you propose, I should not recommend myself to your daughter, and I should myself feel that at the most important crisis of my life I was allowing myself to be hurried beyond my judgment." These words were spoken with a slow solemnity of demeanour, and a tone of voice so serious that for a moment they perfectly awed the breeches maker. Ralph was almost successful in reducing his proposed father-in-law to a state of absolute subjection. Mr. Neefit was all but induced to forget that he stood there with £20,000 in his pocket. There came a drop or two of perspiration on his brow, and his large saucer eyes almost quailed before those of his debtor. But at last he rallied himself, though not entirely. He could not quite assume that self-assertion which he knew that his position would have warranted. But he did keep his flag up after a fashion. "I dare say you know your own business best, Mr. Newton. Only them's not my ideas, that's all. I come to you fair and honest, and I repeats the same. Good morning, Mr. Newton." So he went, and nothing had been settled. To say that Ralph had even yet made up his mind would be to give him praise which was not his due. He was still doubting, though in his doubts the idea of marrying Polly Neefit became more indistinct and less alluring than ever. By this time he almost hated Mr. Neefit, and most unjustly regarded that man as a persecutor who was taking advantage of his pecuniary ascendancy to trample him. "He thinks I must take his daughter because I owe him £200 or £300." Such were Ralph Newton's thoughts about the breeches maker, which thoughts were very unjust. Neefit was certainly vulgar, illiterate, and indelicate, but he was a man who could do a generous action, and having offered his daughter to this young aristocrat, would have scorned to trouble him afterwards about his little bill. Ralph sat trying to think for about an hour, and then walked to Southampton Buildings. He had not much hope as he went. Indeed, hope hardly entered into his feelings. Sir Thomas would of course say unpleasant words to him, and of course he would be unable to answer them. There was no ground for hoping anything, unless indeed he could make himself happy in a snug little box in a hunting country, with Polly Neefit for his wife, living on the interest of the breeches maker's money. He was quite alive to the fact that in this position he would in truth be the most miserable dog in existence, that it would be infinitely better for him to turn his prospects into cash, and buy sheep in Australia, or cattle in South America, or to grow corn in Canada. Any life would be better than one supported in comfortable idleness on Mr. Neefit's savings. Nevertheless, he felt that that would most probably be his doom. The sheep or the cattle or the corn required an amount of energy which he no longer possessed. There were the 4 horses at the Moonbeam, and he could ride them to hounds as well as any man. So much he could do, and would seem in doing it to be full of life. But as for selling the 4 horses, and changing altogether the mode of his life, that was more than he had vitality left to perform. Such was the measure which he took of himself, and in taking it he despised himself thoroughly, knowing well how poor a creature he was. Sir Thomas told him readily what he had done, giving him to read a copy of his letter to Mr. Newton and Mr. Newton's reply. "I can do nothing more," said Sir Thomas. "I hope you have given up the sad notion of marrying that young woman." Ralph sat still and listened. "No good, I think, can come of that," continued Sir Thomas. "If you are in truth compelled to part with your reversion to the Newton estate, which is in itself a property of great value, I do not doubt but your uncle will purchase it at its worth. It is 1,000 pities that prospects so noble should have been dissipated by early imprudence." "That's quite true, Sir Thomas," said Ralph, in a loud ringing tone, which seemed to imply that, let things be as bad as they might, he did not mean to make a poor mouth of them. It was his mask for the occasion, and it suffered to hide his misery from Sir Thomas. "If you think of selling what you have to sell," continued Sir Thomas, "you had better take Mr. Newton's letter and put it into the hands of your own attorney. It will be 10 times better than going to the money lending companies for advances. If I had the means of helping you myself, I would do it." "Oh, Sir Thomas!" "But I have not. I should be robbing my own girls, which I am sure you would not wish." "That is quite out of the question, Sir Thomas." "If you do resolve on selling the estate, you had better come to me as the thing goes on. I can't do much, but I may perhaps be able to see that nothing improper is proposed for you to do. Good bye, Ralph. Anything will be better than marrying that what-d'ye-call-'em's daughter." Ralph, as he walked westward toward the club, was by no means sure that Sir Thomas had been right in this. By marrying Polly he would, after all, keep the property. Just by the lions in Trafalgar Square he met Ontario Moggs. Ontario Moggs scowled at him and cut him dead. End of chapter 13. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 14 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Reverend Gregory Newton. It was quite at the end of July, in the very hottest days of a very hot summer, that Squire Newton left Newton Priory for London, intent upon law business, and filled with ambition to purchase the right of leaving his own estate to any heir whom he might himself select. He left his son alone at the Priory, but his son and the parson were sure to be together on such an occasion. Ralph, the country Ralph, dined at the rectory on the day that his father started, and on every succeeding day Gregory, the parson, dined up at the large house. It was a thing altogether understood at the Priory that the present parson, Gregory, was altogether exempted from the anathema which had been pronounced against the heir and against the memory of the heir's father. Gregory simply filled the place which might have been his had there been no crushing entail, and was moreover so sweet and gentle-hearted a fellow that it was impossible not to love him. He was a tall, slender man, somewhat narrow-chested, bright-eyed, with a kind-looking, sweet mouth, a small, well-cut nose, dark but not black hair, and a dimple on his chin. He always went with his hands in his pockets, walking quick, but shuffling sometimes in step, as though with hesitation, stooping somewhat, absent occasionally, going about with his chin stuck out before him, as though he were seeking something, he knew not what. A more generous fellow, who delighted more in giving, hesitated more in asking, more averse to begging, though a friend of beggars, less self-arrogant or self-seeking, or more devoted to his profession, never lived. He was a man with prejudices, kindly, gentlemanlike, amiable prejudices. He thought that a clergyman should be a graduate from one of the 3 universities, including Trinity, Dublin, and he thought also that a clergyman should be a gentleman. He thought that dissenters were a great mistake. He thought that convocation should be potential. He thought that the Church had certain powers and privileges which Parliament could not take away except by spoliation. He thought that a parson should always be well dressed, according to his order. He thought that the bishop of his diocese was the purest, best, and noblest peer in England. He thought that Newton churchyard was, of all spots on earth, the most lovely. He thought very little of himself, and he thought that of all the delights given by God for the delectation of his creatures, the love of Clarissa Underwood would be the most delightful. In all these thinkings he was astray, carried away by prejudices which he was not strong enough to withstand. But the joint effect of so many faults in judgment was not disagreeable, and as one result of that effect, Gregory Newton was loved and respected and believed in by all men and women, rich and poor, who lived within knowledge of his name. His uncle Gregory, who was wont to be severe in his judgment on men, would declare that the Reverend Gregory, as he was called, was perfect. But then the Squire was a man who was himself very much subject to prejudices. There was now and ever had been a great freedom of discussion between Ralph Newton of the Priory and his cousin Gregory, if under the circumstances the 2 young men may be called cousins, respecting the affairs of the property. There was naturally much to check or to prevent such freedom. Their own interests in regard to the property were, as far as they went, adverse. The young parson might possibly inherit the whole of the estate, whereas he was aware that the present squire would move heaven and earth to leave it, or a portion of it, to his own son. Gregory had always taken his brother's part before the squire, and the squire, much as he liked the parson, was never slow in abusing the parson's brother. It would have been no more than natural had the question of the property been, by tacit agreement, always kept out of sight between the 2 young men. But they had grown up from boyhood together as firm friends, and there was no reticence between them on this all-important subject. The Squire's son had never known his mother, and could therefore speak of his own position as would hardly have been possible to him had any memory of her form or person remained with him. And then, though their interests were opposite, nothing that either could say would much affect those interests. The two men were sitting on the lawn at the Priory after dinner, smoking cigars, and Ralph, this other Ralph, had just told the parson of his intention of joining his father in London. "I don't see that I can do any good," said Ralph, "but he wishes it, and of course I shall go." "You won't see my brother, I suppose?" "I should think not. You know what my father's feelings are, and I certainly shall not go out of my way to offend them. I have no animosity against Ralph, but I could do no good by opposing my father." "No," said the parson, "not but what I wish it were otherwise. It is a trouble to me that I cannot have Ralph here, though perhaps he would not care to come." "I feel it hard, too, that he should not be allowed to see a place which in a measure belongs to him. I wish with all my heart that my father did not think so much about the estate. Much as I love the old place, I can hardly think about it without bitterness. Had my father and your brother been on good terms together, there would have been none of that. Nothing that he could do, no success in his efforts, can make me as I should have been had I been born his heir. It is a misfortune, and of course one feels it. But I think that I should feel it less were he not so fixed in his purpose to undo what can never be undone." "He will never succeed," said Gregory. "Probably not, though for that matter I suppose Ralph will be driven to raise money on his inheritance." "He will never sell the property." "It seems that he does spend money faster than he can get it." "He may have done so." "Is he not always in debt to you yourself? Is he not now thinking of marrying some tradesman's daughter to relieve him of his embarrassments? We have to own, I suppose, that Master Ralph has made a mess of his money matters." The parson, who couldn't deny the fact, hardly knew what to say on his brother's behalf. "I protest to you, Greg, that if my father were to tell me that he had changed his mind and paid your brother's debts out of sheer kindness and uncleship, and the rest of it, I should be well pleased. But he won't do that, and it does seem to me probable that the estate will get into the hands of the Jews, financiers, and professional money dealers, unless my father can save it. You wouldn't be glad to see some shopkeeper's daughter calling herself Mrs. Newton of Newton." "A shopkeeper's daughter need not necessarily be a bad sort of woman," said Gregory. "The chances are that a shopkeeper's daughter will not be an educated lady. Come, Greg, you cannot say that it is the kind of way out of the mess that you would approve." "I am so sorry that there should be any mess at all." "Just so. It is a pity that there should be any mess, is it not? Come, old fellow, drink your coffee, and let us take a turn across the park. I want to see what Larkin is doing about those sheep. I often feel that my coming into the world was a mess altogether, though now that I am here I must make the best of it. If I hadn't come, my father would have married, and had a score of children, and Master Ralph would have been none the better for it." "You'll go and see the Underwoods?" said the parson, as they were walking across the park. "If you wish, I will." "I do wish it. They know all the history as a matter of course. It cannot be otherwise. And they have so often heard me talk of you. The girls are simply perfect. I shall write to Miss Underwood and tell her that you will call. I hope, too, that you will see Sir Thomas. It would be so much better that he should know you." That same night Gregory Newton wrote the two following letters before he went to bed. The first written was to Miss Underwood, and the second to his brother, but we will place the latter first. Newton, 4th August, 186 . My dear Ralph, no doubt you know by this time that my uncle Gregory is in London, though you will probably not have seen him. I understand that he has come up with the express purpose of making some settlement in regard to the property on account of your embarrassments. I need not tell you how sorry I am that the state of your affairs should make this necessary. Ralph goes up also to morrow, and though he does not purpose to hunt you up, I hope that you may meet him. You know what I think of him, and how much I wish that you two could be friends. He is as generous as the sun, and as just as he is generous. Every Newton ought to make him welcome as one of the family. As to money, I do not know what may be the state of your affairs. I only hear from him what he hears from his father. Sooner than that you should endanger your inheritance here, I will make any sacrifice, if there be anything that I can do. You are welcome to sell my share of the Holborn property, and you can pay me after my uncle's death. I can get on very well with my living, as it is not probable that I shall marry. At any rate, understand that I should infinitely prefer to lose every shilling of the London property to hearing that you had imperilled your position here at Newton. I do not suppose that what I have can go far, but as far as it will go, it is at your service. You can show this letter to Sir Thomas if you think fit. I could say ever so much more, only that you will know it all without my saying it. And I cannot bear that you should think that I would preach sermons to you. Never mind what I said before about the money that I wanted then. I can do without it now. My uncle will pay for the entire repair of the chancel out of his own pocket. Ever so much must be left undone till more money comes in. Money does come in from this quarter or from that by God's help. As for the church rates, of course, I regret them. But we have to take things in a lump, and it is certainly the fact that we spend 10 times as much on the churches as was spent 50 years ago. Your most affectionate brother, Gregory Newton. The other letter was much shorter, and was addressed to Patience Underwood. Newton Peele Parsonage, 4th August, 186 . My dear Miss Underwood, my cousin, Mr. Ralph Newton, of whom you have heard me speak so often, is going up to London, and I have asked him to call at Popham Villa because I am desirous that so very dear a friend of mine should know other friends whom I love so dearly. I am sure you will receive him kindly for my sake, and that you will like him for his own. There are reasons why I wish that your father should know him. Give my most affectionate love to your sister. I can send her no other message, and I do not think she will be angry with me for sending that. It cannot hurt her, and she and you at least know how honest and how true it is. Distance and time make no difference. It is as though I were on the lawn with her now. Most sincerely yours, Gregory Newton. When he had written this in the little book-room of his parsonage, he opened the window, and crossing the garden, seated himself on a low brick wall which divided his small domain from the churchyard. The night was bright with stars, but there was no moon in the heavens, and the gloom of the old ivy-coloured church tower was complete. But all the outlines of the place were so well known to him that he could trace them all in the dim light. After a while he got down among the graves, and with slow steps walked round and round the precincts of his church. Here, at least in this spot, close to the house of God, which was his own church, within this hallowed enclosure, which was his own freehold in a peculiar manner, he could, after a fashion, be happy, in spite of the misfortunes of himself and his family. His lines had been laid for him in very pleasant places. According to his ideas, there was no position among the children of men more blessed, more diversified, more useful, more noble, than that which had been awarded to him, if only, by God's help, he could perform with adequate zeal and ability the high duties which had been entrusted to him. Things outside were dark, at least so said the squires and parsons around him, with whom he was wont to associate. His uncle Gregory was sure that all things were going to the dogs, since a so-called Tory leader had become an advocate for household suffrage, and real Tory gentlemen had condescended to follow him. But to our parson it had always seemed that there was still a fresh running stream of water for him who would care to drink from a fresh stream. He heard much of unbelief and of the professors of unbelief, both within and without the great church. But in that little church with which he was personally concerned, there were more worshippers now than there had ever been before. And he heard, too, how certain well-esteemed preachers and prophets of the day talked loudly of the sins of the people, and foretold destruction, such as was the destruction of Gomorrah. But to him it seemed that the people of his village were more honest, less given to drink, and certainly better educated than their fathers. In all which thoughts he found matter for hope and encouragement in his daily life, and he set himself to work diligently, placing all this as a balance against his private sorrows, so that he might teach himself to take that world, of which he himself was the centre, as one whole, and so to walk on rejoicing. The one great sorrow of his life, the thorn in the flesh which was always festering, the wound which would not be cured, the grief for which there was no remedy, was his love for Clarissa Underwood. He had asked her thrice to be his wife, with very little interval, indeed, between the separate prayers, and had been so answered that he entertained no hope. Had there been any faintest expectation in his mind that Clarissa would at last become his wife, he would have been deterred by a sense of duty from making to his brother that generous offer of all the property he owned. But he had no such hope. Clarissa had given thrice that answer, which of all answers is the most grievous to the true-hearted lover. She felt for him unbounded esteem, and would always regard him as a friend. A short decided negative, or a doubtful no, or even an indignant repulse may be changed, may give way to second convictions, or to better acquaintance, to altered circumstances, or even simply to perseverance. But an assurance of esteem and friendship means, and only can mean, that the lady regards her lover as she might do some old uncle or patriarchal family connection, whom after a fashion she loves, but who can never be to her the one creature to be worshipped above all others. Such were Gregory Newton's ideas as to his own chance of success, and so believing, he had resolved that he would never press his suit again. He endeavoured to conquer his love, but that he found to be impossible. He thought that it was so impossible that he had determined to give up the endeavour. Though he would have advised others that by God's mercy all sorrows in this world could be cured, he told himself, without arraigning God's mercy, that for him this sorrow could not be cured. He did not scruple, therefore, to assure his brother that he would not marry. Nor did he hesitate, in writing to Patience Underwood, to assure her that his love for her sister was unchangeable. In saying so he urged no suit, but it was impossible that he should write to the house without some message, and none other from him to her could be a true message. It could not hurt her. It would not even give her the trouble to think whether she had decided well. He quite understood the nature of the love he wanted, a love that would have felt it to be all happiness to lean upon his bosom. Without this love he would not have wished to take her, and with such love as that he knew he could not fill her heart. Therefore it was that he would satisfy himself with walking round the churchyard of Newton Peele, and telling himself that the pleasure of this world was best to be found in the pursuit of the joys of the next. End of chapter 14. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 15 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Clarissa Waits. When Patience and Clarissa had got to their own room on the night on which they had walked back from Mrs. Brownlow's house to Popham Villa, during all which long walk Clarissa's hand had lain gently upon Ralph Newton's arm, the elder sister looked painfully and anxiously into the younger's face, in order that, if it were possible, she might learn without direct enquiry what had been said during that hour of close communion. Had Ralph meant to speak, there could have been no time more appropriate. And Patience hardly knew what she herself wished, except that she wished that her sister might have everything that was good and joyous and prosperous. There was never a look of pain came across Clary's face, but Patience suffered some touch of inner agony. This feeling was so strong that she sympathized even with Clary's follies and with Clary's faults. She almost knew that it would not be well that Ralph Newton should be encouraged as a lover, brilliant as were his future prospects, and dear as he was personally to them all. He was a spendthrift, and it might be that his fine prospects would all be wasted before they were matured, and then their father would so probably disapprove. And then again it was so wrong that Clary's peace should have been disturbed, and yet no word said to their father. There was much that was wrong, but still so absolute was her clinging love for Clary that she longed above all things that Clary should be made happy. When Ralph's brother had declared himself as a suitor, which he had done boldly to Sir Thomas after but a short intimacy with the family, Patience had given him all her sympathy. Sir Thomas, having looked at his circumstances, had made him welcome to the house and to his daughter's hand, if he could win her heart. The stage had been open to him, and Patience had been his most eager friend. But all that had passed away, and Clary had been obstinate. "Patty," she had said with some little arrogance, "he has made a mistake. He should have fallen in love with you." "Clergymen are as fond of pretty girls as other men," Patty had said with a smile. "And isn't my Patty as pretty and as delicate as a primrose?" Clary had said, embracing her sister. Pretty Patience Underwood was not, but for delicacy, that with which Patience Underwood was gifted transcended poor Clarissa's powers of comparison. So it was between them, and now there was this acknowledged passion for the spendthrift. Patience could see that her sister was not unhappy when she came in from her walk, was not moody, she was not heartbroken, and yet it had seemed to her, before the walk began, while they were sauntering about Mrs. Brownlow's garden, that Ralph had devoted himself entirely to the new cousin, and that Clarissa had been miserable. Surely if he had spoken during the walk, if he had renewed his protestations of love, if he were now regarded by Clary as her accepted lover, Clary would not keep all this as a secret. It could not be that Clary should have surrendered herself to a lover, and that their father was to be allowed to remain in ignorance that it was so. And yet how could it be otherwise if Clary was happy now, Clary who had acknowledged that she loved this man, and had now been leaning on his arm for an hour beneath the moonlight? But Patience said not a word. She could not bring herself to speak when speech might pain her sister. When they had been some half hour in bed, there stole a whisper across the darkness of the chamber from one couch to the other. "Patty, are you asleep?" Patience declared that she was wide awake. "Then I'll come to you," and Clary's naked feet pattered across the floor. "I've just something to say, and I'll say it better here." Patience made glad way for the intruder, and knew that now she would hear it all. "Patty, it is better to wait." "What do you mean, dear?" "I mean this. I think he does like me. I'm almost sure he does." "He said nothing to night?" "He said a great deal, of course, but nothing about that. Nothing about that exactly." "Oh, Clary, I'm afraid of him." "What is the good of fear? The evil is, dear, I think he likes me, but it may be so well that he cannot speak out. He is in debt and all that,
and he must wait." "But that is so terrible. What will you do?" "I will wait too. I have thought about it, and have determined. What is the good of loving a man if one won't go through something for him? I do love him with all my heart. I pray God I may never have a husband if I cannot be his wife." Patience shuddered in her sister's embrace as these bold words were spoken with energy. "I tell you, Patty, just as I tell myself, because you love me so dearly." "I do love you. Oh, I do love you." "I do not think it can be unmaidenly to tell the truth to you and to myself. How can I help telling it to myself? There it is. I feel that I could kiss the very ground on which he stands. He is my hero, my paladin, my heart, my soul. I have given myself to him for everything. How can I help myself?" "But, Clary, you should repress this, not encourage it." "It won't be repressed, not in my own heart. But I will never, never, never let him know that it has been so, till he is all my own. There may be a day when, oh, I shall tell him everything. How wretched I was when he did not speak to me. How broken-hearted when I heard his voice with Mary. How fluttered and half happy and half wretched when I found that I was to have that long walk with him, and then how I determined to wait. I will tell him all, perhaps, some day. Good night, dear, dear Patty. I could not sleep without letting you know everything." Then she sprang out from her sister's arms and pattered back across the room to her own bed. In 2 minutes Clarissa was asleep, but Patience lay long awake, and before she slept her pillow was damp with her tears. In the course of the following week Ralph was again at the villa. Sir Thomas, as a matter of course, was away, but the 3 girls were at home, and, as it happened, Miss Spooner had also come over to take her tea with her friends. The hour that he spent there was passed half indoors and half out, and certainly Ralph's attentions were chiefly paid to Miss Bonner. Miss Bonner herself, however, was so discreet in her demeanour that no one could have suggested that any approach had been made to flirtation. To tell the truth, Mary, who had received no confidence from her cousin, and who was a girl slow to excite or give a confidence, had seen some sign or heard some word which had created on her mind a suspicion of the truth. It was not that she thought that Clary's heart was irrevocably given to the young man, but that there seemed to be just something with which it might be as well that she herself should not interfere. She was there on sufferance, dependent on her uncle's charity for her daily bread, let her uncle say what he might to the contrary. As yet she hardly knew her cousins, and was quite sure that she was not known by them. She heard that Ralph Newton was a man of fashion, and the heir to a large fortune. She knew herself to be utterly destitute, but she knew herself to be possessed of great beauty. In her bosom, doubtless, there was an ambition to win by her beauty from some man whom she could love those good things of which she was so destitute. She did not lack ambition, and had her high hopes, grounded on the knowledge of her own charms. Her beauty and a certain sufficiency of intellect, of the extent of which she was in a remarkable degree herself aware, were the gifts with which she had been endowed. But she knew when she might use them honestly, and when she ought to refrain from using them. Ralph had looked at her as men do look who wish to be allowed to love. All this to her was much more clearly intelligible than to Clarissa, who was 2 years her senior. Though she had seen Ralph but thrice, she already felt that she might have him on his knees before her if she cared so to place him. But there was that suspicion of something which had gone before, and a feeling that honour and gratitude, perhaps also self-interest, called upon her to be cold in her manner to Ralph Newton. She had purposely avoided his companionship in their walk home from Mrs. Brownlow's house,
And now, as they wandered about the lawn and shrubberies of Popham Villa, she took care not to be with him out of earshot of the others, in all of which there was 10 times more of womanly cleverness, or cunning, shall we say, than had yet come to the possession of Clarissa Underwood. Cunning she was, but she did not deserve that the objectionable epithet should be applied to her. The circumstances of her life had made her cunning. She had been the mistress of her father's house since her 15th year, and for 2 years of her life had had a succession of admirers at her feet. Her father had eaten and drunk and laughed and had joked with his child's lovers about his child. It had been through no merit of his that she had held her own among them all without soiling either her name or her inner self. Captains in West Indian regiments and lieutenants from Queen's ships lying at Spanish Point had been her admirers. Proposals to marry are as ready on the tongues of such men out in the tropics as offers to hand a shawl or carry a parasol. They are soft-hearted, bold to face the world, and very confident in circumstances. Then, too, they are ignorant of any other way to progress with a flirtation which is all engrossing. In warm latitudes it is so natural to make an offer after the 5th dance. It is the way of the people in those latitudes, and seems to lead to no harm. Men and women do marry on small incomes, but they do not starve, and the world goes on wagging. Mary Bonner, however, whose father's rank had at least been higher than that of her adorers, and who knew that great gifts had been given to her, had held herself aloof from all this, and had early resolved to bide her time. She was still biding her time, with patience sufficient to enable her to resist the glances of Ralph Newton. Clarissa Underwood behaved very well on this evening. She gave a merry glance at her sister, and devoted herself to Miss Spooner. Mary was so wise and so prudent that there was no cause for any great agony. As far as Clary could see, Ralph had quite as much to say to Patience as to Mary. For herself, she had resolved that she would wait. Her manner to him was very pretty, almost the manner of a sister to a brother. And then she stayed resolutely with Miss Spooner, while Ralph was certainly tempting Mary down by the river side. It did not last long. He was soon gone, and Miss Spooner had soon followed him. "He is very amusing," Mary said, as soon as they were alone. "Very amusing," said Patience. "And uncommonly good-looking. Isn't he considered a very handsome man here?" "Yes, I suppose he is," said Patience. "I don't know that I ever thought much about that." "Of course he is," said Clarissa. "Nobody can doubt about it. There are some people as to whom it is as absurd not to admit that they are handsome as it would be to say that a fine picture is not beautiful. Ralph is one such person, and of course I know another." Mary would not seem to take the allusion, even by a smile. "I always thought Gregory much nicer looking," said Patience. "That must be because you are in love with him," said Clarissa. "There is a speaking brightness and eloquence in his eyes, and a softness of feeling in the expression of his face, which is above all beauty," continued Patience with energy. "Here's poetry," said Clarissa. "Eloquence and softness and eyes and feeling and expressive and speaking brightness. You'd better say at once that he's a god." "I wish I knew him," said Mary Bonner. "You'll know him before long, I don't doubt. And when you do, you'll know one of the best fellows in the world. I'll admit as much as that. But I will not admit that he can be compared to his brother in regard to good looks." In all which poor Clarissa, who had nothing to console her but her resolve to wait with courage, bore herself well and gallantly. Soon after this there arrived at Popham Villa the note from Gregory Newton. As it happened, Sir Thomas was at home on that morning, and heard the tidings. "If young Mr. Newton does come home, get him to dine, and I will take care to be at home," said Sir Thomas. Patience suggested that Ralph, their own Ralph, should be asked to meet him, but to this Sir Thomas would not accede. "It is not our business to make up a family quarrel," he said. "I have had old Mr. Newton with me once or twice lately, and I find that the quarrel still exists as strong as ever. I asked him to dine here, but he refused. His son chooses to come. I shall be glad to see him." Gregory's letter had not been shown to Sir Thomas, but it was, of course, shown to Clarissa. "How could I help it?" said she, from which it may be presumed that Patience had looked as though Gregory had been hardly treated. "One doesn't know how it is, or why it comes, or what it is, or why it doesn't come. I couldn't have taken Gregory Newton for my husband. And yet he had all things to recommend him. I wish he had asked you, Patty." "Don't say that, dear, because there is in it something that annoys me. I don't think of myself in such matters, but I do hope to see you the happy wife of some happy man." "I hope you will, with all my heart," said Clary, standing up. "Of one man, of one special, dearest, best, and brightest of all men. Oh dear! And yet I know it will never be, and I wonder at myself that I have been bold enough to tell you." And Patience also wondered at her sister's boldness. Ralph Newton, Ralph from the Priory, did come down to the villa, and did accept the invitation to dinner which was given to him. The event was so important that Patience found it necessary to go up to London to tell her father. Mary went with her, desirous to see something of the mysteries of Southampton Buildings, while Clarissa remained at home, waiting. After the usual skirmishes with Stemm, who began by swearing that his master was not at home, they made their way into Sir Thomas's library. "Dear, dear, dear, this is a very awkward place to bring your cousin to," he said, frowning. Mary would have retreated at once, had it not been that Patience held her ground so boldly. "Why shouldn't she come, papa? And I had to see you. Mr. Newton is to dine with us to morrow." To morrow was a Saturday, and Sir Thomas became seriously displeased. Why had a Saturday been chosen? Saturday was the most awkward day in the world for the giving and receiving of dinners. It was in vain that Patience explained to him that Saturday was the only day on which Mr. Newton could come, that Sir Thomas had given his express authority for the dinner, and that no bar had been raised against Saturday. "You ought to have known," said Sir Thomas. Nevertheless, he allowed them to leave the chamber with the understanding that he would preside at his own table on the following day. "Why is it that Saturday is so distasteful to him?" Mary asked, as they walked across Lincoln's Inn Fields together. Patience was silent for a while, not knowing how to answer the question, or how to leave it unanswered. But at last she preferred to make some reply. "He does not like going to our church, I think." "But you like it." "Yes, and I wish papa did. But he doesn't." Then there was a pause. "Of course it must strike you as very odd, the way in which we live." "I hope it is not I who drive my uncle away." "Not in the least, Mary. Since mamma's death he has fallen into this habit, and he has got so to love solitude that he is never happy but when alone. We ought to be grateful to him because it shows that he trusts us, but it would be much nicer if he would come home." "He is so different from my father." "He was always with you?" "Well, yes; that is, I could be always with him, almost always. He was so fond of society that he would never be alone. We had a great rambling house, always full of people. If he could see people pleasant and laughing, that was all that he wanted. It is hard to say what is best." "Papa is as good to us as ever he can be." "So was my papa good to me, in his way. But, oh dear, the people that used to come there! Poor papa! He used to say that hospitality was his chief duty.
I sometimes used to think that the world would be much pleasanter and better if there was no such thing as hospitality. If people always ate and drank alone, and lived as uncle does, in his chambers, there would not be so much money wasted at any rate." "Papa never wastes any money," said Patience, "though there never was a more generous man." Ralph Newton, Ralph of the Priory, came to dinner, and Miss Spooner was asked to meet him. It might have been supposed that a party so composed would not have been very bright, but the party at the villa went off very satisfactorily. Ralph made himself popular with everybody. He became very popular with Sir Thomas by the frank and easy way in which he spoke of the family difficulties at Newton. "I wish my namesake knew my father," he said, when he was alone with the lawyer after dinner. He never spoke of either of these Newtons as his cousins, though to Gregory, whom he knew well and loved dearly, he would declare that from him he felt entitled to exact all the dues of cousinship. "It would be desirable," said Sir Thomas. "I never give it up. You know my father, I dare say. He thought his brother interfered with him, and I suppose he did. But a more affectionate or generous man never lived. He is quite as fond of Gregory as he is of me, and would do anything on earth that Gregory told him. He is rebuilding the chancel of the church just because Gregory wishes it. Some day I hope they may be reconciled." "It is hard to get over money difficulties," said Sir Thomas. "I don't see why there should be money difficulties," said Ralph. "As far as I am concerned, there need be none." "Ralph Newton has made money difficulties," said Sir Thomas. "If he had been careful with his own fortune, there would have been no question as to the property between him and your father." "I can understand that, and I can understand also my father's anxiety, though I do not share it. It would be better that my namesake should have the estate. I can see into these matters quite well enough to know that were it to be mine, there would occur exactly that which my father wishes to avoid. I should be the owner of Newton Priory, and people would call me Mr. Newton, but I shouldn't be Newton of Newton. It had better go to Ralph. I should live elsewhere, and people would not notice me then." Sir Thomas, as he looked up at the young man sitting back in his arm-chair and holding his glass half full of wine in his hand, could not but tell himself that the greater was the pity. This offshoot of the Newton stock, who declared of himself that he never could be Newton of Newton, was a fine manly fellow to look at. Not handsome as was Ralph the heir, not marked by that singular mixture of gentleness, intelligence, and sweetness which was written not only on the countenance, but in the demeanour and very step of Gregory. But he was a bigger man than either of them, with a broad chest and a square brow, and was not without that bright gleam of the Newton blue eye which characterized all the family. And there was so much of the man in him, whereas in manhood Ralph the heir had certainly been deficient. "Ralph must lie on the bed that he has made," said Sir Thomas. "And you, of course, will accept the good things that come in your way. As far as I can see at present, it will be best for Ralph that your father should redeem from him a portion at least of the property. The girls are waiting for us to go out, and perhaps you will like a cigar on the lawn." It was clear to every one there to see that this other Newton greatly admired the West Indian cousin. And Mary, with this newcomer, seemed to talk on easier terms than she had ever done before since she had been at Fulham. She smiled and listened and was gracious, and made those pleasant little half-affected sallies which girls do make to men when they know that they are admired, and are satisfied that it should be so. All the story had been told to her, and it might be that the poor orphan felt that she was better fitted to associate with the almost nameless one than with the true heir of the family. Mr. Newton, when he got up to leave them, asked permission to come again, and left them all with a pleasant air of intimacy. 2 boats had passed them racing on the river, almost close to the edge of their lawn, and Newton had offered to bet with Mary as to which would first reach the bridge.
I wish you had taken my wager, Miss Bonner," he said, "because then I should have been bound to come back at once to pay you."
"That's all very well, Mr. Newton," said Mary, "but I have heard of gentlemen who are never seen again when they lose." "Mr. Newton is unlike that, I'm sure," said Clary, "but I hope he'll come again at any rate." Newton promised that he would, and was fully determined to keep his promise when he made it. "Wouldn't it be delightful if they were to fall in love with each other, and make a match of it?" said Clary to her sister. "I don't like to plot and plan such things," said Patience. "I don't like to scheme, but I don't see any harm in planning. He is ever so nice, isn't he?" "I thought him very pleasant." "Such an open-hearted, manly, free sort of fellow. And he'll be very well off, you know." "I don't know, but I dare say he will," said Patience. "Oh yes, you do. Poor Ralph, our Ralph is a spendthrift, and I shouldn't wonder if this one were to have the property after all. And then his father is very rich. I know that because Gregory told me. Dear me, wouldn't it be odd if we were all three to become Mrs. Newtons?"
"Clary, what did I tell you?"
"Well, I won't. But it would be odd, and so nice, at least I think so. Well, I dare say I ought not to say it, but then I can't help thinking it, and surely I may tell you what I think."
"I would think it as little as I could, dear."
"Ah, that's very well. A girl can be a hypocrite if she pleases, and perhaps she ought. Of course I shall be a hypocrite to all the world except you. I tell you what it is, Patty. You make me tell you everything, and say that of course you and I are to tell everything, and then you scold me. Don't you want me to tell you everything?"
"Indeed I do,
and I won't scold you. Dear Clary, do I scold you? Wouldn't I give one of my eyes to make you happy?" "That's quite a different thing," said Clarissa.
3 days afterwards, Mr. Ralph Newton, it is hoped that the reader may understand the attempts which are made to designate the two young men, Mr. Ralph Newton appeared again at Popham Villa. He came in almost with the gait of an old friend, and brought some fern leaves which he had already procured from Hampshire in compliance with a promise which he had made to Patience Underwood. "That's what we call the hart's tongue," said he, "though I fancy they give them all different names in different places." "It's the same plant as ours, Mr. Newton, only yours is larger."
"It's the ugliest of all the ferns," said Clary.
"Even that's a compliment," said Newton. "It's no use transplanting them in this weather, but I'll send you a basket in October. You should come down to Newton and see our ferns. We think they're very pretty, but because we're so near, nobody comes to see us." Then he fell a talking with Mary Bonner, and stayed at the villa nearly all the afternoon. For a moment or two he was alone with Clarissa, and at once expressed his admiration. "I don't think I ever saw such perfect beauty as your cousin's," he said.
"She is handsome."
"And then she is so fair, whereas everybody expects to see dark eyes and black hair come from the West Indies."
"But Mary wasn't born there."
"That doesn't matter. The mind doesn't travel back as far as that. A negro should be black, and an American thin, and a French woman should have her hair dragged up by the roots, and a German should be broad-faced, and a Scotchman red-haired, and a West Indian beauty should be dark and languishing."
"I'll tell her you say so, and perhaps she'll have herself altered."
"Whatever you do, don't let her be altered," said Mr. Newton. "She can't be changed for the better."
"I am quite sure he is over head and ears in love," said Clarissa to Patience that evening.
End of Chapter 15. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 16 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Cheshire Cheese. Labour is the salt of the earth, and capital is the sworn foe to labour. "Hear, hear, hear," with the clattering of many glasses and the smashing of certain pipes. Then the orator went on. "That labour should be the salt of the earth has been the purpose of a beneficent Creator. That capital should be the foe to labour has been man's handiwork. The one is an eternal decree, which nothing can change, which neither the good nor the evil done by man can affect. The other is an evil ordinance, the fruit of man's ignorance, and within the scope of man's intellect to annul." Mr. Ontario Moggs was the orator, and he was at this moment addressing a crowd of sympathizing friends in the large front parlour of the Cheshire Cheese. Of all those who were listening to Ontario Moggs, there was not probably one who had reached a higher grade in commerce than that of an artisan working for weekly wages. But Mr. Moggs was especially endeared to them because he was not an artisan working for weekly wages, but himself a capitalist. His father was a master bootmaker on a great scale, for none stood much higher in the West End trade than Booby and Moggs, and it was known that Ontario was the only child and heir, and, as it were, sole owner of the shoulders on which must some day devolve the mantle of Booby and Moggs. Booby had long been gathered to his fathers, and old Moggs was the stern opponent of strikes. What he had lost by absolutely refusing to yield a point during the last strike among the shoemakers of London no one could tell. He had professed aloud that he would sooner be ruined, sooner give up his country residence at Shepherd's Bush, sooner pull down the honoured name of Booby and Moggs from over the shop window in Old Bond Street, than allow himself to be driven half an inch out of his course by men who were attempting to dictate to him what he should do with his own. In these days of strikes, Moggs would look even upon his own workmen with the eyes of a Coriolanus glaring upon the disaffected populace of Rome. Mr. Moggs senior would stand at his shop door with his hand within his waistcoat, watching the men out on strike who were picketing the streets round his shop, and would feel himself every inch a patrician, ready to die for his order. Such was Moggs senior. And Moggs junior, who was a child of capital, but whose heirship depended entirely on his father's will, harangued his father's workmen and other workmen at the Cheshire Cheese, telling them that labour was the salt of the earth, and that capital was the foe to labour. Of course they loved him. The demagogue who is of all demagogues the most popular is the demagogue who is a demagogue in opposition to his apparent nature. The radical earl, the free-thinking parson, the squire who won't preserve, the tenant who defies his landlord, the capitalist with a theory for dividing profits, the Moggs who loves a strike, these are the men whom the working men delight to follow. Ontario Moggs, who was at any rate honest in his philanthropy, and who did in truth believe that it was better that 20 real bootmakers should eat beef daily than that one so-called bootmaker should live in a country residence, who believed this and acted on his belief, though he was himself not of the 20, but rather the one so-called bootmaker who would suffer by the propagation of such a creed, was beloved and almost worshipped by the denizens of the Cheshire Cheese. How far the real philanthropy of the man may have been marred by an uneasy and fatuous ambition, how far he was carried away by a feeling that it was better to make speeches at the Cheshire Cheese than to apply for payment of money due to his father, it would be very hard for us to decide. That there was an alloy even in Ontario Moggs is probable, but of this alloy his hearers knew nothing. To them he was a perfect specimen of that combination which is so grateful to them, of the rich man's position with the poor man's sympathies. Therefore they clattered their glasses and broke their pipes and swore that the words he uttered were the kind of stuff they wanted. "The battle has been fought since man first crawled upon the earth," continued Moggs, stretching himself to his full height, and pointing to the farthest confines of the inhabited globe. "Since man first crawled upon the earth." There was a sound in that word crawl typical of the abject humility to which working shoemakers were subjected by their employers, which specially aroused the feelings of the meeting. "And whence comes the battle?" The orator paused, and the glasses were jammed upon the table. "Yes, whence comes the battle in fighting which hecatombs of honest labourers have been crushed till the sides of the mountains are white with their bones, and the rivers run foul with their blood? From the desire of one man to eat the bread of two?" "That's it," said a lean, wizened, pale-faced little man in a corner, whose trembling hand was resting on a beaker of gin and water. "Yes, and to wear two men's coats and trousers, and to take two men's bedses and the werry wittles out of two men's bodies. Damn them!" Ontario, who understood something of his trade as an orator, stood with his hand still stretched out, waiting till this ebullition should be over. "No, my friend," said he, "we will not damn them. I, for one, will damn no man. I will simply rebel. Of all the sacraments given to us, the sacrament of rebellion is the most holy." Hereupon the landlord of the Cheshire Cheese must have feared for his tables, so great was the applause, and so tremendous the thumping. But he knew his business, no doubt, and omitted to interfere. "Of rebellion, my friends," continued Ontario, with his right hand now gracefully laid across his breast, "there are two kinds, or perhaps we may say three. There is the rebellion of arms, which can avail us nothing here." "Perhaps it might, though," said the little wizened man in a corner, whose gin and water apparently did not comfort him. To this interruption Ontario paid no attention. "And there is the dignified and slow rebellion of moral resistance. Too slow, I fear, for us." This point was lost upon the audience, and though the speaker paused, no loud cheer was given. "It's as true," said one man, but he was a vain fellow, simply desirous of appearing wiser than his comrades. "And then there is the rebellion of the strike." Now the clamour of men's voices, and the kicking of men's feet, and the thumping with men's fists became more frantic than ever. "The legitimate rebellion of labour against its tyrant. Gentlemen, of all efforts this is the most noble. It is a sacrifice of self, a martyrdom, a giving up on the part of him who strikes of himself, his little ones, and his wife, for the sake of others, who can only thus be rescued from the grasp of tyranny. Gentlemen, were it not for strikes, this would be a country in which no free man could live. By the aid of strikes we will make it the paradise of the labourer, an Elysium of industry, an Eden of artisans." There was much more of it, but the reader might be fatigued were the full flood of Mr. Moggs' oratory to be let loose upon him. And through it all there was a germ of truth, and a strong dash of true noble feeling. But the speaker had omitted as yet to learn how much thought must be given to a germ of truth before it can be made to produce fruit for the multitude. And then, in speaking, grand words came so easily, while thoughts, even little thoughts, flow so slowly. But the speech, such as it was, sufficed amply for the immediate wants of the denizens of the Cheshire Cheese. There were men there who, for the half hour, believed that Ontario Moggs had been born to settle all the difficulties between labourers and their employers, and that he would do so in such a way that the labourers, at least, should have all that they wanted. It would be, perhaps, too much to say that any man thought this would come in his own day, that he so believed as to put a personal trust in his own belief. But they did think for a while that the good time was coming, and that Ontario Moggs would make it come. "We'll have him in Parliament, anyways," said a sturdy, short, dirty-looking artisan, who shook his head as he spoke,
to show that on that matter his mind was quite made up. "I dunno no good as is to come of sending such as him to Parliament," said another. "Parliament ain't the place. When it comes to the pint, they won't have 'em. There was Odges and Mr. Beale. I don't believe in Parliament no more." "Kennington Oval's about the place," said a third. "Or Primrose Hill," said a fourth. "Hyde Park," screamed the little wizened man with the gin and water. "That's the ticket, and down with them gold railings. We'll let 'em see." Nevertheless, they all went away home in the quietest way in the world, and, as there was no strike in hand, got to their work punctually on the next morning. Of all those who had been loudest at the Cheshire Cheese, there was not one who was not faithful, and in a certain way loyal, to his employer. As soon as his speech was over, and he was able to extricate himself from the crowd, Ontario Moggs escaped from the public house and strutted off through certain narrow dark streets in the neighbourhood, leaning on the arm of a faithful friend. "Mr. Moggs, you did pitch it rather strong to night," said the faithful friend. "Pitch it rather strong? Yes. What good do you think can ever come from pitching anything weak? Pitch it as strong as you will. Find it don't amount to much." "But about rebellion now, Mr. Moggs? Rebellion ain't a good thing, surely, Mr. Moggs?" "Isn't it? What was Washington? What was Cromwell? What was Rienzi? What was But never mind," said Ontario, who could not at the moment think of the name of his favourite Pole. "And you think as the men should be rebels against the masters?" "That depends on who the masters are, Waddle." "What good'd come of it if I rebelled against Mr. Neefit, and told him up to his face as I wouldn't make up the books? He'd only sack me. I find 35 bob a week, with 2 kids and their mother to keep on it, tight enough, Mr. Moggs. If I had the fixing on it, I should say 40 bob wasn't over the mark. I should indeed. But I don't see as I should get it." "Yes, you would, if you earned it, and stuck to your purpose. But you're a single stick, and it requires a faggot to do this work." "I never could see it, Mr. Moggs. All the same, I do like to hear you talk. It stirs one up, even though one don't just go along with it. You won't let on, you know, to Mr. Neefit, as I was there?" "And why not?" said Ontario, turning sharp upon his companion. "The old gentleman hates the very name of a strike. He's almost as bad as your own father, Mr. Moggs." "You have done his work to day. You have earned your bread. You owe him nothing." "That I don't, Mr. Moggs. He'll take care of that." "And yet you are to stay away from this place, or go to that, to suit his pleasure. Are you Neefit's slave?" "I'm just the young man in his shop, that's all." "As long as that is all, Waddle, you are not worthy to be called a man." "Mr. Moggs, you're too hard. As for being a man, I am a man. I've a wife and 2 kids. I don't think more of my governor than another. But if he sacked me, where'd I get 35 bob a week?" "I beg your pardon, Waddle. It's true. I should not have said it. Perhaps you do not quite understand me, but your position is one of a single stick rather than of the faggot. Ah me! She hasn't been at the shop lately?" "She do come sometimes. She was there the day before yesterday." "And alone?" "She come alone, and she went home with the governor." "And he?" "Mr. Newton, you mean?" "Has he been there?" "Well, yes. He was there once last week." "Well?" "There was words. That was what there was. It ain't going smooth, and he ain't been out there no more, not as I knows on. I did say a word once or twice as to the precious long figure as he stands for on our books. Over 200 for breeches is something quite stupendous, isn't it, Mr. Moggs?" "And what did Neefit say?" "Just snarled at me. He can show his teeth, you know, and look as bitter as you like. It ain't off, because when I just named the very heavy figure in such a business as ours, he only snarled. But it ain't on, Mr. Moggs. It ain't what I call on."
After this they walked on in silence for a short way, when Mr. Waddle made a little proposition. "He's on your books too, Mr. Moggs, pretty tight, as I'm told. Why ain't you down on him?" "Down on him?" said Moggs. "I wouldn't leave him an hour if I was you." "Do you think that's the way I would be down on a rival?" And Moggs, as he walked along, worked both his fists closely in his energy. "If I can't be down on him other gait than that, I'll leave him alone. But, Waddle, by my sacred honour as a man, I'll not leave him alone." Waddle started and stood with his mouth open, looking up at his friend. "Base, mercenary, false-hearted loon! What is it that he wants?" "Old Neefit's money, that's it, you know." "He doesn't know what love means, and he'd take that fair creature and drag her through the dirt, and subject her to the scorn of hardened aristocrats, and crush her spirits, and break her heart, just because her father has scraped together a mass of gold. But I wouldn't let the wind blow on her too harshly. I despise her father's money. I love her. Yes, I'll be down upon him somehow. Good night, Waddle. To come between me and the pride of my heart for a little dirt! Yes, I'll be down upon him." Waddle stood and admired. He had read of such things in books, but here it was brought home to him in absolute life. He had a young wife whom he loved, and there had been no poetry about his marriage. One didn't often come across real poetry in the world, Waddle felt. But when one did, the treat was great. Now Ontario Moggs was full of poetry. When he preached rebellion it was very grand, though at such moments Waddle was apt to tell himself that he was precluded by his two kids from taking an active share in such poetry as that. But when Moggs was roused to speak of his love, poetry couldn't go beyond that. "He'll drop into that customer of ours," said Waddle to himself, "and he'll mean it when he's a doing it. But Polly'll never have him." And then there came across Waddle's mind an idea which he could not express, that of course no girl would put up with a bootmaker who could have a real gentleman. Real gentlemen think a good deal of themselves, but not half so much as is thought of them by men who know that they themselves are of a different order. Ontario Moggs, as he went homewards by himself, was disturbed by various thoughts. If it really was to be the case that Polly Neefit wouldn't have him, why should he stay in a country so ill adapted to his manner of thinking as this? Why remain in a paltry island while all the starry West with its brilliant promises was open to him? Here he could only quarrel with his father, and become a rebel, and perhaps live to find himself in a jail. And then what could he do of good? He preached and preached, but nothing came of it. Would not the land of the starry West suit better such a heart and such a mind as his? But he wouldn't stir while his fate was as yet unfixed in reference to Polly Neefit. Strikes were dear to him, and oratory, and the noisy applauses of the Cheshire Cheese, but nothing was so dear to him as Polly Neefit. He went about the world with a great burden lying on his chest, and that burden was his love for Polly Neefit. In regard to strikes and the ballot, he did in a certain way reason within himself, and teach himself to believe that he had thought out those matters. But as to Polly, he thought not at all. He simply loved her, and felt himself to be a wild, frantic man, quarrelling with his father, hurrying towards jails and penal settlements, rushing about the streets half disposed to suicide, because Polly Neefit would have none of him. He had been jealous, too, of the gasfitter, when he had seen his Polly whirling round the room in the gasfitter's arms. But the gasfitter was no gentleman, and the battle had been even. In spite of the whirling, he still had a chance against the gasfitter. But the introduction of the purple and fine linen element into his affairs was maddening to him. With all his scorn for gentry, Ontario Moggs in his heart feared a gentleman. He thought that he could make an effort to punch Ralph Newton's head if they two were ever to be brought together in a spot convenient for such an operation. But of the man's standing in the world he was afraid. It seemed to him to be impossible that Polly should prefer him, or any one of his class, to a suitor whose hands were always clean, whose shirt was always white, whose words were soft and well chosen, who carried with him none of the stain of work. Moggs was as true as steel in his genuine love of labour with a great L, of the people with a great P, of trade with a great T, of commerce with a great C. But of himself individually, of himself who was a man of the people and a tradesman, he thought very little when he compared himself to a gentleman. He could not speak as they spoke. He could not walk as they walked. He could not eat as they ate. There was a divinity about a gentleman which he envied and hated. Now Polly Neefit was not subject to this idolatry. Could Moggs have read her mind, he might have known that success, as from the bootmaker against the gentleman, was by no means so hopeless an affair. What Polly liked was a nice young man who would hold up his head and be true to her, and who would not make a fool of himself. If he could waltz into the bargain, that also would Polly like. On that night Ontario walked all the way out to Alexandria Cottage, and spent an hour leaning upon the gate, looking up at the window of the breeches maker's bedroom, for the chamber of Polly herself opened backwards. When he had stood there an hour, he walked home to Bond Street. End of chapter 16. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 17 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ralph Newton's doubts. That month of August was a very sad time indeed for Ralph the Heir. With him all months were, we may say, idle months. But, as a rule, August was of all the most idle. Sometimes he would affect to shoot grouse, but hunting, not grouse shooting, was his passion as a sportsman. He would leave London and spend perhaps a couple of days with Mr. Horsball looking at the nags. Then he would run down to some seaside place and flirt and laugh and waste his time upon the sands. Or he would go abroad as far as Dieppe, or perhaps Biarritz, and so would saunter through the end of the summer. It must not be supposed of him that he was not fully conscious that this manner of life was most pernicious. He knew it well, knew that it would take him to the dogs, made faint resolves at improvement which he hardly for an hour hoped to be able to keep, and was in truth anything but happy. This was his usual life, and so for the past 3 or 4 years had he contrived to get through this month of August. But now the utmost sternness of business had come upon him. He was forced to remain in town, found himself sitting day after day in his lawyer's anteroom, was compelled to seek various interviews with Sir Thomas, in which it was impossible that Sir Thomas should make himself very pleasant, and, worst of all, was at last told that he must make up his own mind. Squire Newton was also up in London, and though London was never much to his taste, he was in these days by no means so wretched as his nephew. He was intent on a certain object, and he began to hope, nay, to think, that his object might be achieved. He had not once seen his nephew, having declared his conviction very strongly that it would be better for all parties that they should remain apart. His own lawyer he saw frequently, and Ralph's lawyer once, and Sir Thomas more than once or twice. There was considerable delay, but the Squire would not leave London till something was, if not settled, at any rate arranged towards a settlement, and it was the expression of his will conveyed through the 2 lawyers which kept Ralph in London. What was the worth of Ralph's interest in the property? That was one great question. Would Ralph sell that interest when the price was fixed? That was the second question. Ralph, to whom the difficulty of giving an answer was as a labour of Hercules, staved off the evil day for a while by declaring that he must know what was the price before he could say whether he would sell the article. The exact price could not be fixed. The lawyers combined in saying that the absolute sum of money, to include all Ralph's interest in the estate, could not be named that side of Christmas. It was not to be thought of that any actuary or valuer or lawyer or conveyancer should dispose of so great a matter by a month's work. But something approaching to a settlement might be made. A sum might be named as a minimum, and a compact might be made, subject to the arbitration of a sworn appraiser. A sum was named. The matter was carried so far that Ralph was told that he could sign away all his rights by the middle of September, sign away the entire property, and have his pockets filled with ample funds for the Moonbeam and all other delights. He might pay off Moggs and Neefit, and no longer feel that Polly, poor dear Polly, was a millstone around his neck, and he would indeed, in this event, be so well provided that he did not for a moment doubt that, if he chose so to circumscribe himself, Clarissa Underwood might be his wife. All the savings of the Squire's life would be his, enough, as the opposing lawyer told him with eager pressing words, to give him an estate of over 1,000 a year at once. "And it may be more, probably will be more," said the lawyer. But at the very least a sum approaching to £30,000 would be paid over to him at once, and he might do what he pleased with this. There was still a remnant of his own paternal property sufficient to pay his debts. But why should a man whose encumbrances were so trifling sacrifice prospects that were so glorious? Could he not part with a portion of the estate, with the reversion of half of it, so that the house of Newton, Newton Priory, with its grouse and paddocks and adjacent farms, might be left to him? If the whole were saleable, surely so also must be the half. The third of the money offered to him would more than suffice for all his wants. No doubt he might sell the half, but not to the Squire, nor could he effect such sale immediately as he would do if the Squire bought it, nor on such terms as were offered by the Squire. Money he might raise at once, certainly, but it became by degrees as a thing certain to him that if once he raised money in that way, the estate would fly from him. His uncle was a hale man, and people told him that his own life was not so much better than his uncle's. His uncle had a great object, and if Ralph chose to sell at all, that fact would be worth thousands to him. But his uncle would not buy the reversion of half, or of a portion of the property. The Squire at last spoke his mind freely on this matter to Sir Thomas. "It shall never be cast in my son's teeth," he said, "that his next neighbour is the real man. Early in life I made a mistake, and I have had to pay for it ever since. I am paying for it now, and must pay for it to the end. But my paying for it will be of small service if my boy has to pay for it afterwards." Sir Thomas understood him, and did not press the point. Ralph was nearly driven wild with the need of deciding. Moggs' bill at 2 months was coming due, and he knew that he could expect no mercy there. To Neefit's establishment in Conduit Street he had gone once, and had had words, as Waddle had told to his rival. Neefit was still persistent in his wishes, still urgent that Newton should go forth to Hendon like a man and pop at once. "I'll tell you what, Captain," said he. He had taken to calling Ralph Captain as a goodly familiar name, feeling no doubt that Mr. was cold between father-in-law and son-in-law, and not quite daring to drop all reverential title. "If you're a little hard up, as I know you are,
You can have 300 or 400 if you want it." Ralph did want it sorely. "I know how you stand with old Moggs," said Neefit, "and I'll see you all right there." Neefit was very urgent. He too had heard something of these dealings among the lawyers. To have his Polly Mrs. Newton of Newton Priory, the prize was worth fighting for. "Don't let them frighten you about a little ready money, Captain. If it comes to that, other folk has got ready money besides them." "Your trust in me surprises me," said Ralph. "I already owe you money which I can't pay you." "I know where to trust, and I know where not to trust. If you'll once say as how you'll pop the question to Polly, fair and honest, on the square, you shall have 500. Bless me if you shan't. If she don't take you after all, why then I must look for my money by and by. If you're on the square with me, Captain, you'll never find me hard to deal with." "I hope I shall be on the square at any rate." "Then you step out to her and pop." Hereupon Ralph made a long and intricate explanation of his affairs, the object of which was to prove to Mr. Neefit that a little more delay was essential. He was so environed by business and difficulties at the present moment that he could take no immediate step such as Mr. Neefit suggested, no such step quite immediately. In about another fortnight, or in a month at the furthest, he would be able to declare his purpose. "And how about Moggs?" said Neefit, putting his hands into his breeches pocket, and pulling down the corners of his mouth, and fixing his saucer eyes full upon the young man's face. So he stood for some seconds, and then came the words of which Waddle had spoken. Neefit could not disentangle the intricacies of Ralph's somewhat fictitious story, but he had wit enough to know what it meant. "You ain't on the square, Captain. That's what you ain't," he said at last. It must be owned that the accusation was just, and it was made so loudly that Waddle did not at all exaggerate in saying that there had been words. Nevertheless, when Ralph left the shop, Neefit relented. "You come to me, Captain, when Moggs' bit of stiff comes round." A few days after that Ralph went to Sir Thomas with the object of declaring his decision. At least Sir Thomas understood that such was to be the purport of the visit. According to his ideas there had been quite enough of delay. The Squire had been liberal in his offer, and though the thing to be sold was in all its bearings so valuable, though it carried with it a value which, in the eyes of Sir Thomas, and indeed in the eyes of all Englishmen, was far beyond all money price, though the territorial position was for a legitimate heir almost a principality, yet when a man cannot keep a thing, what can he do but part with it? Ralph had made his bed, and he must lie upon it. Sir Thomas had done what he could, but it had all amounted to nothing. There was this young man a beggar, but for this reversion which he had now the power of selling. As for that mode of extrication by marrying the breeches maker's daughter, that to Sir Thomas was infinitely the worst evil of the two. Let Ralph accept his uncle's offer, and he would still be an English gentleman, free to live as such, free to marry as such, free to associate with friends fitting to his habits of life. And he would be a gentleman, too, with means sufficing for a gentleman's wants. But that escape by way of the breeches maker's daughter would, in accordance with Sir Thomas's view of things, destroy everything. "Well, Ralph," he said, sighing, almost groaning, as his late ward took the now accustomed chair opposite to his own. "I wish I had never been born," said Ralph, "and that Gregory stood in my place." "But you have been born, Ralph. We must take things as we find them." Then there was a long silence. "I think, you know, that you should make up your mind one way or the other. Your uncle, of course, feels that as he is ready to pay the money at once, he is entitled to an immediate answer."
"I don't see that at all," said Ralph. "I am under no obligation to my uncle, and I don't see why I am to be bustled by him. He is doing nothing for my sake." "He has at any rate the power of retracting." "Let him retract." "And then you'll be just where you were before, ready to fall into the hands of the Jews. If you must part with your property, you cannot do so on better terms." "It seems to me that I shall be selling £7,000 a year in land for about £1,200 a year in funds." "Just so. That's about it, I suppose. But can you tell me when the land will be yours, or whether it will ever be yours at all? What is it that you have got to sell? But, Ralph, it is no good going over all that again." "I know that, Sir Thomas." "I had hoped you would have come to some decision. If you can save the property, of course you ought to do so. If you can live on what pittance is left to you." "I can save it." "Then do save it." "I can save it by marrying." "By selling yourself to the daughter of a man who makes breeches? I can give you advice on no other point, but I do advise you not to do that. I look upon an ill-assorted marriage as the very worst kind of ruin. I cannot myself conceive any misery greater than that of having a wife whom I could not ask my friends to meet." Ralph, when he heard this, blushed up to the roots of his hair. He remembered that when he had first mentioned to Sir Thomas his suggested marriage with Polly Neefit, he had said that as regarded Polly herself, he thought that Patience and Clarissa would not object to her. He was now being told by Sir Thomas himself that his daughters would certainly not consent to meet Polly Neefit, should Polly Neefit become Mrs. Newton. He too had his ideas of his own standing in the world, and had not been slow to assure himself that the woman whom he might choose for his wife would be a fit companion for any lady, as long as the woman was neither vicious nor disagreeable. He could make any woman a lady. He could, at any rate, make Polly Neefit a lady. He rose from his seat and prepared to leave the room in disgust. "I won't trouble you by coming here again," he said. "You are welcome, Ralph," said Sir Thomas. "If I could assist you, you would be doubly welcome. I know I have been a great trouble to you, a thankless, fruitless, worthless trouble. I shall make up my mind, no doubt, in a day or two, and I will just write you a line. I need not bother you by coming any more. Of course I think a great deal about it." "No doubt," said Sir Thomas. "Unluckily, I have been brought up to know the value of what it is I have to throw away. It is a kind of thing that a man doesn't do without some regrets." "That should have come earlier," said Sir Thomas. "No doubt. But they didn't. And it is no use saying anything more about it. Good day, sir." Then he flounced out of the room, impatient of that single word of rebuke which had been administered to him. Sir Thomas, as soon as he was alone, applied himself at once to the book which he had reluctantly put aside when he was disturbed. But he could not divest his mind of its trouble as quickly as his chamber had been divested of the presence of its troubler. He had said an ill-natured word, and that grieved him. And then, was he not taking all this great matter too easily? If he would only put his shoulder to the wheel thoroughly, might he not do something to save this friend, this lad who had been almost as his own son, from destruction? Would it not be a burden on his conscience to the last day of his life that he had allowed his ward to be ruined, when by some sacrifice of his own means he might have saved him? He sat and thought of it, but did not really resolve that anything could be done. He was wont to think in the same way of his own children whom he neglected. His conscience had been pricking him all his life, but it hardly pricked him sharp enough to produce consequences. During those very moments in which Ralph was leaving Southampton Buildings, he had almost made up his mind to go at once to Alexandria Cottage, and to throw himself and the future fate of Newton Priory at the feet of Polly Neefit. Two incidents in his late interview with Sir Thomas tended to drive him that way. Sir Thomas had told him that should he marry the daughter of a man who made breeches, no lady would associate with his wife. Sir Thomas also had seemed to imply that he must sell his property. He would show Sir Thomas that he could have a will and way of his own. Polly Neefit should become his wife, and he would show the world that no proudest lady in the land was treated with more delicate consideration by her husband than the breeches maker's daughter should be treated by him. And when it should please Providence to decide that the present Squire of Newton had reigned long enough over that dominion, he would show the world that he had known something of his own position and the value of his own prospects. Then Polly should be queen in the Newton dominions, and he would see whether the ordinary world of worshippers would not come and worship as usual. All the same, he did not on that occasion go out to Alexandria Cottage. When he reached his club he found a note from his brother. Newton Peele, September 8th, 186 . My dear Ralph, I have been sorry not to have had an answer from you to the letter which I wrote to you about a month ago. Of course I hear of what is going on. Ralph Newton up at the house tells me everything. The Squire is still in town, as of course you know, and there has got to be a report about here that he has, as the people say, bought you out. I still hope that this is not true. The very idea of it is terrible to me. That you should sell for an old song, as it were, the property that has belonged to us for centuries. It would not indeed go out of the name, but as far as you and I are concerned, that is the same. I will not refuse, myself, to do anything that you may say is necessary to extricate yourself from embarrassment. But I can hardly bring myself to believe that a step so fatal as this can be necessary. If I understand the matter rightly, your difficulty is not so much in regard to debts as in the want of means of livelihood. If so, can you not bring yourself to live quietly for a term of years? Of course you ought to marry, and there may be a difficulty there, but almost anything would be better than abandoning the property. As I told you before, you are welcome to the use of the whole of my share of the London property. It is very nearly £400 a year. Could you not live on that till things come round? Our cousin Ralph knows that I am writing to you, and knows what my feelings are. It is not he that is so anxious for the purchase. Pray write and tell me what is to be done. Most affectionately yours, Gregory Newton. I wouldn't lose a day in doing anything you might direct about the Holborn property. Ralph received this at his club, and afterwards dined alone, considering it. Before the evening was over he thought that he had made up his mind that he would not, under any circumstances, give up his reversionary right. They couldn't make me do it even though I went to prison, he said to himself. Let him starve till he died, and then the property would go to Gregory. What did it matter? The thing that did matter was this, that the estate should not be allowed to depart out of the true line of the Newton family. He sat thinking of it half the night, and before he left the club he wrote the following note to his brother. September 9th, 186 . Dear Greg, be sure of this, that I will not part with my interest in the property. I do not think that I can be forced, and I will never do it willingly. It may be that I may be driven to take advantage of your liberality and prudence. If so, I can only say that you shall share the property with me when it comes. Yours always, R.N. This he gave to the porter of the club as he passed out, and then, as he went home, he acknowledged to himself that it was tantamount to a decision on his part that he would forthwith marry Polly Neefit. End of chapter 17. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina.